Oh, hello, chat. Both now and in the future. Should you be watching either on YouTube or Twitch, or now? Who knows? My most wondrous chat. I have missed you so. I've missed talking to potentially empty air. But welcome back to another cheeky little stream. I was gonna do a little bit of night rain today, but I am still feeling a little bit under the weather, in terms of like my manual dexterity in my hands and such because of my illness. I'm very quiet. Yeah, no, sorry, I beansed up my voice the other day. Oh shit! Wait, audio balance. Who is she? Okay. Audio balance. Thank you very much, Maddie. It's so lovely to see you. I'm glad I'm not just talking to empty air, as I was the other day for like 8 hours. But yeah, I am not feeling so great in terms of the hands, and it's easier for me to do very simple games. And once again, as I said yesterday, we're gonna try out doing some World of Darkness. So when I'm not feeling well, my chronic conditions are flaring up and such, but I still want to like keep my stream obligations and things. We'll instead do one of the probably text-based stories from the World of Darkness, because it is one of my favorite settings. Today we are playing Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names. We are partway through. The World of the Spook, yeah, we're doing the spooky one. We're having a good time. Oh shit, I closed the game by accident. But yeah, so just as a quick little recap of what we did, we created our Garu, our young werewolf, Selene, named after, obviously, the goddess of the moon from Greek mythology, as I was supposed to play Hades the other day, and I was feeling a little bit put out about it. She is a rune born under the sign of the full moon. She is sort of less of a full-on sort of brawl-based warrior and more of a Dexy sort of aim survivalist kind of vibes. She was part of a pack along with 3 other Garu. There was Eyes of Clay, or just simply Clay, who was, I believe, the pack's... I want to say the pack's Philodox. We had Scarpa, who was the pack's Galliard, and Black Tarn, who was the pack's Theurge. We were essentially approving... Sorry, no, Clay was... I'm just checking. Clay was the Arun of the pack. He was also a kin seeker, so he would seek out wolves who had who were like part of regular mortal families. Not everyone in every generation turns out Garu, if that makes sense. And sometimes Garu will appear in just regular mortal families, or the family will have not been Garu for a long time and sort of faded into the mortal world and forget the world beyond the veil and become the people of the map once again, or mortals. And Clay, as a kinseeker, would seek them out, basically help them understand what was happening and go through their first change, which is often a very traumatic experience that usually ends up with the rage overtaking somebody and people ending up dead. In this case, Clay found you before your first change, and we don't really know too much about it. Selene has been sort of reflecting back on it, but it seems like once again it was quite the traumatic experience. Sadly, this pack is all made up of rather elder werewolves that seem to have lost themselves to the despair. Many Garu in this world believe that the world has already been lost to the apocalypse, and that it is impossible in any way to save Gaia and to defeat the enemy. So they kind of took that out on you. They were all quite cruel. Apart from Black Tarn, who was the Theurge, she had sort of fallen into this sort of almost catatonic madness that tends to afflict theurges who go too deep into the Umbra and experience the spirit world that has been corrupted so. But so we went out on our essentially our rite of passage trial from becoming a cub to becoming a true member of the Garou Nation. We were hunting a Bane, which is like a spirit of the worm, the being of rotten entropy. Do not be mean to Baby Wolf. No, they were very mean to Baby Wolf. It was kind of mean, but we are out of that situation now, as I will explain. But we killed the Bane successfully, even though the pack was supposed to back us up and help us. They did not, but we managed to kill it on our own. It turned out it was not a man that we were going to find, this sort of like demon. It was instead the horse he was riding that was the Bane, that was this monstrous amalgamation of flesh and like demonic wormish energy and taint. We killed them both, but Scarpa, who was the Galliard, we went back to sort of like the human and found its throat slit. I say it, his throat slit. And it turns out Scarpa took credit for fuck you and that horse you rode in on. Allow. Why is that? Automod, what the fuck are you doing? God damn it. Yeah, so they took credit. Clay, as the eldest and highest rank, according to the litany, which are the Werewolf rules, ate the flesh of the dead horse, not believing us that it was a Bane and that it was potentially dangerous. And we were essentially chastised and sent away. Clay was afflicted with a poison, and in order to heal him in some way, despite the aggression and abuse from our pack, we committed to restoring the honor of the Garou Nation and such as our sort of like pack, a sort of like our goal. Let me actually switch over to, because we're in the journal right now, we can show some. Here we go. Should I do this one? No, let's do this one. There we go. So this is Clay in his Arun form. He sadly was poisoned and died. Let's show you. This is Black Tarn, who is the Theurge, who has now gone missing, trying to help contact the pack's spirit, who is Beaver, who has been asleep for a long time to try to help Clay. And then we have Scarpa, who is the Galliard, who kind of a bit of a dick. But we made our way east because it seemed that the Bane had originated from Massachusetts. We got several names, including Benicki Gunworks and a let's see, is he on here? And sort of the thing for a leather worker. We also encountered the spirit called Stormcat, which was the spirit of the Khan, or a cairn out east called Broadbrook Cairn, where it looked like the Bane had originated from. Stormcat, it was one of the spirits of that cairn that was displaced after this this mysterious like collapse and battle happened. We traveled east. We did a lot of investigating. We almost froze to death, which was kind of bad. Before we met two local wolves who had managed to survive the massacre of Broadbrook Cairn. Daphne Clear, who sadly we don't have a picture of her, but she is a glass walker, and a leader of like she's a manager of a media company basically, who had been covering our tracks for all of the stuff we had. And are you prepared for this? Are you ready? Here we go. Elton Day, our Bristol-born boy, Shadow Lord, and Theurge. We encountered him, and he managed to tell us more about our investigation and such. It turns out he survived the battle that led to the collapse of the cairn, and he told us that the cairn had essentially fallen into infighting instead of outside influence. There was this this Bane called it doesn't say on here, but it's called the Answering Tiger. She was a the Answering Tiger was less of a like being and more of a concept. Elton described it as a lie that you wanted to believe, and it essentially turned the Garou against each other, because the two sort of like main Garou tribes that were sort of leading this cairn were the Silver Fangs and the Shadow Lords, and they're both very much tribes that tend towards leadership and such. Let's have a look back at our journal, see if we can find werewolves, the tribes. Here we go. So the Silver Fangs are the self-proclaimed leaders of the Garou. Their patron spirit is the falcon. They've got a lot of like different like imagery. There is also where is it? Where are the Shadow Lords? The Shadow Lords. They are ones that are strong, and their patron spirit is Vahan, who is like the Lord of Thunder, associated with like storms and stuff, which is very much tied with like Stormcat and things. And they sort of fell into infighting and like essentially turned on each other. They also turned on their human allies, the three families that come to stay. They were human families that assisted the Garou, who arrived in the 19th century during like the Polish sort of like migration. You had the Lubasics, who were disgraced aristocrats, defrocked priests, and occult aesthetes. So they were Casimir Lubasic was a mage. You have the Benikis, who were peasant farmers with a strong tradition of wise women and herbalists. They were like involved with David Benicki, who was a gun worker and like a blacksmith and an artisan. And then the Palises. I don't know. Palaces. I've been going. They were Jewish artisans and scholars, originally from Prague. And we'll get into the Palace family in a minute, but there are very few members of the three families surviving. We've sort of had two conflicting reports about what actually happened at the battle that led to the fall of the Broadbrook Cairn, which is called the Battle of Graves Farm. That some say that the Garou turned on like the humans, the three families, because they suspected them of betrayal because of the Answering Tiger whispering in their ear, whereas Elton has said that the three families turned on the Garou. So we're not too sure about what kind of sides have been taken, but there are very few survivors of the three families, or indeed the Garou, left. We found out more about those that were at the or survived the massacre. There was Melody, who was a Silver Fang. She was a member of the Palace family, and one of the first people in the Palace family to awaken and experience the first change, and she joined the Silver Fangs. And the Palace family tried to use this as a means of control over the Garou. They wanted one of their own to lead. They were sort of getting greedy and such. And the Silver Fangs and the Shadow Lords were sort of vying for Melody to join their tribe, but she eventually obviously joins the Silver Fangs. We have sorry, my brain. Are they on here? Okay, so they're not on here, but we have, there was another survivor, Nin, who is a child of Gaia. That is another tribe. She is a wolf-born, so she was a wolf that essentially one day could, instead of the first change from human into wolf, she went from wolf to human, and she sort of been slowly sort of learning how to become human, and she survived the battle, but lost the ability to tap into the wolf and change and transform. And then finally we have we have Podge, who is a not a glasswalker, a bone gnawer Arun, who also survived because he was too young to fight in the battle. And we've sort of resolved to getting the pack back together. But before that, sorry, I skipped over a little bit. Our investigation into the Bane led us to... on our investigation, led us to two people. One I cannot remember. I'm going to have to actually look in here really quick. Jasper Lee Heaney and David Benicki. It turns out they were gay, homosexual, gay. And one of the... And Heaney was suspected of having betrayed the Garou to members of the Bane. Whether this was true or not, we are unsure. As the Answering Tiger has sort of... We're questioning a lot of what we know and we are being told by people, because it seems the Answering Tiger has a lot of power to disrupt the minds of the Garou. Yeah, they were gay, homosexual, gay. And when he died, David Benicki kind of went off the fucking deep end. They, like, essentially, yeah, they executed his lover. Sorry, they executed Jasper Lee Heaney after falsely claiming that he had provided weapons to the Garou's enemies, because he was a gun maker. He sold guns in America and such. And he was just like, I sold guns to the public, you know, like of course, like, somebody might be a Bane enemy. He swore revenge, and he got it at the Battle of Graves Farm, but he became infested with the energy of the worm and the Bane, and he turned into what is known as a Fomor, which is a human or animal or sometimes machine that is corrupted by and becomes possessed by a Bane. And he took residence after everyone died at the Barrows, which is where all the Garou ancestors are buried, and he corrupted it and turned it into this disgusting, like, grim workshop. But we got there, we managed to kill him, and we worked with Elton to clear out the energies of the of the Barrow, to restore it to its proper form and to get, like, water flowing again. We also managed to secure a sweet crib where we won't die of exposure during the winter in Massachusetts, which is pretty great. I'm just going to take a quick bite of food. Oh, whoops. So, okay. So now we then went to rescue... Are you ready for this? Melody Palace, who is the Silver Fang Philodox. This is her human form, and this is her Krynos form. She had been sort of in her grief because she lost her human sister during the battle, and pretty much all of her family. She ran off to Ashfield, a small sort of like American hick town, where a trickster spirit called the Triple King essentially, in her moment of weakness, manipulated her mind and used her as a means to become more than is, like, essentially worshipped by the local populace of humans. It had manipulated a lot of minds, and we managed to trick it and bind it into its like vessel, essentially. The thing it's tied to. But she has now returned. And who was this again? I forget. Okay, that's our boss. But yeah, we've got a job, we've got a house, we're slowly rebuilding our pack, and we met several different people. We met Roscoe Than, who is a music promoter, and his wife sadly died at the Battle of Graves Farm, but he is very supportive of the Garou and ready to fight for Gaia. He's one of the members of the three families. We met Lucinda Palace Nash, who is an artist. She is also one of the last members of the three families. We're not quite sure how she's related to Melody and her sister Harmony. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. Harmony was also a human alchemist, I will say as well. But we found her severed hand and her library card when we were looking over the battle site. And finally, Hobland Nash, who is a survivalist. He taught many of the young Garou how to fight and how to survive on the land. But he is looking for revenge for what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm against the Worm and their enemies. But sadly, whilst we were conducting our investigation, we found out about what Beniki had done to create the horse demons, but we got an email from Scarpa that it was already too late and that Clay had died from the horrific oh wow, I'm pretty friendly with everyone, from the horrific like affliction, the poison that had come over them. These are the different places like we visited. I won't go too far because I've been yapping for like half an hour already. Yeah, Broadbrook, Yaroon Greenale led the Field of Fangs, and Galliards hold the Dawn led the Shadow Lords. Yeah, we're sort of learning a lot more about what in particular happened. There's a lot of obfuscation as this spirit is less of a physical enemy we can fight. I will say, the Broadbrook cairn itself, we have only managed to access the barrows so far, as the cairn itself seems to be protected by some sort of spell or like misdirection that as soon as you sort of like step towards it, you find yourself like miles away, having like gone around, and your memory is like spotty and stuff, and you lose time. But yeah, we are going to continue. I believe I have, yes, so I have 11 days, which constitutes to training for our skills. And I want to sort of start working on our attributes, because I've got quite a lot of like skills going now, but I think attributes are going to be a good thing to work on, particularly like manipulation if we want to go more the intimidation route. You can see up here we've got our rage, our health, what form we're in at the moment, and our name is Celine January, and we are an Aroon of the full moon. And this is all of our like stuff basically. So I am going to go let's check our phone first, what we got. Oh, let's check our bank statements. I'm still broke. Excellent. I love it. Oh, you've been able to get at least $1,000. Oh, fuck. Never mind. I'm not broke anymore. Incredible. We're going to go and visit some of the kinfolk, which is the name for people of the map who are... basically, since the Garou, they know what is beyond the veil, and they know of the Garu's struggle and their fight, and they fight with them. Because of... I can't actually 100% remember, but there is a sort of genetic, like some sort of weird genetic fuckery where the Garou essentially can't have children together, and that child will not survive or something, or that child will not be like 100% like good, or they're like injured or something. They can only have like kids with regular humans, for some reason. I don't know 100% why. I need to look into it. I forget. But the children of those unions are called the Metis. So we're going to visit Lucinda. Lucinda is on the phone shaking down a client for the money she's owed. Incredible. Incredible. Iconic. Queen. Something about their blood being too strong. Yeah. It's almost like I've described sort of like the ability to become Garou like a recessive gene. So it almost reminds me of like maybe something genetic. Even though that's probably too sciencey for like the spiritual stuff. It's like, because obviously Garou, they're half spirit, half mortal. Like if you go in and like, you know, half spirit, half mortal, half spirit, half mortal, do you get full spirit, full mortal, or does it get all fucky? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know how genetics works. If you do, message in the chat. Okay. Num num num. So, we could get our dex up to max. Where do you think I should focus? Wherever you want in order to be happy and fulfill your dreams, Lucinda says. Wish I could say that, but we all gotta survive, right, kid? Poor Melody can survive down in a cemetery, but you're not like her. You're lucky in a way. You can work a straight job. Is there anything you can teach me that will help at Gorski Manor, you ask? Your illegal landscaping job at that horrible private hospital? Lucinda says, well, I can tell you this. Werewolves don't die if they fall off a roof, but they might still lose their job. I can teach you how to move, kid. Okay, so that's just for helping with my job. Let's go to Hobbs' compound. Right. I kind of want to put some stuff. We're going to put something into manipulation. You'd love to hone your social abilities, but when you think about doing so, your thoughts turn to the pitiful, unfurnished shack you live in. Social abilities are something you have to maintain at all times, not just when you're trying to get what you want. And you don't think you can keep the charade up while sleeping on a bare mattress in an empty room. When you have some money, maybe you should try furnishing your cabin. So you feel more like a successful human being and less like a goblin gnawing bones in a damp cave. Okay. So we can't upgrade our social skills just yet. Because I don't want to go out and do anything too serious, like scouting or anything, until we've sort of upgraded a little bit. Can't abandon humanity because they need them and need to have connections to them. Yeah, that is very true. And in a way, like, humans, the kinfolk, are Gaia's creatures as well. Like, not all of humanity is destroying the planet. There are those that are still fighting, even if they don't know the truth about the wild, the worm, and the weaver. They are still, like, you know, fighting to protect the planet, even though they don't know truly, like, the extent of why they need to do that. Roscoe's at Four's library sorting some old contacts. Okay. I think maybe we put some stamina up a little bit. Oh, but that means we can't do the other one. Okay. Let's devote some time to furnishing my cabin. Your cabin has fixtures, at least. The fridge and sink are antiques, but they work. And having nothing means that at least you've kept your nothing clean. Oh, that actually reminds me. I am going to... Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that over there. We're going to switch from the lo-fi to the spooky stream sounds, everyone. Oh, spooky. Let me know if the music is either too loud or too quiet, and I will turn it up as necessary. Or if I am too loud or too quiet, my voice is hurting a little bit because I did yap for quite literally 8 hours. Intersectional solidarity. That is very true. That is basically the crux of it. Okay. Just want to make sure that we can sort of hear what's going on and have a little bit of atmospheric music, as it were. There we go. Let me know if the audio needs changing. I will try to do my best on keeping it balanced, but keeping it spooky. Keeping it a spooky time. And you've kept your nothing clean. You do have soap and sponges, but you're sick of eating dinner off a book. Plates and cutlery come first, so you can turn those burritos Elton gives you out of pity into proper meals. That's more pity, of course, since Elton is the one who secures for you a cardboard box full of mid-century stoneware. After that, you're determined to strike out on your own, and you prowl the back alleys like a vampire, looking for lights so you don't have to use your phone as a lamp. 2 standing lamps, 1 desk lamp, and 1 rickety table later, you move on to grabbing furniture. Desk, coffee table, hideous chairs, futon. You're pretty sure the futon on the corner was okay to take, and the guy screaming was screaming about something else, not the missing futon. And then you finally break down and start spending money. Clean sheets, curtain rods for the curtains you found in a dumpster, a coffee maker, a bathroom mirror because you don't have one for some reason, and a love seat that's too cheap and nice to pass up. The microwave you grab from a stoop breaks after a week. So you get another one for $10. And of course you stock up on... What the fuck was that? That was probably fine. I think something just... Oh, yeah. My fucking washing line fell over. No! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with it later, I say. After I still have several chainmail rings on the floor after I knocked something over last time and then just didn't pick it up. I keep finding them just stuck to like the bottom of my foot. It's very annoying. Okay, so you get another for $10, and of course you stock up on cheap clothes. Socks, undergarments, extra t-shirts, and yoga pants for when you inevitably change, before you can get undressed, and sunglasses to fend off the snowy glare. After a few weeks of purchases and questionably legal grabs, you feel like you're living in a human home instead of a troll den. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. So let's go back to... I think it was Roscoe's van. With stamina. No, it was not. It was not Roscoe's van. Was it? Lucinda? No. God damn it. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's Roscoe's van, right? No. It was Hobland. I'm so soupy. It's too hot for me to be able to actually exist. Yeah, we're gonna put some stuff into manipulation, intimidation, and maybe combat. Nah, maybe survival. Yeah, let's boost our survival. Maybe I should do combat. What was this one again? Leadership, streetwise awareness, investigation. Clandestine is very much, I believe, the stealth skill. Which I think we can do quite well with our... Because we're going for the like sneaky survivalist. We've got a lot of aim, we've got a lot of survival, intimidation. And we are in a rune, so we are almost consistently very high on the rage-o-meter. So let's go with clandestine. Sippies. So, now that we have spent all of our abilities, or our days of training, so much soup within my brain. It's why I need to eat these noodles, which are pretty good. I made like, it's like sambal, teriyaki, and miso honey. Like noodles with pea shoots and beef and tomato. Not beef and tomato. Beef and carrots. I must be healthy. Yum yum. Okay, there we go. I don't want to turn this into a mukbang. So, we have options. We could scout the deep woods around Broadbrook, edging around the areas where my memory is spotty. We could go and find Nin, the child of Gaia, and tell the others about Hogthrone then we go to get the Wolfborn. It's time to find Podge. I text Elton and Melody. I'm still thinking about the corrupt... Oh god, this is a bit loud. Oh no, it's fine. I'm still thinking about the corrupt rivulet I saw before we reached Melody and Ashfield. How back can I best scout that territory? Let's find a place for the magic pumpkin and perform a rite of binding. I visit Melody to see how she's settling in. And I return to the barrows where I fought the Fomor. Let's get the Vernal King and his pumpkin all fucking settled in. But let's check on Melody, then we'll do the pumpkin. You start by texting Elton one morning, since you're not sure where Melody lives. The three families were quite wealthy once, and you expect her to return to some kind of ancestral home, so you don't expect Elton's answer. She's at the Barrows. Distracted Midnight. Yeah, I chose my username because I'm a little guy. The cemetery? Where David Benicki was, you should be able to find her near there. I have to work a double shift because my co-worker is back in chemo. Please check in on Melody and make sure she's okay. So after a long day trying to work through the staff in a full crisis mode because another Alzheimer's patient walked out, you take the bus up to the Veterans Hospital and then cut through the woods to the defiled landscape where David Benicki hid the corpse of Jasper Heaney. Yeah, he was getting like real freaky with Jasper's corpse because he's like, I know I can't bring him back from the dead, but I can still apparently full-on kiss this corpse. And it's like, bro, I draw the line at necrophilia. The fuck? It's a warm spring evening when you return to the barrow. You find it almost completely reclaimed by nature. Except for a few heaps of concrete, nothing remains of David Benicki's workshop, the crude dam he constructed, or the pen for the horses he mutilated. The water flows fast and clear now, and flowers cover the barrow in wild profusion. Bees and butterflies drift past you. Hello, Celine. Melody stands halfway up the barrow where you confronted David Benicki, smiling hugely, a net full of human and animal bones slung over one shoulder. She wears a tattered grey tank top, Toby trousers, and mud splash Wellington boots. Her curly hair is up and out of the way, piled on top of her head. One second, I'm going to turn down this music just on my own sort of headset bit, so it doesn't distract me as much. Is audio balance good, by the way, my love? I just want to check and make sure. Tiny bit quiet still, but I can manage. Okay, I'll turn myself up. Let's fucking boost it, baby. Let's fucking boost it. Okay. I think it's because I move my mic away from my face whenever I need to deep throat my mic a bit. I move my mic away from my face whenever I take a bite to eat, just so you don't get the full mukbang experience. So, she wears a tattered grey tank top, Toby trousers, and mud splash Wellington boots. Her curly hair is up and out of the way, piled on top of her head with ribbons in the style of an ancient Roman matron. Look at her, she's so cute! Which makes you think she knew you were coming. She's so cute. I love her. She is our Philodox of our pack. Just sorting out the remains of the dead, David left a terrible mess, smiling hugely, showing perfect white teeth in an expression that would cause most kinds of apes to attack her. She holds up a human skull with a bullet hole in it. I'm looking to scout our old territory before we reached Ashfield. We came to a corrupt rivulet. I think it leads towards the cairn. I'm hoping you can help restore the barrows in accordance with the old ways and calm the ancestors. This place was unspeakably defiled when Elton and I found it. Thank you for everything you've done. So you look very fit. Damn, she looks amazing. And if she didn't look so dangerously crazy, I'd tell her so more clearly. Who's your little buddy there? I point to the skull. We can deal with this in like another option, but maybe we could thank her for everything she's done. I kind of want to say, who's your little buddy there? Let's go with this place. Yeah, we'll go with this place was unspeakably defiled. It hasn't been easy, Melody confesses. One thing they don't tell you about everyone being dead is how much work it makes for those still living. Actually, I guess I remember reading somewhere about how some places in England are still fallow because of the Black Death in the 14th century. All the peasants died and it was too much work to hack away the lichen or whatever grows over there and turn it back into farmland. Which is sort of what happened to the Broadbrook cairn, except we died fighting and the monsters took over our territory and tortured horses on it. So I guess I take back what I said, but it's still been incredibly difficult to do all this myself. Don't worry, I won't make you sort the bones. Why don't you come inside, Melody says, smiling as she walks among the barrows to a small grassy hill with a white double door you didn't notice before. The door is made of what appears to be marble and opens to her approach into a fully furnished chamber. You recognise some of the chains that control the door mechanisms. They're the same designs as the one you saw in Ashfield. My sister's work, Melody says. Harmony was an amazing alchemist and metallurgist. She made incredible things, but, well, she was only human. This kills humans. She shows you her skull. Is that your sister's, you ask? It is, Melody says. We were good friends in addition to being sisters, so I'm kicking her for a while until I can learn to be less emotional about her death. She's fucking nuts. I love her. The smell of roasting meat hits you once you're inside. When your eyes adjust, you see what appears to be an entire deer leg on a spit. Copper mirrors are positioned to reflect light from the outside, and lamps are set to provide illumination when the sun goes down. The catafalque is gone, and now you can see that the room where you confronted David Benicki was a mere vestibule, an entryway for a much larger chamber. The sight of the room is so unexpected and alien that it's momentarily overwhelming. Heavy oak furniture, green and gold tapestries, ancient leather-bound books piled up in an enormous bookcase, built into the whitewashed stone wall, and faceted pieces of glass cut to amplify the light. Melody, you remind yourself, was born into this twilight world under the hill, and grew up among the three families. Even her accent, you now realize, carries old world inflections. Once again, I am not doing accents because it will be terribly offensive. If I do so, because I will do it terribly. The white doors close silently, sealing you in with the open fire and the reflected sunlight. Let me clean myself up and then we'll eat, Melody says. Sit wherever. She strips with the same casual ease with which she changes shape, dropping her clothes in a wicker basket and then loosening her hair so that it flows down her back to stop around her thighs. The Philodox steps around a painted screen to where you can hear water. The river appears to have been diverted partly under the hill, which provides her running water. Before I say too much, do I think Melody is willing to talk about what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm? I really don't want to bring up that fact when she just so very casually mentioned her sister's death, and I don't think she's dealing with it well. That's some, like, god-tier repression that we're gonna get into later, and I don't think she needs, like... She doesn't need, like, deep-ass questioning right now. So the next option is, so is it customary for Silver Fangs to attend to the dead? That's not a traditional part of the litany. It's nice to see that even the Silver Fangs can bend to necessity. Are you going to need help cleaning the barrows? I have a regular job, but helping Gaia is my real work. So you were born into this life? I'm always impressed by Garu who have little to do with the human world. Oh, these two are very interesting. They fit a lot with what we're going for. Maybe we can ask her more about being like a born Garu, or at least knowing about it before she had her first change. Yes and no, Melody says. I think in some ways we were normal. My sister and I went to Berkshire Regional High School, and we both graduated too. But then Harmony went from reading the basic alchemy primers. The what, you say? Her voice is high and clear, but it's still hard to hear over the water. The Lubicics, I said. Alchemy primers. She went from them to doing, I guess, real magic, Melody says. Oh, excuse me. Then I changed, and well, life got strange after that. Good, sometimes. Me and Harmony, Elton and Catherine, Knife Eyes and the Stormcat. Obviously not a conventional pack, but we did good. I tried to find a new balance in my life between Garu and the three families, spirits and the creatures of flesh. Even the new things Harmony was learning and the old rites. I'm a half-moon. That's my job, right? She means that she is a Philodox. They are the judges and basically the arbiters of tradition and like the traditions and laws and such of the Garu, as opposed to the Galliard, who are like the bards and they tell myths and lore. It's kind of like a weird divide. The Silver Fang emerges from her bath dressed in a long green robe, hair in a golden fillet, cheeks and feet rosy from the cold water. Wearing what appears to be a necklace of thumb-sized emeralds, she smiles graciously, then her eyes widen. The fucking roast! Melody shrieks, padding past you with bare damp feet to smack at the burning deer haunch with a damp towel. You hadn't noticed because of the smell from Melody's bath, but it looks like the chains that turned the roast got tangled. She manages to douse the flames. Oh, it's ruined, she wails, though it looks like only a small area is burned beyond edibility. Then she notices her loaf of honey wheat oatmeal bread, which has fallen to the floor in the commotion, and bursts into tears. Oh god, girly Pop is having, like, the worst time. There, please don't cry. Great Gaia, pull yourself together, you're a silver fang. I don't like that one. I carefully clean everything up as well as I can and let her get her tears out. I turn to Harmony's skull. I don't know what to do about your sister. She's ridiculous. That's fucked. I'm just gonna very, like, carefully and calmly, like, she is having an emotional episode right now. And, like, even though it seems small, it's probably part of a bigger sort of thing. Like, she was captive for, like, 3 years with this thing that twisted her mind and forced her to do, like, blood rituals and such. And it just, even if they were, like, symbolic, she was used and she lost her whole family and she hasn't had the time to, like, grieve that. So we're just gonna carefully clean everything up and let her get it out. You make sure the bread is cleaned off and find a basket to put it in. No reason to cut it just yet. No reason to let Melody seal a knife. Then find plates and bowls. After a few minutes of quiet fury, the Philodox calms down. She closes her eyes and centers herself, then expects the roast and says, "It should be okay here. Here, why don't you sit down? Do you want a flagon of mead? Oh no, I forgot to buy mead. I can have wine," you say quickly, spotting a bottle in the shadows. Melody relaxes and retrieves the wine. You spot the corkscrew where it fell to the ground and hand it to the Philodox before she loses her temper again. Yeah, she's got a lot of, like, expressed rage and pain, I think, from what happened. And that is, like, going to come out at random instances because she is repressing the fuck out of it. Because I think being a Silver Fang must, like, come with a lot of pressure because they're, like, supposed to be queens, you know? And it's just the pressure of that, especially after she's lost pretty much everybody, like, mental figures, family, all of that. It must be fucking harrowing. The deer haunch is a bit tough and underseasoned. The bread is a little dusty thanks to its roll on the floor, and the salad is perfunctory at best, but you're not stupid enough to complain. And the robust red wine Melody found is actually an excellent pairing with the venison. Although you're too young to buy wine, so this is a rare treat. Oh yeah, it appears that our character, at least, is under the age of 21. She talked about not being able to buy buy alcohol, like, early on and stuff like that, and being too young to like, do certain things, but it appears she's old enough to drive and such. So I reckon she's probably in, like, maybe 19, like, in her 19s or 20s. But yeah. Sorry, I'm yapping again. Also, you're too young to buy wine. This is a treat. Once she calms down, Melody is a charming and intriguing host. Then you remain on guard in her strange underground kingdom. The Silver Fang is a paradox. At one moment, she's a woman barely older than you are, eager to simulate the adult ritual of a dinner party, not quite sure how. She's eager to impress you with which is nice, as you're not sure anyone has ever bothered to try impressing you before. Yeah, I feel like coming into... You love the yap. Thank you. I try to, like, dissect a little bit of what's going on. But yeah, I do feel like our character, our Garu here, is building more of a family, a found family kind of pack than what they had with Scarpa and Blackchan and Clay that was very abusive and just antagonistic. Whereas this, like, Elton was like, I don't trust you, but I'm gonna get you, like, a place to stay. Like, I'm gonna feed you a burrito. I'm gonna, like, help you with this investigation and stuff. And it feels sort of very much like the kinship that the Garu are supposed to display in these young wolves, as opposed to the elders who have fallen to despair. Then, from one breath to the next, you sit across from a queen of life and death. You can't remember where the door is, and you can't quite seem to understand the shape of the room you're in. You're going to get out of here, right? Dessert is melted ice cream. The ice box wasn't cold enough, but it's pretty good when Melody turns it into a milkshake with some cream and berries. She pours the last of the wine into hers and mixes in honey. Such a fucking mood. What a queen. You still don't see any exits, and the fire has died down, leaving the chamber illuminated by candles and a single oil lamp made of copper and faceted glass. Melody is plainly tired for all her aristocratic airs. She just spent all day throwing cinder blocks out of a bog. But as you linger over dessert, you probably have time for one more question. Do you have everything you need here, like electricity? How are you recovering from your time with the Triple King? Such a grave insult to do that to a Garu. Where is the Triple King anyway? Can we put him to work making phantasms? You're a charming host, Melody. Thank you for having me here. I'm not going to ask outright to stay, but let's see where this goes. How are the people of Ashfield doing now that they're not controlled by a magic pumpkin? Can I ask maybe a rude question about the three families and their religious beliefs? Oh yeah, because it was also talked about how there was like this religious kind of like intersectionality between like what was it? Was it like Jewish like the Jewish faith and like Catholic based sort of like mysticism kind of deal? Is it? No, it won't be here. Oh, sorry. Let me find it because I don't want to like misquote. Yeah, here we go. Bringing their heavily paganized Christianity with them, the palaces were Jewish artisans and scholars from Prague. So yeah, it's like Jewish and sort of like pagan Christian mysticism, that kind of thing from the 19th century. We could ask about this. We could like reassure her, or I don't want to push too much on the Triple King thing but I also want to make it her know that like we're here to support. Let's try to push into it, but be supportive about, you know, be kind and supportive about what happened. Long ago, before the rise of the three families, our home was in a green gold hill with 3 white doors that would swing open at dusk, Melody says, and the wolves would rush out to judge the living and the dead. Within, gold and rubies lay in heaps, and shining tapestries caught the light of 1,000 copper mirrors, though the mortals within were doleful, obsessed prisoners of the Silver Fangs. They missed the sunlight but could not leave the gemstones. The Silver Fangs never promised them the gems, never ordered them to serve or remain, but they did. And now that I have recovered my wits, Melody says with one of the craziest giggles you've ever heard in your life, I wonder if I was like them. Could I simply have walked out of that Ashfield receiving vault with what the Triple King did to bind me? Silly old world ceremonies for painted wooden idols. My sister's magic chains dripping down into the umbra. What power do half-remembered pagan festivals have over me? And yet, I stayed. If I hate the Triple King, it is because I know I could have fought him and won, and I did not. Melody drains the last of her milkshake, then looks around as if churls in gilded slave collars are ready to whisk the dishes away. Not even their ghosts remain, so she's kind of gone a little bit crazy bananas, but she's chill. She sighs, rushing water below, the torrent freed from David Benicki's tyranny months ago. The Philodox rubs her eyes and looks around and realizes that there are no exits and that you're trapped here. Pull the chain over there, she says, gesturing to what you're pretty sure is the way deeper into her barrow. Nonetheless, you rise and give it a gentle tug. The huge white stone doors you entered through slide open without a sound. Follow the lanterns, Melody says. They'll take you home. Okay, so I was hoping we could be a bit more reassuring, but that kind of sucks. The air is cool when you leave, the sky overcast, threatening rain. The trees are barely in bud here, and skeletal branches rise to blot out the few visible stars. Little remains of Broadbrook's glory, but as you start to walk, pale fires dance across. I forgot to turn my phone's thingies off. She's just a little silly, and she cries when she has to leave the house. She's just like me, for real, for real. How do I... Oh god, I've got a new UI on my phone, and I'm like a fucking old woman trying to figure out where the buttons are. Right, okay. You follow them to a row of crooked stones that lead across a river, and then down a wide trail. The edges... Oh. Hello? It's like 8 o'clock. I'm not answering the door. Fuck that. It's probably somebody downstairs. Yeah, like, they bang on every single doorbell when they can't get in, which sucks. And then I go downstairs and I'm like, I don't know who the hell you are. I'm not gonna let you in. What the fuck? Which opens suddenly into the parking lot between Walmart and Planet Fitness. A useful shortcut, though a melancholy one, as you imagine that is only a pale remnant of the path that once existed, where the people of the map could not find them. Okay, so I scout the deep woods around Broadbrook, edging around the areas where my memory is spotty. It's time to find Din, time to find Podge. We can bind the little thing. So we can return to the Barrows, and I'm wondering if we can do more now that Melody is sort of there. But let's find a place for the magic pumpkin first. Elton has kept the Triple King under lock and ruin at his flat ever since your return from Ashfield. You visit him late one evening, but you have to wait for him to finish lifting weights. I wish it transferred between forms a little better, he says when he emerges from his bedroom, skin gleaming like emperador marble in the light of the reading lamps. What about the pumpkin, you ask after the Theurge showers, but before he can don his kimono and reading slippers, Elton is such a fucking mood. I love him so much. He's just so aesthetic, rim full of books, like, he's got his, like, little kimono and, like, sort of ratty little robes, and he can shoot lightning at people, and it's just pretty great. He's a bloody crooked bastard, and I don't trust him, the Theurge says. I investigated our old temple, but none of the gods there want him, and I don't want him in the wilds where he'll make trouble. We need to rebuild Rosemary Street, the old Bone Gnawers slums north of the big lots. Once we reclaim that part of our territory, I think Rat or one of the other patrons there will be willing to watch over the Triple King and keep him out of trouble. Once he's in place, I found a rite that will use his phantasm powers to protect our land. So yeah, so there's this stretch of, like, urban blight that used to be protected by the Bone Gnawer tribe. And the Bone Gnawers are the tribe of wolves that have adapted to the urban, the sort of, like, more urban, like, almost fox-like survival in like the cities, and they have the patron spirit that is Rat. Everyone is kind of a bit racist to them. It's kind of mean. They do be chewing femurs. They also be chewing fomors. But they are, like, the protectors of the urbanized part of the city, because in cities there's still, like, certain aspects of nature. They're often, like, found in, like, the homeless communities, like, protecting them and stuff. Like, we found ourselves in this stretch of urban blight before, and we were essentially, my brain. We essentially, Elton sort of gave us this, like, oh yeah, tell this woman that the Black Wolf has sent you. And so you go to this woman, and she was just like, oh, I'll give you, like, this heaping bowl of free noodles. It's good to see that you are back. And it's like, this is somebody who clearly knew either the Bone Gnawers or, like, a part of the truth of the world as it truly is. And it was quite cool. But I think we're going to need probably Podge's help as one of the Bone Gnawers in order to restore that part. 1 second, I'm going to take food. Bye. There we go. I have munched. Oh yeah, essentially, they are sort of the Nosferatu of werewolves in that they are the most maligned. And they, they take care of the homeless population, that kind of thing. They are found in the less sort of... I wouldn't say the less savory parts, but the parts that are looked down on by most, both human people of the map and Garu. Let's check our phone real quick. Oh, we have an email from Melody. Born on outline. Elton told me that you found a corrupted stream on your way to Ashfield. I think we can use that to outline the extent of the corrupted area around the Broadbrook Khan. We should conduct a scouting expedition the next time you're free. Okay. Maybe we should focus on getting the pack back together. But I am going to return to the barrows very quickly. The barrows look different enough from your last visit that you wonder if Melody had help making repairs. Help from the dead? Is that within her power? Cement bricks that once formed choking dams are either broken apart or neatly stacked on dry land, while native flora has replaced them. Has replaced most of the bizarre plant life that once dominated the wetlands. The faint smell of corruption is unfamiliar. You're a werewolf, but you were raised in the modern world, far from the smell of putrefaction. The smell of decaying flesh is unpleasant, but preferable to the eerie warmth that used to hang over the barrow. It smells natural. The worm performing its intended function, perhaps, not rampaging, insane, or omnicidal. Go away, please. Sorry, that was some sort of notification. You try to feel the spirits of the dead, the mighty Garu ancestors that are supposed to guide your actions and bless you with their power. But no spiritual intuition reveals the ghost world to you. Instead, you'll have to look around this still badly damaged landscape. The central barrow seems to be Melody's dwelling place now. But in the moonlight, you see another white door north of her barrow, a cemetery of more conventional aspect, on raised ground surrounded by what's left of a wrought iron fence, and what appears to be an outdoor temple on a nearby hill. This place appeared infinite when you first visited it. Now you see that it's only a few acres across, with fewer than a dozen distinct barrows, most of them abandoned for so long that they're indistinguishable from the hills that rise above the wetlands. Still, ruins and fallen stones are everywhere. Healing these barrows won't be easy. As you prepare to explore this strange landscape, you spot Elton sitting atop a fallen menhir. You don't know how long he's been there. Elton is waiting for you. You still haven't earned any gifts, cub, he says. I've been too busy rescuing your scrub friends to worry about anything right now. Oh, I love him. Black Tarn taught me about the spirits. I'm sort of hoping that Elton will lead Elton into saying more. My old pack was spiritually desolate. Even our own Theurge couldn't awake our pack guardian. Cub, get that word out of your mouth, nerd. Do we call him a nerd? Do we commit violence upon this sweet, sweet boy? We're not really going for like a ragabash kind of like vibe. Let's talk to him about our old pack. Selena's sort of like been slowly like revealing like little bits of the fact that, you know, her pack sucked. And like every time she does, Elton is just like, I'm gonna commit violence. I have adopted this little untested Garu. I've heard of Black Tarn, Elton says. I heard she did great things once. Excuse me. I meant to mute when I could cough. When Chemicon tried to drive that pipeline through your land. Apparently she did. You wouldn't know. Seeing your hesitation, Elton hops off his menhir and says, a good Theurge learns to adapt to the spirit she finds herself among. But so does a Garu of any auspice. Come with me. The first thing you notice is that Elton's eyes move from one apparently empty point in space to another, as if he's perceiving the spirit world as clearly as you perceive the hills and stones. The barrier between worlds is thin here, Elton says. The broad-brooked Garu made it that way, and made rites to remain in close contact with their spirit allies. What rites have you learned, Celine? When I was closer to Beether, I could sort of move into the Umbra. Rites. Is it a rite when I turn into a wolf and start biting? Nothing really, but I'm eager to learn. Rites. Is it a rite when I turn into a wolf and start biting? I do appreciate your enthusiasm for all things mayhem related, Celine, Elton says. But no, I mean in like stepping into the Umbra, binding a spirit. Excuse me, that was a strange hiccup, that. But no, I mean like stepping into the Umbra, binding a spirit to a talisman. No and no, you say. Well, at least you can read, Elton says, and unfortunately for you, Catherine and I rewrote the old Broadbrook Rite to detect the local spirits. It used to require an elaborate ritual. Now only a few gestures are necessary. It might not be a rite, but it definitely is right. Hell yes. Eat oil, executives. That's what I always say. He hands you a double-sided piece of paper with diagrams that at first look like dance steps. You can use a knife, a claw, really anything, the Shadow Lord says. Our elders did all the hard work hundreds of years ago. You're just flipping a light switch. Oh, you get it. They're movements of a blade. You're sort of parting the local space to peer into the Umbra. It won't work outside Broadbrook, but it'll let you interact with the spirits here. It'll take you a few minutes to read it, a few hours to memorize it. But you didn't use this, you say. Elton's eyes still sometimes... but you didn't use this, you say. Elton's eyes still sometimes dart to something you can't see, and he's not holding a life. Owl's gift, the Shadow Lord says. If she lives anywhere, she lives in the woods not far from here. We'll need to find Nin eventually and help her. But that's for later. What I need to explain is that she isn't just in the woods. She's nearly everywhere with me. She's nearly everywhere. With me, with other Garou, who are blessed with her all-seeing gift, and everywhere in the spirit world. In other lands, other spirits grant a gift like hers. Spiders, wolves, eagles. Spirits grant gifts, but it is the connection between your nature and the spirits that create a gift. My old pack always warned me how dangerous spirits could be. But it's not just that, right? It's also what I've done, my legend, Clay called it. My nature, like when I complained about Bactan. I feel a bit bad for impugning her and Beaver. My old pack always warned me how dangerous spirits could be. Everything is dangerous, Elton says. This is a place of death, and many of the spirits here will kill you if they can. But the Broadbrook Garou turn their home into a land of laws. Respect them, and the spirits will respect you. And offer me gifts, you asked. You aren't entirely uninterested in power. If you please them, Elton says. He glances your way. From the faint look of irritation on your face, I imagine that your old pack filled your head with all sorts of rubbish about how to please the spirits. But the spirits of this land ask for only two things. First, they are bound by laws only to compact with certain kinds of Garou, and it's more than auspice and tribe. Your spirit must be in accord with theirs, and second, you must impress them. Make your own legend, you mutter, reciting Clay's words. An opportunity denied you by your old pack, Elton says with sudden anger. Glory, honour, wisdom, the truth around which we live, that shape our existence as Garou. His fingers twitch, writing Garou glyphs in the air, almost faster than you can see. They're solid things to us, as real as gravity. That is what I think your pack failed to impress upon you. These are what we offer the spirits, our legends, but our accomplishments are not consumed in earning a gift. They are giving meaning, and as the spirits feed, they grow strong. Look at this ruined land. He can see what you cannot, but you can feel the deep wound in the empty barrows, a desolation of the spirits. Can I speak to the spirits without joining a tribe? I don't want to overstep my authority. Will I have to perform services to earn the spirits' gifts? I don't want to run errands every night. Can I ask how many gifts you have? Let's ask the first one, because we haven't yet joined any sort of tribe. Elton, don't take that. No, he goes from like being a silly little guy to immediately being like rad as fuck immediately. He's just like, if I see any of your old pack, it's on sight. Like, Scarpa has been sending me mean little emails, calling me a fucking failure and stuff like that, and I imagine Celine's been all sad and mopey. So he's just like, he's just behind me with Kill Bill sirens, like, if anything happens to you, I'll kill everyone in this room and then myself. Which I think is, let's see, what are the vibes of our relationships right now? Yeah, we have pretty high relationships with both Melody and Elton. They're just like, this bitch, I love this. Your old pack are dumb and cringe, and their wigs look like shit. Indeed. It's so true. I asked my spirits that, Elton says, and that's not exactly customary, but we need all the help we can get. As long as you meet the necessary requirements and perform the necessary chiminage, the spirits will help you. Chiminage? That's the term I learned, Elton says. I don't think anyone in the Americas still uses it. In Germany, you know, the clock's all very efficient. We learn to organize our obligations to the spirits around nights of chiminage. Let me actually look up. One second. I'm going to look up how the fuck to pronounce this so I'm not making a fool of myself. Oh god. Why? I clicked on a thing and for some reason you could hear me twice. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Okay, the chat.
Humanage.
What?
Humanage.
Oh, I think I spelled it wrong. Wait. I did. Words are hard.
Chiminage.
Chiminage. Or chiminage? I don't know. Let me look at it phonetically. Fuck. Chiminage. Chiminage. Honestly, me trying to find a way to pronounce it is even more embarrassing than just pronouncing it wrong. So we're gonna go with chiminage. Fuck it. Double the Ellie, that is my birthday. Haha. So sweet. No, double my voice, which was sounds weird. I think it's because I was listening to my streams again to see how my audio is and reacts. Okay, let's go. Chiminage. That we learn to organize our obligations to the spirits around nights of chiminage. Fixed spans of service, no more and no less, because the spirits will take more if they can. Don't let them. Always ask them, how many nights of chiminage for this gift? We've made sure they have to answer truthfully. Never give them more. If you do, they really will feed off your legend, stealing your spiritual power and giving nothing back. Elton moves through the landscape as if he's been here many times before. Of course, he has. You follow his footsteps exactly to avoid sinking. But when you look up, you see a face looking at you. An old, sad woman. When you blink, it's just the shape in the tree. They're watching you, Elton says, as he fishes a styrofoam cooler out of a pool of still mucky water. Trash everywhere, he mutters. Awful. It's like I can almost see the spirits here. Is what you're saying literally true, that I can heal this land by helping the spirits? So how do I join a tribe? Do Garu distort their beliefs to gain access to gifts? It's like, we're seeing shit. We might be on crack. This is a sacred cemetery, Elton says. Used for, I don't know, millennia? The barrier between worlds is thin here. When spirits enter our world, they do so through physical hosts, animals or humans, employed temporarily or permanently, and sometimes assemblages of material. But when they're right at the edge, you can almost see them, especially if you have the owl gift like me. If you're in a thin patch like an old graveyard, or if the spirit is desperate enough to get your attention. Then he sniffs the air. What, you ask? Old graves get exposed sometimes, Elton says. This place predates modern burial methods. Hell, it predates white colonialization. I need to go clean up, because Melody can't be everywhere at once. He takes your hand in his, a sincere sign of respect to the werewolf who helped him rescue Melody. Wander the barrows, speak to the dead and to the gods, learn what you can, and only offer the agreed-upon nights of chiminage. He hurries off through narrow paths around the still pools of water, but he left you near a barrow. You should be able to use that to get your bearings. Okay, let's have a look. Let's approach the north barrow. Can I get the white doors open? The doors are so clean and white that you see the glow in the moonlight. The slight touch of your hand opens them. As you step inside and turn on your phone's On your phone's flashlight, you see ribbon-thin chains along the walls that appear to operate the opening mechanism. They whisper faintly as the door slides shut. Your flashlight illuminates Garu glyphs of considerable antiquity. Melody has recently cleaned this chamber, sweeping away cobwebs and detritus, but it feels old and the ceiling feels heavy overhead. Even as you step into another circular chamber like the one where you first encountered David Benicki. Here are the ancient dead, the Garu who preserved Broadbrook for centuries. Most of the names, as Sybils, have faded into illegibility, but you can still make out 3 names with that hum with baleful power: Pankiller, Tribe Effaced, Ragabash, Chains the Lie, Silverfang, Auspice Effaced, Wings of Smoke, Tribe Effaced, The Urge. And this grave has its own statue of the grim wolf, with one eye carved as it reflects the light. Malachi Palace, Silverfang Philodox. Across from them, you recognize the beaten copper mirror that stood behind Jasper Heaney's catafalque. Melody has polished it so it gleams. Past the mirror is a short passageway that ends in a great cleft of earth. Shining your phone flashlight down reveals shattered, abandoned statues and tombstones mixed with bones, and a quick little patter of feline feet. I am busy down here among the ancient dead. Find me if you wish to speak, Celine. So that's Stormcat. Stormcat is kind of in our head quite a lot, and sometimes it will change to almost like our thoughts. Our thoughts are like Stormcat's words, in a way, which is kind of spooky and kind of weird. Let's go down one by one. I study Chains the Lie. You wipe dirt away from a brass plaque to reveal a graven crucifix and Marion Theodore Lubisic, 1935 to 1981. Chains the Lie. Free spirit roommate. Indeed. They're just chilling in my brain and it's just like, bro, what the heck? Artisan of the Silver Fangs. He who laid the first and final brick. May the 3 families always remember the last Garu born to them and the wisdom of his deeds. Not quite the last Garu born to the 3 families, though Melody changed decades after this man died. His spirit is feeble. He seems determined to pull himself back. You think you understand what for. The Vernal King, the spirit you captured in Ashfield. Melody and Elton have bound the spirit, but this ancestor's power might be needed to bind him to service. But wait, there's something beyond this niche. You feel cool air. Clearing away some dirt, you discover a narrow tunnel between this niche and one that's no longer legible. What the fuck? I go deeper into the tunnel behind Chain the Lie's niche. You look around just to make sure there's no one here, but you're all alone. You pull out the notes Elton gave you. The paper contains a series of gestures to be executed with a knife or a claw that will part the barriers between worlds and allow perceptive Garu to see into the spirit world. It's a rite specifically created for Broadbrook, which won't work elsewhere. And it's not a simple formula. The movements change based on the phase of the moon, your own auspice, and certain abstract spiritual conditions that you have to test with a different set of gestures. Back with your old pack, you found these kinds of rites murky and opaque, full of stumbling blocks that, in retrospect, might have existed only to give the Garu who mastered them a feeling of power and superiority. By contrast, this rite is diamond clear. Oh, I'm all sniffly again, I'm so sorry. You reread the section relevant to an Arun, draw your knife and flick it through the air, testing the conditionals. Faint vertical resistance. What does that mean? Okay, Celody is singing? Celody is the local name for the moon goddess, and if she's singing, flip, 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 you need to cut a triangle in the air. That's what you do, and then your knife seems to be able to move freely, and the tip vanishes. Following the next set of instructions, you slice the barrier between worlds open. Sniffle? How dare you? What the heck? I'm too sniffly. I'm Zoe. I have hay fever and a head cold apparently for some reason. In the middle of unseasonable heat. And there is the Umbra, the realm of the spirits, and stars are down there, here, and you are up there with them. They shine like paper lanterns, wise and clever spirits swirling around your head, but are also impossibly huge balls of phosphorescent gas millions of miles across, both at once and neither, a world of uncompromising truth that does not care what mortals or werewolves think. simultaneously a shadow reality shaped by your thoughts, needs, and fears. It's only a window, you remind yourself. You probably won't fall in, and it'll close in a few minutes. First, you don't want to die in a hole. Lots of werewolves die in holes, or at least lots of werewolves probably die in holes, because they're never seen again. You stop by Melody's barrow, tell her where you're going and why, and retrieve extra flashlights, batteries, some rope, and a thermos full of pumpkin soup. Then Melody hangs around outside, scrolling on her phone as you head back down into the pit. Right, I'm just going to blow my nose very quickly. Okay, I have returned. We're going into the spooky hole. It's less of a plunge than you had feared. The smell of corruption soon gives way to the smell of rust. Your ruggedized flashlight, Melody's ruggedized flashlight, sweeps over a long abandoned tunnel of hard-packed earth. The wood bracing bits appear stable, but of course you're not an expert. The tunnel ends in a locked door. You don't really pick the lock so much as you remove the entire rusted-out lock apparatus, then lean the door against the earthen wall. The room beyond was some kind of workshop or laboratory. You see a battered file cabinet, a long bench with a microscope, an old periodic table tacked up to the wall like a high school chemistry class, and wooden milk crates full of jars and flasks, most broken. You date the chamber to May 1963 because the calendar on the wall is from May 1963. Hey, cool pornography, Melody says. She shines her flashlight on a pin-up girl depicted on the calendar and the way she's draped erotically around the farm equipment. Is it safe for us to be down here? What a well-fed young woman. I politely keep my flashlight beam away from the lady. Who among the Broadbrick Gari was a chemist? Do you think there's a shade or spirit we need to placate here? What a well-fed young woman. A little untidy though, Melody says. I go through a lot of razors, but I guess every May was no Mo May back in 1963. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Desperate to point your flashlight anywhere else, you discover some kind of art installation, non-pornographic, on the wall. What, Melody says, is that? Your flashlight illuminates a wood-panelled wall covered in turtle shells, hundreds of fragments arranged in an intricate mandala that resembles Garu glyphs piled on top of each other. Blood and dried guts still cling to some of the shell fragments. Oh wait, I heard about this. This is where they tried to save Turtle. She was a Gale Stalker spirit. Apparently, she tried to confront a powerful Bane in Hollyoak. She died. They tried everything to bring her back, mostly because she granted several powerful gifts, but they couldn't do it. You sweep your flashlight over the rusty microscope and notice the Garo glyphs carved on it. Melody instantly snaps a picture with her phone. She classifies everything that can't be allowed to fall into human hands, lest it tear the veil, and then she too studies the microscope. You're seeing it too, right? Something is there, the Philodox says. There is definitely a spirit around that microscope. 5 hours of sorting, tagging, photographing, then 3 hours of cleaning. Melody photographs and scans every piece of water-damaged paper in the filing cabinet, brings a laptop down to render the laboratory in 3D, then meticulously collects the turtle fragments for burial in the temple. In that time, you look up an online guide and then clean the compound microscope, because you're both sure there's something there. When it's fully cleaned and restored, you work your way through the slides. And there, on slide 6, is the spirit. It's tardigrade! There's a tardigrade spirit! That's so cute! Tardigrades, sometimes called water bears, are microscopic animals famed for their ability to survive damn near anything. Heat, cold, radiation, dehydration, crushing pet pressure, even hard vacuum. Under the microscope, tardigrade resembles a plump mole with a rudimentary face and 8 clawed limbs. Tardigrade explains that she has been waiting patiently amid the spiritual desolation of Turtle's temporary gravesite. Using tardigrade's gifts, tardigrade grants werewolves extraordinary resistance to environmental hazards, including heat and cold. You could have used tardigrade your first week in Northampton. Yeah, I know, I almost died. Chubby baby! Let's see, can we get a picture of a tardigrade? Let me find one. Because they're so cute and tubby. And they just look like weird little, like, moles. Wait, why he look like that? He's just vibing. He's quite literally just vibing. Look at him. There's... Why the fuck you do that? What are you doing? Look at him. They're just little dudes. Actually vibing. I love him. Or I love her in this case. You could have used tardigrade your first week in Northampton, as well as minor environmental inconveniences like rain and fog. Tardigrade's resilience protects you automatically, even when you've lost the wolf, and she can help you focus when you track prey or wander the wilds. This relies on your composure. Tardigrade does not protect you against direct attacks or injury, however. Earning Tardigrade's gift. Tardigrade, like Turtle before her, only bestows her gift upon Gale Stalkers. Even if swore yourself to Kaikias, Tardigrade believes you need to focus more on practical matters of survival, though she is impressed by the honour you've accrued. So, the spirit requires 3 nights of honourable chiminage. Okay, so I have to swear myself to the Gale Stalkers, who are another... What? Let's quickly check, because I don't remember specifically what tribe they were. The Gale Stalkers, relentless trackers and brutal survivors. Gale Stalkers hunt Banes and other enemies of Gaia, whatever the cost. Their patron spirit is Kaikias, the Ice Wind. Ooh. Sorry, I just had to wipe my nose again. Gosh darn. Yeah, they've just been waiting here patiently for somebody to... They were like, somebody will come by me eventually. I'm just going to chill in this microscope. Okay. I don't think Garu have souls like humans do, Melody says. She's right behind you, close enough that she needs only to whisper. I told you before that to be a Garu is not just to change, it is to be change. A werewolf has no essential self. Some human religions believe that of humans too, that they're just chaos. If you go far enough... they're just chaos if you go far enough. Just nothingness if you go deep enough. But I'm not convinced humans have a centre. It's that what lets them build all the horrible organisations they've built, that we are tasked with monitoring. But you, Celine, have no essential self. You turn that over in your mind, or at least you assume you do. If Melody is right, maybe you don't. But that is also our glory and our power, Melody says. The spirit the spirits want to feed, and we are like corpses, ever full of blood. Your great strength is that you can distort yourself, change yourself to accommodate them, to give them the spiritual food they need. You can grow devious and sly to feed the mouse spirits, and then harsh and honourable to feed the stone of truth, and in return they will bless you. Before you can ask more questions, Melody has disappeared into the fog. Okay. Interesting. So that was behind... What was it? It was behind one of the statues. So that's in the lab. I examined the statue of Malachi Palace. So he was the last one, last Garu born to the 3 families. Melody already told you the story of this man, her distant ancestor. Oh, this was the king that she spoke about last time. He liked to punish his enemies by turning them into him, except without power and leaving them to rage, then beg, then go mad. It doesn't look like it saved him in the end. Which came in 1914, according to the statue. Also according to the statue, or at least the scratch graffiti, Old Man Palace was a son of a goddamn bitch and a hellhound bastard. Garu glyphs of anathema cover the back of the statue, but not the front. Maybe the vandals didn't dare meet his gaze. You understand why, as the reflected light of your phone flashlight gleams and the wolf seems to move. Somehow his... Stiffly. Somehow his rage remains trapped in the stone, hot and hateful enough to burn. The vicious old man promises you a fraction of his rage, a gift that will let you wield your own fury like a hammer. Bow before me, the statue seems to say, and they will bow before you. Well, he kind of sounds like a shitty old man, I won't lie. Using Old Man Palace's gift. Old Man Palace stokes your fury, helping you to terrify and dominate. His gift works automatically, as long as you haven't lost the wolf, and draws on your resolve. Earning Old Man Palace's gift. Eager to once again influence the living, Old Man Palace will bestow his gift on any Garu who understands honor and how humans can never really earn it. You've proven your honor, but Old Man Palace thinks you stink of man. I think that is because in our convictions we have humans must understand as opposed to humans must pay. Okay. So I can't learn that art. I returned to the North Barrow and wiped dirt from the niche of Wings of Smoke. Is that the Garu glyph for the Heart Wardens or the Ghost Council? Who decided that more than half of the tribes would get a crescent moon in their glyph? But that's just definitely the sign of a theurge. You lean your phone against the statue of Old Man Palace and explore the damaged niche with both hands until you discover a handhold in the marble. You pull cautiously just to see if it wiggles, and the entire niche opens like a mortuary stretcher in the morgue. Somewhere, delicate little chains tinkle as the marble slab slides out into the electric light. It's empty, just some black earth and wriggling worms. You wipe off one hand, reclaim your phone, and shine it around the exposed niche, also empty. Who was here? But it's empty now. There's no ancestor here to bestow a gift. What power does the copper mirror have? Melody's polish has removed most of the verdigris, but not all. The mirror is thin, its back reinforced with hard wood, and its edges sharp. Garu glyphs mark its circumference. The spirit inside the mirror is almost visible, though when you try to look at it directly, you see only your own face. You've heard of objects like this. They store rage. All 3 Elder Garu in New York taught you not to think of rage as some kind of magic fuel, and each explained the danger of such erroneous thinking in different but equally convincing ways. Nonetheless, it's not entirely wrong to say that once you learn the copper mirror's gift, you can burnish its surface in order to implant spiritual energy within it, which will then flow into you when you need it. Using the copper mirror helps you control your rage. First, it stores a small amount of rage that will then flow into you when you're at risk of losing the wolf. This works once, and then you must return and burnish the mirror. Second, while it shines, your rage causes fewer distractions when you must act with human cunning. The copper mirror reveals the secrets of inner spiritual alchemy, the subtle metaphysical transformation of balanced life and death energy, to only the most spiritual and glorious of philodoxes. It has also been bound to serve the Garu of the Silver Fangs, Children of Gaia, and Silent Striders. Even if you join one of these tribes, your glorious deeds might not impress the copper mirror, because you lack a sufficiently grim personality. Because I'm just a little silly. It requires 7 nights of meditation for its glorious chiminage. What's Pankiller? I wipe mud from the niche and try to learn more about who is interred here. You feel something, someone, the ancestral spirit of a werewolf, writhing in that niche, twisting in agony, bound and buried forever. The spirit's pain is incredible, its rage white hot. When you wipe mud from the marble plate, something tries to reach for you out of the umber and drag you into the silvery flames. Don't feel bad for him, Melody says behind you. He deserves what's happening to him. The Philodox stands behind you in a quilted gown, holding a candelabra. She sets it in an empty niche so the candlelight illuminates Pankiller's prison. This was the last one, she says. Grey Nail and Holds the Dawn tracked the last Pankiller down to Providence, Rhode Island. That's actually how they met. How Holds the Dawn, she was just Jane back then, came to the Broadbrook cairn, and eventually rose to command the Shadow Lords here. They followed a Bone Nora who was trying to find the last Pankiller after he killed her whole pack. Oh god, so they're like pack killers. They got him, they bound him. That Bone Nora went on to teach Podge quite a few werewolves who had a sense to get out of Broadbrook before the end came. Jane died fighting, but well, she's not like this smuck. Looks cruel, even after all this time. I bet Pankiller did something to really deserve this, huh? Is this an ancestor spirit? Does he teach something? Or just, writhe? What do I have to do not to get to avoid getting crucified upside down in chains of silver flame? Bet he did something to deserve this, huh? They all did. The Pankillers were monsters, and it's my thoroughly unpleasant great-great-grandfather's credit. Melody says, nodding to the statue of Old Man Palace, that they're not still running around. He shattered their power back when he was still alive, leaving only a few stragglers. She inclines her head, I imagine that's supposed to say. This was the last. But what was he? What were they? The Pan-Killers were a movement within the Garo nation, like a pseudo-tribe. They had connections to the Bone Gnawers and some other tribes, but no patron spirit. Just an ideology. They believed that they emerged in the early days of Christianity to overthrow the pagan gods, to either destroy them or reveal them as angels or demons. In actuality, they first appeared in Central Europe during the Protestant Reformation. They made their way to the US around the same time as the Free Families emerged and set about killing as many spirits as they could reach. Oh, God. The name is, this might be the worst part, a pun. Pan, the god of nature, whom they say Christ killed, and Pan meaning everything. They believe that all tribes, except a few they considered acceptable for reasons I don't understand, and all spirits, except the ones that wore snivelling allegiance to them, were of the dragon, the worm, Satan. They were witch finders, man hunters, slave catchers. They cleansed whole swathes of the spirit wilds back in Scarlet Letter times. Fuck him! He was a dick! He was killing nature spirits! That's fucked! But that's insane. The Garo need the spirits. Even in the more practical sense, we need the grifts they grant. Slaves of a false human ideology. Pathetic. You were right to wipe them out. Why did they attack the Free Families? Aren't they good little monotheists? An idea I still find bizarre for a werewolf. But what does his grift does he grant? I need weapons in my fight. He was a fucking nutcase. Slaves of pathetic, you were right. Yeah, Christian werewolves. But Christian werewolves in, like, the militant Christian way. Of them being, like, literally on the wrong side of all of history. Fuck slave catchers. Fuck manhunters. Fuck witch finders. I can't take too much credit, Melody says, retrieving her candelabra. This guy died in the late 1900s. What worries me is that the Pan-Killers had the same idea as we do, except all crooked and sick. They thought Jesus revealed the truth about the spirit world, and that the Jews and the Catholic Church then covered up what really happened. That's why they came after the Three Families. Oh, they were also anti-Semitic. Oh, fuck. That's why they came after the Three Families. I'll be damned if I can see a difference between the Bernickis and the Lubicics and mainstream Protestants. It's not like they recognize authority of the Pope, but it was enough to send the Pan-Killers swarming all over Broadbrook hunting papists. I'm glad they're all gone. But what gift does he offer that anyone would want, you ask? Bro, could Jewish people just catch a break? True. Especially because this would have died in the late 1900s, so it's probably like these guys, the Pan-Killers, they were probably also all up in the fucking like Nazi bullshit as well. Ugh. Never. I will never take a gift from this guy. But what gift does he offer that anyone would want, you ask? Melody watches the damned soul writhe for a few seconds, then says, Jane says he was really smart. At least for a cop who was a true believer. Oh, he was a cop as well. He was a pig. Fucking burn in hell forever. The last Pan-Killer believed in a New Jerusalem in every brick, every chimney. The Bone Gnawers employed lots of spirits to keep track of their cities, from cockroach to the spirit of whole cities. But a lot of them used to come to Broadbrook because if they were strong enough, no one saw the city better than Pan-Killer. If he was strong enough, no one saw the city better than Pan-Killer. And Black Furies used to come through here to see if they have the stomach for revenge, to see if they had not just rage, but the cold hate that Gorgon demanded. But be careful, Celine, and let me know if those chains look like they need replacing. Her light vanishes as she leaves you alone with the last Pan-Killer. Pan-Killer's gift. Pan-Killer whispers city secrets in your ear, honing your ability to investigate and integrate yourself with the urban down and out. His gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf and relies on resolve. Pan-Killer belongs to those tribes that dig up the ugly truth and hunt down the ugliest souls. But if you become a Bone Gnawer or a Black Fury, your honor is great enough that they would help you bind this cruel and difficult spirit. Further, you have the grim and sober personality necessary to compel the last painkiller. The last painkiller requires 3 nights of honorable chiminage in the form of listening to his bizarre ideology. I have to listen to like a Nazi podcast? Fuck that shit. Okay, let's look in the different places. Let's look in the temple. You have a little sip. I have to listen to the right wing? Nah, bro. Complete with listening to. True. Fuck that. I would rather eat Nazis than listen to them. Or at least tear them to bits. Okay. Have my sippies. My little scround of food. You've been walking past the scattered standing stones, sometimes using them for map references, ever since you arrived in the valley. But the hill above you appears to contain an entire structure built of rough-hewn stone. From below, the temple looks like a cross between Stonehenge and the Acropolis. It's probably a creation of the native Garu, before the arrival of European werewolves, as you don't recognize the architectural style. Inside, the air is cool and clean, and a winding flagstone path overgrown with weeds takes you past the gods. Here are the great patron spirits of the Garu tribe, as well as statues of the major Celestines, including the spirits your teachers called Luna, the moon, and Helios, the sun. As well as others you're not sure about. Is the old bearded wolf Saturn? You cautiously run your hands over the heterogeneous collection of statues. That's the word I don't know. Heterogeneous. Genius? Genuous? I don't know. I don't actually know that word. What does that mean? Word of the day, friends. Let's see. So I don't think I can spell that because I'm a little bit silly with my letters. Can I not? Okay, we're just going to highlight it so it's... Oh, maybe not. Heterogeneous. Diverse in character or content. Okay. Huh. Collection of statues. They span millennia and multiple distinct styles. Some recognizably human inspiration, others without precedent among the people of the map. The temple's centerpiece, unsurprisingly, is an Art Deco or Egyptian Revival Horus of astounding size. The wise child god, the falcon, herald of the new age, patron spirit of the silver fangs, in his aspect as a founder of new traditions of new kingdoms. Beside him, nearly as grand, stands Vahan, the thunderer, dark god king of the Shadow Lords. Across from them, the moonlight illuminates the horned dragon whom you knew as Peter Skog, and who is called Vishap here. Oh, interesting. Opposite of homogeneous. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I suppose I should have known there was an opposite, but that's so interesting. 4 doorways lead into the temple, both marked with intricate Garu glyphs. The Gate of Vows in the southwest. The Gate of Vows in the southwest binds spirits to service, according to the glyphs around it. As to the others, you have no idea. Only fragments remain, and you can't quite make sense of the antique glyphs. The temple also contains a kind of rectory. Okay, we're gonna slow down because that was a lot of me not being able to say words. Okay. Let me just remembered I should probably take my meds. I need to take my medicine. Everyone, take your meds and hydrate. This is an order. The temple also contains a kind of rectory. You're not sure what the exact term is, but the walls are partially collapsed and there's been extensive structural damage, meaning no one can really live here. Melody is better off in that hobbit hole of hers. It looks like it's been converted into storage. You see blank grave markers, garden tools, tarps. A tarp covers one wall. Curious, you raise it up and find a massive piece of stone, easily 6 feet across, leaning up against the wall. Forgotten as casually as a rake left in the backyard. The calendar of Saladi, Melody says. She's standing in the doorway of the rectory, dressed in tattered workwear. She smells like decomp and diesel. A long afternoon spent in hasty reburial, after water breached a barrow, you guess. A physical manifestation of the virtues of the Garu nation. It gives us the authority to command the spirits of the land. Now they fall silent, go mad, or swear themselves to Fenris. But only part of it, you think. It seems like a shame to let this marble language here. This resembles historical human calendars I've seen. I wonder if regular humans help build it. We have to be able to rebuild it. It seems a shame to let this marvel languish here. The whole Barrowlands are a testament to how things languish. We can't even die properly. We linger in a twilight without hands to cover our faces with earth. Melody touches one of the elaborate flourishes on the framework and lets her hand linger. We could rebuild it, though. It wouldn't be easy, but it's possible. Once you have a full day off from Gorski Manor, you meet with Melody at Elton's flat to review what you found so far. The Philodox has the framework in the rectory of the Barrows Temple, but there's much more to the calendar than that. Fortunately, your packmates have been busy. Melody tracked the candle's wheel down in the forest near the cairn, and after some investigation, Elton recovered the remaining pieces in a garage north of town. That means you have everything you need. The next question is where to put it. That requires you and Elton to investigate property deeds and figure out exactly what all those dead Garu and members of the 3 families actually owned around town, and what hasn't passed on to heirs or fallen into legal limbo. Cross-referencing that surprisingly paltry list with spiritually auspicious locations, Melody eventually finds an abandoned mill in Florence, intermittently restored and then abandoned for long stretches since the disastrous Mill River flood of 1874. It's a cursed spot, shunned by humans. Some places of the people of the map instinctively avoid. While you're not sure if it's supernatural property of the land, or some instinct for self-preservation, it seems like no one wants to get near the old mill, and Elton's late wife Catherine purchased the location from Linda Palace a few years back, almost certainly for exactly this kind of project, which means Elton legally owns it. After a few days in between human work and lupus patrols, you and your packmates clean up the ruined mill. The transport operation is massive, requiring Lucinda to rent a flatbed. Hobland and Roscoe move all the pieces to the mill, one piece at a time under cover of night. Lucinda also manages to talk to some stoneworkers. There are a lot of them in this town, and construct replacement parts for the parts of the 2 damaged pieces. Finally, assembly requires ropes, pulleys, and glabroform. Finally, the calendar of Saladi is complete. The calendar is a polished stone disc, 6.5 feet across, raised up against the mill's brick wall. Simple and elegant carvings mark out regions of umbral space, the spirit kings that rule this land. Falcon and spider, the winds and the rivers, gods and mighty ancestors. A beautifully carved stone framework in 3 pieces covers the polished stone, hiding or revealing different markings. Smaller clips and frames of the same polished stone guide the system. It moves like a clock, but not through any normal mechanism. Umbral wind brushes against the massive edifice, causing its wheels to shift and flow around one another, offering spirit secrets to those among the Garu who can learn to read the glyphs, and asserting Broadbrook's authority to rule this land. Though your human companions held up well enough around Garu labouring in their glabroforms, something about how the calendar of Saladi moves in the umbral wind is more than they can handle. Elton gets them out of there, but the same spiritual currents that will eventually drive a human into the delirium reveal to you the secrets of the Umbra. So, Maddie, I don't know if you know, I don't know if you're familiar. The delirium is a sort of it's this state that humans fall into when they're exposed to too much like spooky werewolf shit. Like it's this state of like madness and short-term memory loss of just basically, oh fuck, that's annoying. They didn't get delirium. It's just like a massive fuck off. Like holy shit, that's a massive fuck off werewolf. It's like survival instinct and just like spiritual protection all rolled into one, essentially. Human companions. The calendar of Saladi is a grand table of correspondences, connections, occult links, ties of obligation and spiritual authority radiate out from Saladi, the moon, and from Areth and Spandaramet, the sun and the earth, to connect you with the gods and spirits of this land. There's the full moon, slowly revealing itself behind the stone framework and the spirits linked to it. And there are the north wind and horned serpent, gods once cloaked in shadow, now suddenly revealed. Subtle connections unfold in your mind. The calendar of Saladi lets you join the Gale Stalker and Ghost Council tribes, and also grants members of any tribe access to more gifts. Ooh. So wait, who was it again? Sorry, wait, let me see. The Gale Stalker or Ghost Council? Gale Stalkers, they're the trackers. The Ghost Council, the secretive ghosts, are spirit binders and dark warriors, eager to employ the worm's own weapon against it. Their patron spirit is Peter Skog, sometimes called Vishap, the horned serpent. Interesting. I thought it happened basically instantly. Some humans are resistant, like some kinfolk, like the you can see the free families, are resistant to certain aspects of the delirium. Like glabroform isn't so bad, because it's a because it's like the near human form. It doesn't tend to trigger the delirium, and it's something that can be hidden, like from humans, where you can be like, oh yeah, they're just like a little bit hairy. But probably if you were in Krenos form, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Oh, okay. Let's go back to the barrows because we didn't do the cemetery. Oh, we can examine the other stuff. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna cough again. Oh no, Glabro is the sort of the wolf man, like half person, half wolf type form, where you're just a bit hairier, you're a bit bigger, whereas the Krenos form is the war form, the 9 foot tall, like brick shithouse, tear you apart, monstrous, like werewolf that we often associate with more modern depictions. Okay. So let's get back to it. Glabro is the type of werewolf I hate. Let me see. Do I have... It's not like the full furry, if that makes sense. Oh, here we go. Okay. So they are the sort of like the wolf men. You get really, really fucking hairy, pointy ears, like fangs, that kind of thing. You're sort of part way. Like you grow in size and muscular. Whereas Krenos, no mistaking that. That's a fuck off werewolf that will kill the shit out of you. Hispo, which is the Titan wolf, and then Lupos, which is the puppy. They are, in fact, just little guys. Hate Wolf Mammoth design as a design so much. Why do you hate it? You seem to have a deep-seated dislike, my dear. It's very like cryptid, like Bigfoot kind of vibes, I think. Meanwhile, I should continue and examine the statue of Horus. It's so uninspired, so true. I like it. I'll come out here with an unpopular opinion. It doesn't even look like a wolf. Yeah, it's sort of like that Teen Wolf design. Yeah, you know, it's like meant to be halfway between Wolfo and human. Just let me get hairier, man. Hell yeah. Okay, let's examine the statue of Horus. Horus, invincible child of the new eon. Horus, king of the age to come. Horus, falcon-headed enemy of Set, and the spiritual darkness that comes from outside. A bold and paradoxical statement for the Silver Fangs to adopt as local representatives of Falcon, their patron spirit. Horus, who has been worshipped in Egypt since prehistory, who rose again as the herald of a new age, a spirit of youth to cast down the old age of Osiris with its cruel divine patriarchs and false science. You wonder what grim and sober Falcon thought about the hippies who probably danced around this statue 50 years ago. And it's interesting. That time corresponds with the Silver Fangs at their most lethargic and spiritually inbred, a decadent line of self-pitying aristocrats, the very Garu who failed to stop the age of the apocalypse, in which you now find yourself. Maybe the sculptor tried to shake the Silver Fangs out of their despair with this statue. Maybe here in Broadbrook it actually worked for a time. You're just a hater. It's true. It's true. I know this about you. I know this about you and I love and respect you for it. Okay. What was I? You never thought about the Silver Fangs before. You're not an aristocrat after all. But now, looking at Falcon, you wonder what it would be like to join them. Falcon watches the far horizon, ever vigilant as you contemplate him. Gifts. Protection from fire and silver. Lune, the urban blight. Song of Skill, Knife Eyes Barrows. Bind Spirit, Catherine Barrows. Balance, Rage, Copper Mirrors. Catherine is Elton's wife, right? So she also must give a gift. Silver Fangs are the leaders of the Garu nation, or its remnants, and the great god Horus knows that different monarchs must rule in different ways. Upon joining the Silver Fangs, you may improve your combat, academics, or leadership skills. Falcon's glory also permanently increases the Silver Fangs' charisma. Ban. The Silver Fangs were too complacent for too long, and now is the age of the apocalypse. The falcon-headed god commands his children to rebuild the Garu nation. A Garu who does not gain honor on a mission actually loses honor. Ooh, a toes. Joining a tribe requires 3 things. First, you must want to follow the teachings of the tribe's patron spirit, as represented by who you are, your goals, beliefs, and motivations. Tribes are multifaceted and often have multiple ways to approach their patron spirit, but you must be in accord with that. Godlike power in at least some way. Second, most patron spirits demand at least a minimum degree of accomplishment in 3 ways Garu make their legends: glory, honor, or wisdom. Finally, you'll need another spirit to help you approach the patrons here. That's where I come in. Yes, hello again. It's your favorite, much diminished guardian spirit, the Stormcat. I'm not going to vouch for you unless you show me you can build a pack. I know that's an unfair thing to ask a cub, but it's an unfair age of the world, isn't it? Look at the unfairness of this humble body I occupy. Find the other Garu, Celine, then perhaps I'll whisper your name to the greater powers and we can help each other solve our problems. I will die on any hill, the more pointless the better. Incredible. Incredible. I could ask nothing more of you, my dearest. It's no surprise that the Falcon and the Silver Fangs are associated with the highest achievements of honor. You find that Horus is impressed by the honor you've earned. Furthermore, the Silver Fangs are guardians of the litany and of the grim, sober dignity of the Garu. Falcon's nature matches both your respect for the old ways and your sober self-restraint. But though your nature pleases Falcon, you'll need the Stormcat's blessing, which means finding more Garu. I examine the statue of Vahan, the Thunderer. It's fascinating what specific gods, spirits, and heroes the Garu find to represent the mighty and abstract energies of their tribe. Patron spirits. When you first became a werewolf, Blacktarn whispered about Grandfather Thunder. You've heard him called Tyrannus, Donna, Tlaloc, and the Emperor of Night. Here, through twisted mythological linguistic pathways, he is Vahan, the Dragon Reaper, the Armenian warrior god who stole straw from the Lord of Heaven and then escaped across the sky with it, leaving a trail of light that humans call the Milky Way. Oh, Elton told this story when we were like looking at the picture of his wife, because she had like the Milky Way behind her and a bunch of like Garu patterns in the stars. That's interesting. Oh gosh, my brain, where is it? We're here, it's fine. Why not? One story is as good as another, and the gods don't seem to care. Vahan is depicted upon an enormous grey marble slab, in a style that represents the sandstone release of ancient Persia. He carries a cloud or a bag over his shoulder, and a lightning bolt in one hand, and crushes serpents beneath his sandaled feet as he runs. And if Thunder doesn't like being called Vahan and represented like that, he'll just kill everyone who annoys him. This is his way, after all. You're not going to make any mistake about what Thunder is or what his virtues are. Vahan is war and death, dominion and destruction. But to an end. The end is Gaia, her preservation and perpetuation. Vahan is a trickster god when he must be, stealing from the strong, not because he is good, but because it must be done. He is a warrior when necessary, severing the tendrils of the worm because the work is necessary. The Shadow Lords have always had a mixed reputation. Brilliant tacticians, but also schemers, viziers, self-sacrificing servants of Gaia, but also somewhat more willing to sacrifice others than themselves. Ooh. Gifts, superior stealth, Madam Mouse in the Urban Blight. Song of Battle, Holds the Dawn, Barrows. Lightning Bolt, Stormcat, Barrows. Weaken Enemy, Shadow, the Urban Blight. Favor, Vahan's shadow servants watch from the trail of the straw thief. Oh, I guess that means the sky and the Milky Way, and the cracks between worlds, and whispers secrets of the Shadow Lord, who gains a bonus to investigation, and even to present oneself before Vahan hones a Shadow Lord's manipulation. Ban, failure is not tolerated, and weakness, especially before others, is unacceptable. A Shadow Lord who fails an intimidation or leadership check loses glory. Uh-oh. Vahan is associated with glory, and so are the Shadow Lords. Their own glory, the other tribes say. Let them sneer. Vahan seems pleased with the glory you've earned, and furthermore, the Shadow Lords are testers and mockers, enemies of tradition, and of their ancient rival, the aristocratic Silver Fangs, but also dignified and grave, not jesters or buffoons. Though you have a grudging respect for the litany and other traditions of the Garu, your harsh demeanour makes you a suitable candidate for the Shadow Lords, then you must still please the Stormcat, which means finding more Garu. Okay, so let's have a look. I circle the statue of the serpent Vishap. An old statue, predating the Art Deco style of Horus and the Thunderer. A twining serpent, neoclassical perhaps? If the umbra is the shadow cast by the physical world, what casts the light? The illumination provided by intelligent minds, Scarpa once explained. An occasional scholar of popular science, he employed the metaphor of quantum mechanics, where an observer's observation changes the state of the observed. The light of consciousness is like an oar plunged into water, stirring up a place that is, by nature, still and placid. Those vortices and helices take shape as gods, spirits, myths, and heroes. You explain this as a warning, too. Mess around with the umbra and you never know what you'll stir up, or what placid patch of otherworld will swirl and swirl until its vortex drags you down. As you watch the scales churn, your mind churns. You shake your head. The scales aren't moving, but something is definitely moving. Vishap becomes Peter Skog, the name the first people and their Garu called him, becomes Vishap again. Gifts. Danger sense, trout, woods. Mud trap, mill, woods. Mill river, woods. Steel magic, crow, woods. Scry, Unkuamunk stone, barrows. The horned serpent, whatever you call him, teaches his ghosts to peer deeply into what is secret and forbidden. Communing with the Ghost Council hones your intelligence and your awareness. Members of the Ghost Council aren't just curious, they are reckless explorers and secret hunters. A ghost must believe we can still win and abandon a simple desire for survival, or she will anger the horned serpent. You pass that requirement. For now. The Ghost Council is associated with wisdom. The long-dead ancestors here seem pleased with the wisdom you've demonstrated so far, but ghosts plunge deeply into forbidden underworld secrets in order to fight the worm. You'll find yourself opposed to the Ghost Council on both counts. You are neither particularly spiritual, nor are you all that comfortable going against the litany. Even if you change yourself to be more compatible with the Ghost Council, you'd still need the Stormcat's blessing, which means finding more Garu. Okay. What power resides within the gates of the temple? Spirits in service to Broadbrook remain in the stones here, but not much remains. The southwest gate remains intact, and there is some kind of basin near the ruins of the northwest gate. Both structures appear to have undergone recent maintenance. Someone, perhaps Elton, has been up here, with a ladder, cleaning away lichen. The modern folding ladder is propped incongruously among a heap of stone wolf heads under a lean-to of corrugated tin, perhaps taken from David Benicki's horrid workshop. The southwest gate is for hedging and banishing, with Garu glyphs that ward away banes and malicious spirits. Its keystone is a thick knot of ancient runes, and the spirit bound to the runes is a powerful weapon against every kind of hostile spirit and death energy. The northwest gate was for scrying. Once Garu looked into the basin here to see all the way across the world. At least that's what the glyphs would imply. Using the wardstone, the rune-carved stone grants you the power to hedge out, harm, banish, and exorcise aggressive spirits or harmful supernatural energies. You need rage to activate this gift, and its power relies on resolve. Okay. Earning... my brain. Earning the gift of the wardstone. Sorry, the words were all a bit jumbly there. The stone is only spiritually compatible with Theurges and with followers of Stag or Icewind, but if you join the Heart Wardens or the Gale Stalkers, your respect for the old ways would let you learn the runes of warding. Unlike the wardstone, Unkyo Monk is more than her stone. She is a powerful river goddess in her own right. She is free-willed and dangerously intelligent, an ancient spirit of wisdom and secret magic. Looking into the basin, you see a young woman with black hair, brown skin, and a wise, striking face. Then, as if recognizing that you're a werewolf and not some human witch, she becomes a wolf, then a sinuous river of light and darkness. Then you see Main Street in Northampton, your cabin, a forest below, from the point of view of a puddle, and the bus station, then back to the starry sky. Using the Unkyo Monk's stone's gift, this is a scrying stone. Fortunately, you don't need to stay here to benefit from the gift. You only need a reflective surface, and you can see through another nearby reflective surface. Such a gift would make scouting much easier, especially in urban environments where glass is everywhere. This power requires rage and employs your resolve. Earning the Unkyo Monk's stone's gift. Unkyo Monk is one of the oldest spirits in this land, and even after her binding at the temple, she only offers her gift to the tribe she says has always been here, the Ghost Council, servants of Pitterskog, the Horned Serpent. Even if you join the Ghost Council, you would need to focus on your spiritual side to earn her gift, though she is impressed by your wisdom. She requires 5 nights of wise chiminage. Okay, so I think that's everything at the temple. Let's go to the cemetery. I hike up to the cemetery. The cemetery is surrounded on all 4 sides by sluggish black water, with a bridge of paving stones that connect it to other patches of dry ground. The first thing you see is an ancient beehive carved of wood and wicker. It is in the form of 2 wolf-headed figures, joined at the crotch and the mouths. Okay. Bees go about their business, flying in and out of the strange openings. That's a wild picture. that is incredibly wild to me. What the heck? God damn it! We got another bat. I gotta kill him. I gotta kill him dead. We gotta kill him dead. I gotta mod it. Oh, we're gonna report. Okay, we're going to report that. And we're going to ban hammer. Ha 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 ha. More ha ha ha. It is fun, and it does work towards like the power fantasy of me banning somebody, like the guys that, yeah, they post like best viewers on streamboo.net, remove the space at xxx8 something stupid or whatever. And then I'm just like, haha, I get to kill you dead? Incredible. And you know what, Twitch? Not even in Minecraft. On the internet. Ha ha ha. Past the open wrought iron entrance to the cemetery are the dead. So many dead. This was, you suspect, a temporary holding place for the slain of Broadbrook, who would have eventually been moved into a barrow. But there aren't enough survivors to do the work, so here the dead rest under the thin layer of earth. The scent of their putrefaction masked by flowers Melody has bought from town. Their grave markers are simple granite bricks the size of shoeboxes. You recognize many of the names, and note the Garu glyphs that depict their moon signs, tribal allegiances, and in some cases, deed names. Lawrence Pole, called Greynail, Silver Fang Arun. Jane Lucci, called Holds the Dawn, Shadow Lord Galliard. Catherine Aslanian Day, that's Elton's wife. Shadow Lord Theurge. Linus Harriman, called Knife Eyes, Silver Fang Galliard. Martha Mendez, Child of Gaia, Ragabash. Roger Fitzroy, called Eyes of Clay, Heart Warden Arun. Eyes of Clay? What's Clay doing here? You kneel down and run your hand over the brand new slab of granite. It's just like the other 50 or so grave markers. What the fuck? Why? So, Clay. How is Clay here? What the heck? This is wild. Okay, so he was brought here and maybe buried here. Maybe Scarpa brought him here, or... The grave marker is newer than the others, many of which can't be more than a few years old. As you wipe muck and leaves off the marker, Clay materialized much as you remember him. A leathery old man in a dirty thermal shirt and steel-toed boots. He glares down at you, then spits. I better not be some kind of fucking head in a jar in some bullshit future where the Weavers won, he says. I better be really dead. Yeah, you're finally dead, you dumb asshole. You ate poison monster meat. Honestly, I'm not sure how a Garu who accomplished so little in life ended up an ancestor. Is there any chance you've learned more after your death? Where's Black Tarn? I think the Silver Fang who lives here must have brought your spirit drifting and learned your name. Yeah, you're finally dead, you dumb asshole. You ate poison monster meat. I would have died fighting, Clay says. You died in your bed, you say. Actually, my bed. You turned into jelly on my bed after you ate a Fomor. We've got a cemetery full of god heroes here, so you must be some kind of object lesson in what not to do. Who the fuck bound me here, Clay says. My tribe wouldn't pull this shit on me. You're at Broadbrook, you say. Wondering if that'll jog some memory or at least piss him off. But he just shrugs. You're sure Clay knew about it. But this isn't Clay. Just an echo. A clay-shaped fragment of renown that drifted east until it floated over the Berkshires. Melody must have snagged him. So making fun of him is pointless. Maybe you can use this fragment, though. So you're basically a gift with a bad personality, right? What can you do? Victory, he says with a shrug. Blood and pain and victory. That's the way of the full moon, girl. But you can see how transparent he is around the edges. You think that that means Clay is only strong enough to grant gift to those he knew well in life. When you use your Krynos warform, Clay heals your lesser wounds and grants you additional ferocity in combat. Earning Clay's gift, the secret of primal rage is only for runes. They who have earned enough glory to receive Clay's gift, you lack the inner fury necessary to wield it. Your old pack leader requires 3 nights of glorious chiminage and a significant investment in pain and dedication before he will bestow his gift. He's such a dick. I examine the grave marker for Holds the Dawn. Jane Lucci, chieftain of the Broadbrook Shadow Lords, appears with a clap of thunder and a long, low howl. The galliard appears first as a dark grey wolf with strangely short fur, like someone buzzed it down, let it regrow for a few days. Then she shifts into homid form, a dark and intense Italian-American woman with close-cropped hair, a ragged jean jacket, and a bass guitar. She looks like if Joan Jett had to bulk up for a heavyweight fight. So that's what we got now. So you're what we've got now, huh? Jane says, looking you up and down. She has a pronounced Boston accent. Her fingers work the frets of her bass. You play? I'm not a musician, sorry. Yeah, Overwatch, Fortnite, some Wordle. I fight. Jane smiles, showing sharp teeth. Good, but you gotta fight with the pack, kid. Lead from the... well, not from the back, though. That's the Shadow Lord way. Lead from the side. Let's say, fill 'em up with rage and blood-red piss. Send 'em in to rip shit up. That's what I can teach you to do. You don't even need to know your 1351 from your 6-8 time. Using Holds the Dawn's gift, Jane Lucci helps you lead your fellow Garu into battle. Her power works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf and relies on your resolve. So I need to put my resolve up, I think, quite a bit for most of these gifts. A proud and determined galliard with good relation among the Heart Wardens, Holds the Dawn is willing to bless Howling Moon Werewolves and the Acolytes of Stag, and her own patron Vahan, who are wise enough to understand her lessons. Even if you become a Shadow Lord or a Heart Warden, you would need to be more curious and less concerned with creature comforts before Holds the Dawn shared her gift with you. The Shadow Lord Chieftain requires 5 nights of wise chiminage before she offers her blessing. So we've got, like, at the moment, we don't really have the option to get many gifts. Because we need to rebuild the pack. So Stormcat will accept us, and that means that we can be like, hey, yo, want to join a tribe, chief? Fuck. Where were we? I return to Holds the Dawn. I look at Martha's grave marker. Martha appears above her grave marker in the form of a shining golden wolf, her pet spotted with streaking umbral stars, one of Broadbrook's few children of Gaia. Martha taught Nin, the wolf-born Garu you have yet to find, and helped keep the Silver Fang and Shadow Lord factions working together, until she couldn't. The ancestral spirit is a tapestry of despair and frustration. She blames herself for Broadbrook's fall, but she's so pale and attenuated that she can't explain exactly how. These aren't Garu in the cemetery, remind yourself. They are legacies made almost tangible. Martha's spirit burns with humility and mercy, wisdom and honor. But this isn't Martha, only her memory. And she lacks the strength and cohesion to offer a gift to anyone except those she was close to in life. In that, she's a bit like clay. You can only stare into her sad eyes until she sinks back into the black earth. That's so sad, bro. I studied the gravestone of Knife Eyes. So this is Daphne's husband. Daphne Clear, who is the Glasswalker. Linus Harriman, deed name Knife Eyes, was a Silver Fang galliard in life, a local radio personality, environmentalist and concept promoter. He kept the Broadbrook Garu close to the human world, though unlike many of the Broadbrook Silverfangs, he regarded the 3 families with suspicion. He left for a few years to wander with a silent strider, married Daphne Clear, a Glasswalker, and came back to encourage Broadbrook to treat their bone gnawers better. That's the impression you get, like a staticky radio where you can barely hear the music. Knife Eyes was respected, even loved, but he earned only a modest amount of honor in his lifetime. One day soon he'll probably fade entirely into the spirit world, but right now, Garu can contact him and ask for his gift. Using Knife Eyes' gift. I need to enunciate more, chat. I need to enunciate. Knife Eyes helps you persuade and lead your fellow Garu. He lends power to your words and helps coordinate your companions. Since he wasn't a warrior in life, Knife Eyes' gift helps only outside of battle. His gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf and relies on composure this time. Earning the gift. Grants his gift to joyful and honourable Garu who are like him, either galliards or servants of Falcon. Though you've earned great honor since coming to the valley, Linus finds your demeanor too grim and serious. He would hesitate to teach you, even if you became a Silver Fang. Knife Eyes requires 5 nights of honorable chiminage to earn his gift. Okay. There's Grey Nail. Warrior King of the Broadbrook Silver Fangs. Grey Nail died so gloriously at the Battle of Graves Farm. You see a flicker of his last stand, surrounded by howling Fomori, muzzle black with demon filth, that the previous ancestral warmaster had been allowed to rest. A mightier rune, Grey Nail burns with spiritual power and promises you death. Glorious, magnificent death. Grey Nail enhances your close combat abilities. His gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf and relies on your resolve. An ancestral warmaster is willing to bless any werewolf, not just in a rune, provided she has she has fought gloriously for Gaia and learned the value of rage. A blooded warrior who knows the power of unleashed fury, you've earned Grey Nail's respect. Earning Grey Nail's blessing will require 3 nights of glorious chiminage, spent howling at the moon. Okay, so we could do that. We could... Is it honor or was it glory? I think it was glory. Yeah, glorious. We've got quite a lot of glory going on because we like to beat the shit out of people. There was another grave, wasn't there? I study Catherine's grave. There's a single wilted hyacinth on the stone. You touch it, then flick backwards as an entire spirit materializes over the gravestone. Catherine resembles her oil painting with long, loose blonde hair. Violence! Yes, I love it. Catherine resembles her oil painting with long, loose blonde hair and a pale dress. She looks around, confused, then focuses on you. Terry, do you have my Molly? Who's Terry? Who's Molly? I'm not Terry, I'm sorry. Yeah, you got $50? Fucking funny. Who's Molly? Definitely talking about drugs. Oh, a practical joker. I see how it is, Catherine says. This is why I only date boring boys. Then she looks around. Oh wait, am I dead? She sighs. The wind is so cold, your eyelashes crystallize. You step back. I bet we've had this conversation like 20 times before, right? I'm not even me. I'm just an ancestral vestige. That would explain the lack of self-awareness. What's it like being dead? I'm probably not allowed to ask that question, but what other chance will I get? Do you remember what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm? Elton misses you. I stay focused. What gifts can you offer Agaru? This might be a chance to... Let's see if we can ask about Graves Farm. Graves Farm? Catherine asked. The wildlife sanctuary? Oh, is that where I died? Wish I could see this conversation to go back into the past and fix things. But I guess that's what every Garu wishes. Anyway, I guess I have a function now, however humble it is. Using Catherine's gift, Catherine teaches you how to summon, bind, and control spirits, turning them into allies. Catherine's gift uses your rage. Your intelligence determines how many times a summoned spirit can help you. Uh-oh. Probably not using this. Catherine only teaches her sorcery to Theurges and, interestingly, Silverfangs. I want to teach Shadow Lords, Catherine says with an apologetic shrug, lighting a phantom cigarette with a phantom lighter. But my research is tied with human occultism, and the Silverfangs claim all connections between humans and Garu and the land. She mutters something in Armenian that's almost certainly impolite. I'm impressed by your wisdom, cub. But that old-fashioned thinking won't help you with my sorcery. It'll help you impress the Aeon of Horus and join the Silverfangs, though. Paradox. Harmony never shuts up about paradoxes. She breathes phantom smoke out her nostrils. A grubby cheek. That's why I'm chic dragon guarding her hoard of secrets. Catherine's chiminage takes the form of 7 nights of exhausting ritual and study. Sounds boring and cringe. Should we maybe give him 3 nights of glory for a gift of great combat. Violence! It is violence time. The chat. The Silver Fangs are keepers of Garu tradition. You purify yourself with clean water in a silver bowl for 5 hours, then take the form of the wolf and start to howl. After 3 hours, Greynail appears in the form of roaring mist and attacks. The battle lasts years or minutes. The sky wheels overhead. You howl, fight, and dance. And then, as if only seconds have passed, it's the morning of the final night. You arrive naked and scratched, having pleased Greynail. The old wolf's gifts is like a fire in your throat, waiting to be unleashed against your enemies. Yeah, so do we have... Yeah, we have combat mastery from Greynail now. Incredible. Okay. Can we see... No, we can't see our gifts and stuff. Okay. So let's leave the barrows. Let's see if we can find any more, like... let's go to the Urban Blight and see if we can find anything. Okay, so we can't do anything until we recover, I think, some of the other members of the pack. So we could go to Nin, the child of Gaia. Or we could go to Podge. I'm considering Nin just because she is once again spiritually connected to like a lot of the land. And now that we have both a Silver Fang and a Shadow Lord again, I think it would be beneficial to have a child of Gaia as like like, yeah, gotta go find friends and gotta like to not get between them, but to arbitrate, that kind of thing. Because I think, no, she's not a Philodox. I think she's a I want to say Nin's a Ragabash, I think, or a Galliard. I'm not 100% sure. So let's, first of all, let's check. Do we have any human allies are struggling to find time to train you? Okay, we're fine there. I am angry as shit. Ben Miniman. I broke us all. Fuck. Excellent. Let's go find Nin. I'm ready. We're going to Hogthrone. You check that hot post host flyer. Hogthrone is open tonight in Hadley, and Saint Homunculus is playing. Destructive Midnight. Melody, Elton, are you up for a trip to Hadley? Angry hippos. I'm in Ashfield right now, but I'll be back in an hour. Not much left up here, but at least there's cell service now that we caught the Triple King. I think it's time to find Nin. She's playing tonight in Hadley. Bride's Head Reloaded. Is that all the information we have? Sorry, Elton, but almost nothing is online. I think Hogthrone has problems with the police. Or maybe Nin doesn't want Daphne creeping on her. Crestfolder, 180 IQ. I heard that. Daphne, get out of here. What the fuck? Yeah, fuck off, nerd. This is pretty rude to you to use your gifts to butt in on a private channel. Yeah, fuck off, nerd. The nerd knows something you don't. The cult of Fenris are back. Oh no. Damn it. Oh dear. This is problematic. The Get of Fenris. They're the fallen tribe, right? They turned against the Litany and the Garu Nation. Didn't they get consumed by rage and go crazy? I don't know much about them, just rumors. They are the fallen tribe. Get out of here, ghost! Fuck off, ghost! They consider themselves to be all that's left of the Garu Nation. To them, the other tribes have grown soft and weak. They view all of us as traitors and cowards, tainted by corruption and weakness. And you take that seriously? No, Elton, my opinion on the cult is the same as yours, and for similar, eminently practical reasons. They're nasty, cretinous little bigots. But they're bigots who believe that they have a coherent ideology. And what? Nin is working with them? I can't believe that. Definitely not Melody. Fenris is moving on Nin because he thinks she's weak, and from what I've learned, she is. From what I can gather, Nin has permanently lost the wolf. This is not the temporary embarrassment we all suffer, especially glasswalkers. This might be permanent damage. You mean she can't change anymore? How horrible. How could she lose the wolf? I thought she was born a wolf. She's lost her rage, then she's useless to us. Where'd she last see it last? How can she lose the wolf? I thought she was born a wolf. It's true that she's wolf-born, what we used to call a lupus. But some trauma burned out her rage. I don't know what happened to her during or after the Battle of Graves Farm, but it was probably bad. So why are you telling us all this, Daphne? Because I don't want you walking in blind. You know, you now have three useful pieces of information. The cult of Fenris is trying to claim territory in the valley. Nin has lost the wolf to a degree none of us have ever experienced, and your online communications are vulnerable to intrusion by a spider. Use them however you wish. I'm going to call Roscoe. We'll take his van to Hadley. Salim, be ready to depart in 1 hour. Roscoe's van rolls onto the end of your dirt road around 8 o'clock. then rolls into town and picks up someone you only vaguely know, another old burnout called Fornham. Roscoe tells you that Fornham was a promoter in San Diego during the golden age of West Coast punk. That's slightly less interesting than the burrito Elton gives you, which you eat as you roll east. I love it. I love how he is just like, you seem hungry, queen. Because we broke as hell, boy. Which you eat as you roll east over the bridge. The van retraces your last trip to Hadley to investigate Jasper Heaney, as Fornham plays a CD of local metal bands for the 90s. Last time you and Elton ran north in lupus form to Ashfield, stopping so the Theurge could refamiliarize itself with the lost territory, and you had expected a similar foot journey across the Connecticut River, but it looks like Elton and Melody don't want to miss the show. Nonetheless, as Roscoe turns onto a badly paved road, Elton peers out of the window and says, "Stop the van." You roll to a halt. Elton snuffs the rest of his burrito, then pulls the van door open, and almost instantly disappears among the trees. "What's up?" Fornham asks. "Stay here," Roscoe tells Fornham, as you and Melody follow Elton into the woods. He is burrito maxing. Speaking of, I'm going to noodle maxing. I'm going to mute. Okay, there we go. I'm eating at least 2 vegetables, which is good. You find the Theurge standing in a field of tall, dry grass. Elton's white mezzanine t-shirt flashes red gold in the fading light as he helps Melody around a patch of dried-out mud, shot through with cracks. Beyond them, spherical structures of brick between 5 and 8 feet high dot the field. More are visible deeper in the forest. The wind whistles among the brick, and it sounds like a woman screaming. Your companion hesitates, then forces themselves to examine the structure. This close, you can see the remains of glyphs covering some bricks, but every one has been effaced, smoothed away. I practice my shutting up skills and follow my elders. What is this place? Screaming women are bad news, even when they're metaphors. I beg back to the van for my dagger. The outdoor bread oven graveyard. At last, we found it. Screaming women are bad news, even when I go back to the van for my dagger. We're not in any danger yet, Elton says, holding up a hand. I've heard that before being endangered. And this is the sort of danger that a dagger can't help with. Look, something has gnawed away the warding glyphs. You hesitate unhappily at the edge of the field. What could do that? Before that, who wrote the glyphs? I remember hearing about this ages ago. The 60s, Melody says. He means the 60s. She moves carefully. Her slinky red dress isn't ideal for wilderness adventures, and her bright hair and earrings threaten to catch on every branch. Yes, Elton says with a frustrated little huff. Back in the 60s, the goooooo of Broadbrook Cairn fought the armies of the worm here. We won, but then the dreams came. Dreams and nightmares leaking into the waking world. Some things, Elton says, running his fingers over another crumbling brick, don't die all the way. They stop, but... Melody, what did your sister used to say? They can't pass through the doors between life and death, Melody says, or of death and rebirth. In modern language, they can't be recycled the way you recycle a Pepsi can, so they just squat there, dying but never all the way dead, clogging up the tubes. All we could do, Elton says, was wall them off where they died, so their undying corpse didn't linger into the surrounding umbra. Here's a problem. Look. She leads you and the Theurge to another of the brick beehives, this one covered in vines. Gaps are visible in the brickwork. You can't see anything inside, only blackness, but the smell is rank, like someone wrapped a dead raccoon in bubble wrap and burned it. This must be the work of the bricklayer, the one called Chains the Lie. You saw his tomb and read the inscription. Do you know how to fix these? Elton asks Melody. The Silverfang artisans are all dead, Melody says. And the art was fading even before my first change. My sister studied them, but she was human. I took what notes of her I could from the receiving vault in Ashfield, but the skill required years to master. Then it's like I expected, Elton says. We need Nin. We need a child of Gaia to really start healing this land. Back to the van then, Melody says. We have to seek out this rock and roll show. Stop acting like you didn't go to high school, Melody, Elton says as they head back to the van. The van rolls past fields of corn, zucchini and marijuana, past a gas station with pumps so old that it still has a physical price display that spins like a slot machine, to a boarded up white farmhouse with a rusted trailer in front and a red tobacco barn rotting out back. Tonight only this barn is hog thrown. You'd feared that 8 o'clock was unfashionably early for a show. But these are farmers' kids, and the party is already lit. Foreman takes out an old flip phone and asks if the bands need help getting ready. Roscoe tells you to bail as he rolls onto a field of stubbly grass and negotiates for parking among the old and new trucks and the retro sports cars from the early 2000s. There's a big age range among the crowd heading for Hogthrone. Kids younger than you with neon hair and pronoun pins, unironic. Then a thin trickle of college students. Since the universities are out, most of these are working their way through the summer, poor and jittery, thrilled to have a night off and ignoring the coming storm of debt. Millennial hipsters with sleeve tattoos and pronoun pins, ironic, carrying their own beer in plastic coolers, kept apart from the prematurely aged rural poor ex-channers with cold eyes and reflected t-shirts that advertise local hardware dealerships or auto repair shops. Then the serious music geeks in their 40s and 50s, still making the circuit through the golden age of blogging has passed. Though the golden age of blogging has passed, and so has the golden age of guitar rock. Some have their teenage kids with them, who are already trying to escape their parents and hook up. A smattering of old burnouts like Roscoe and Fornham, still chasing the high they remembered from Fish concerts. Or maybe even that old tie-dye band, Walking Dead? Dead Bears? You forget the name. Who wears pronoun pins, ironically? Probably incels. The once stately white farmhouses, now a boarded up ruin, covered in weeds, holds the band and most of their equipment. Stinkers is who. It's so true, Queen. It's so fucking true. Sorry. The once stately white farmhouse, now a boarded up ruin, covered in weeds, holds the bands and most of their equipment. Nin is in there somewhere, but for now, you and the others join the line that leads to the small door on the west side of the barn. That's the main entrance. Since the bands... Oh, sorry, my brain is scattered. That's the main entrance, since the bands use the south door. Chapter 4. Music from Another Time. Woodcutter. Cut my shadow from me. Free me from the torment of seeing myself without fruit. Why was I born among mirrors? From Federico Lorca's Song of the Barren Orange Tree, translated by W.S. Merwin. So, I'm going to take a very quick break, just to grab a, finish off the rest of my food and grab some water, go piss girl. I recommend everyone else also hydrate before you dehydrate. We're just going to switch over to this and put on some more chill out music. Our spooky lo-fi. Here we go. Probably have to jump off and go to sleep. That's so fair, my sweet pea. I hope you have a good you've had a good fun time. Maybe you can listen to the rest of the story later. Dies, but awakes at 2 a.m. Actually, so valid. I collapsed somewhere around like 6 a.m. And I woke up at like 12. So I'm a little bit EP as well, so I probably won't go for an insane amount of time this evening. But we will move on to chapter 4 in a few minutes. But I shall return. I shall mute and be back. I love you, dear. I hope you have a good evening. Okay, the chat, we are back. We have returned, and we're gonna go back to the in-game. We're gonna do the big expanded one because we don't have Maddie hanging out with us anymore, which is big sad. We also love her very much. But we are going to go into chapter 4 and see about not so much rescuing, but I suppose in a way healing our fellow werewolf, fellow Garou, children of Gaia, Nin, who it is said that she has lost. Oh god, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just arranging my cables and everything because I have finished my food now and it is not on my desk, so I just need to rearrange everything so I have space for my keyboard again. Here we are. But yeah, we want to try to find her because she's being stalked by the Get of Fenris, the cult of Fenris. They are one of the enemies of the Garou in this specific part of the world, in this specific lore. Let's go. Would it be here? No. Werewolves. Main tribes. Here we go. Yeah. The brutal cult of Fenris believes that only it represents the true Garou nation. Other Garou say that Fenris secretly serves the worm. The cult's disastrous and omnicidal attacks on their worm-tainted enemies always seem to bring more death and destruction than just leaving a bad situation alone. We also have the Black Spiral Dancers, but we'll get into that probably later, because I think there is, I don't know if there are Black Spiral Dancers in this or not, but they're another enemy tribe, but we don't want to get too far bogged down. Where the hell is everyone? A second ago, you were all standing in line to get in. You can't even see Melody in her red dress and hoop earrings. A wall of sound from inside the barn rattles your waterproof boots. Screaming guitars and a vocalist who sounds like he's getting flayed alive. Right this way, Mr. Gorski, you hear a security guard say. You turn and see your boss from the groundskeeping job who you've never actually met before. He's stepping around you and the others in line with an expression of distaste on his pale face. Led by a tall man in a hog-thrown t-shirt, Mr. Gorski stops when he sees you, dark eyes boring into you. He obviously recognizes you. You take the opportunity to look your employer up and down. Pallid skin, unmoving expression, clothes decade out of date. A vile stench worse than an open grave, and as his eyes bores into you, great Gaia, you know exactly what you're looking at. A hippie! Dear God! Good evening, Miss January, Mr. Gorski says, stopping as he's led past the line. What a pleasure to see you out and about. I trust you will not exhaust yourself tonight and find yourself unable to work when the sun rises. I don't need my boss thinking too much about it. Certainly not, sir. Hey man, it's not very groovy to cut in line or pay everyone at Gorski Manny below minimum wage. I exhaust myself at work actually, and I've been looking for a raise. Something's weird about this guy. How come you're 25 but you dress like you want to piss off Nixon? Do we piss off our boss? Because I don't know, he can't. Just from my own sort of like experience, he kind of, I think he might be kindred. Oh shit. Some fashions are timeless, Celine, Mr. Gorski says. One day this style will be recognized as eternal and perfect, like me, but by then you will be dust. He smells serenely and glides past the line and walks inside. Eternal and perfect? What the hell was he talking about? Probably a Hendrix lyric or something. Hippies are weird. Anyway, you finally reach the front of the line and pay your $5 to get in. The sonic result is immediate as you step inside. It sounds like Elvis and a bag of wrenches fell into a combine harvester. The lead singer is just like Hermes, the Greek god, with a ducktail, a rhinestone-studded leather jacket, and a magic wand. This must be Psycho Pompadour, the rockabilly band. From what you've heard while standing in line, the schedule is Psycho Pompadour hosting a drag king show, then Scritti Ligotti, then Nin's band. You push past. Sorry, I'm just getting my fan because I'm so fucking. It's still so fucking hot. I've opened my window all the way, and I am begging that a wasp does not get in. You're probably. It's probably quite loud, even though it's only on like the lowest setting. Let me check the. Oh, that's awful. Okay, we're turning the fan off. We're turning the fan off for chat comfort. I cry. So warm. It probably means that I won't be going too much longer tonight because it is way too warm. Security Lugotti then Ninsbound. You push past the winner of the Drag King contest, a leather-clad figure with a huge white wig and pantaloons made of motorcycle parts. Oh, named Bonnie Prince Harley. And look for your companions, but they've already vanished into the crowd. In Ashfield, you were immediately confronted with hostile locals. It's not like people's moods improved when you thought of the Triple King's ritual and grab melody. By contrast, the crowd here seems friendly. Though they still part around you in unconscious recognition of real rage, you don't spend a lot of time among friendly people. You permit yourself to relax for a few minutes, listen to the jangling rockabilly music, and get a feel for this place. It's much less threatening than old war stories about Hogthrone's early days led you to imagine. There's an actual stage here, with curtains and spotlights. There's even a kid-friendly zone away from the bar for the under-18s called the Ball Pit. But as Psycho Pompadour shifts from axolotl shaking... There's a lot of shaking going on to Yamamama. You remember that you're here to find Nin. She's probably in the farmhouse getting ready. It's guarded, not by ex-commandos or anything, just shows security. But you need to be careful to avoid trouble. You might also want to track down your companions. They might already be in trouble. And what about the cult of Fenris? The local dirtbags might know where the cultists are. Speaking of local dirtbags, what if you're out of a job on Monday because that little freak who runs Gorski Manor has a bad trip? Maybe it's time to look for a side gig. Shifter and Lucas Foreman sneak into the farmhouse. What about the cult of Fenris? I patiently pay attention. Okay. Go in order. Go in order, you criminal. I act friendly with the older folks and look for gig work, charisma and persuasion. That's not going to work because we angy as fuck. I follow my intuition to track down my companions and make sure they're okay. What's in awareness? I sneak past the board-looking security outside the farmhouse and look for Nin. I shift into my Lupus form and sneak into the farmhouse. What about the cult of Fenris? I carefully talk to various creeps and lowlives. Resolve and streetwise. Let's see. Resolve and streetwise. How's that? Resolve. Streetwise isn't great. Clandestine and Dex is good. Let's be a bit sneaky. We're not going to shift into Lupus form. I want to keep my rage high in case. We're not exactly like, you know, we're not the one who's going to be like talking to people tonight. We want to be like as off-putting as possible if we do encounter the cultists. You talk to the barn's door guard, the one who let you and Mr. Gorski in a half hour ago, to make sure the bracelet on your wrist gets you back inside. When he says yes, you step out into the warm, dry night air. Wait for your hearing to return after the Psycho Pompadour's sonic bombardment and the study for the farmhouse. 2 cars are parked outside of the house, a Nissan Cube, and that Scion that looks like a cube you forgot what it's called. A big man and a bigger woman with hog-thrown t-shirts guard the cars in the messy junction box outside. The woman is on her phone and the man is smoking an e-cigarette, like it's his last one before the firing squad. Eyes closed in concentration. This isn't exactly high security. Both guards can see the farmhouse door, but someone has pried the boards off a kitchen window. You can see light spilling out of it. You creep towards the window, then feel something in the nearby woods and drop to the dry grass. Something lurks in the tree line. You just barely see it. A lean, hulking shape, moving stealthily on all fours. Definitely not some bad Samoyed mascot, and not a wolf, you know. The wolf swivels its huge, shaggy head, eyes gleaming in the brake lights of a parking car. Sniffs the air. In profile, you see that the wolf has a distinct beard. The bearded wolf wafts in frustration, as if it almost had your scent, but not quite, and disappears into the woods. Uh-oh, that's probably for the Fenrisians. As Nin at this point has lost the wolf. You creep past the indifferent guards and hop through the open window, landing without a sound on the wooden floor of an empty dining room. You peer through the doorway. Most of St. Homunculus is in the gutted kitchen sipping cola around the half-destroyed centre island and making final plans for their set. In the other direction, a young woman sits on the entry steps, absently strumming an electric guitar. Nin? You ask, stepping out into the moonlight as it filters through cracks in boarded windows. Oh my god, she's so cute! She's so cute! You've never met one of the Wolfborn before. They, like wolves, are rare. The way she tilts her head to regard you sets you on edge. Even though you're in a rune. But you think Daphne was right. Her tawny eyes are piercing and reveal an intelligence profoundly unlike your own. You don't feel her rage. Nin has lost the wolf. Alton and Melody are here. We're here to get you out. No reason to waste time. Hi, I'm Celine from Northern New York. This little metalhead is a child of Gaia and outranks me, so I should make proper introductions. A glasswalker told us that the cult of Fenris is around here. Even without the wolf Nin, I want Nin ready to fight. We found the tombs of half-dead Banes in the forest. We need a child of Gaia. Let's start off polite. Like, fucking hell. We just ambushed her, like, T-posing to assert dominance immediately. Let's be nice. Nin says, dressed in a tattered muscle shirt with a stylized yellow claw mark on the shoulder. Nin's fingers constantly work the frets of her guitar. She looks small but fit, and her shaggy black hair is chopped short. Even in the dim light, you see the warm red-brown cast of her skin. Somewhere in her complicated and supernaturally blessed family line is Native American ancestry. The way she moves is never quite right. Even if she's lost the wolf, she looks like one, alert and predatory. You instinctively know to keep further away from her than from a human. We're here to help you, you say. You're a child of Gaia, right? Is Nin a Dean name, or Nin mashes up the guitar riffs from Chumbawamba's How Grateful We Are and Jules' Morning Song, which is a hell of a trick. Who's this? A really fantastic baritone says. A big chunky guy in his mid-20s with long wavy black hair and a battered brown leather jacket regards you with suspicion. A friend of mine, Nin says, and Daphne's. You wouldn't go so far as to say you're friends of the glasswalker, but the big guy nods with recognition. He shakes your hand, pumping it up and down, and says, I'm Trevor. I haven't seen you at our shows before. I guess you're not with Heinrich's crew. No, you say, hoping for more information, which he doesn't volunteer. We'll talk after the show, Nin says. Tell Elton I said hello. To your relief, the Galliard seems excited to meet you. She is a Galliard, but she has a show to play. Trevor seems friendly too. Once he's sure that you're not with Heinrich. You chat with the front man on your way out. I wonder if... Trevor doesn't seem to know anything about the Garu, but from his description of Heinrich, you think he's talking about the cultists of Fenris. Yeah, that's a fucking... That's a Fenrisian ass name. You head back to the barn, letting new names and faces bounce around in your memory. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry once again. The Drag King show ends with Bonnie Prince Harley crowning a new Prince consort, so to general applause. Everyone throws empty borgs at them, like it's rice at a wedding, as Psycho Pompadour plays them out. Then a horrible puppet drops from the rafters and starts chattering in a high-pitched synthetic voice as a new band heads for the stage. You recognize the horrible puppet from Lucinda's studio. This must be Scritty Ligotti. In the relative silence, you hear the roar of the industrial fans, the only thing keeping this barn at a bearable temperature. Lil Nas X plays through tinny speakers as the next band gets ready. The metalheads boo theatrically, but young people hit the dance floor. It's so nice to be in a warm barn, tail swishing. Wait, those aren't your thoughts. They're mine. Hello again. It's been a while. Note my grace as I wend through the tall grass to sit before you and lick my paw. Look, I look much better than last time, don't I? Winter isn't great up here. I almost died because of you. So you got me here, and I've met Elton and Melody. You brought me here for a reason. Now what? Can regular people hear you talk, or think? I'm trying not to scare people, or reveal the spirit world to them. I hear there's a cult of Fenris problem around here. What do you know about the cult? You brought me here. Now what? Now you start putting the pieces together and find a way to repair what has been broken, if that's even possible. You have fought and captured the Triple King of Ashfield, who grew strong only because there were no Garu to chastise him. That means you have begun to understand what happened at the Battle of Graves Farm. Nin too has her perspective to share. By virtue of what I am, I cannot put disparate perspectives together to understand the whole. You can, Celine. Hey, I know you, someone says from behind you. A kid a few years younger than you pushes through the crowd, skinny, pierced, dressed in a wrap purple Baja hoodie with buttons that read they them. Epicycle bikes near the park and Sierra Freak? What? You're Celine, right? They say. You work at Gorski Manor. I deliver meals there. You've probably seen me. I'm here to cover Hogthrone and the mess with all the other clubs. Oh yeah, I remember you. You hold that big cooler behind your bike. Do the other clubs not live up to their name? Because we're on a farm and I haven't seen a single hog. Go away, you damn humans in their purple clothing. Let's do this one. They actually used to have a big papier-mâché throne, Nomi says. But someone stole it. There was a much stronger hog theme and or vibe when they were in Northampton. I've been following hog thrones since before I moved out here. Actually, in addition to my bike courier job, I actually do some investigative reporting. Yeah, I thought I remembered the name Nomi. I have a byline in Cahoots. They show you the website on their phone. The O's in Cahoots are two crazy looking eyes. We're an online rebunking service dedicated to revealing the strange truth about the world. And I'm here because there's all sorts of strangeness around Hogthrone. Some kind of real estate deal went bad last year and had all sorts of aftershocks through the valley. Hogthrone was just part of that. We'll get into that in a second, but hey, after tonight is over, you want to get dinner or something? Real estate? This is no barn. Who's working the real estate angle? Nomi, I'm not sure you should be digging around here. I'm worried they might learn too much about the Garou. It's a shame to see Hogthrone in trouble. The people here are okay, nicer than a lot of folks I've met. Speaking of the boot, try not to step on my feet. I take their hand and lead them to the dance floor. The people here are okay. They're kind of a vibe. It's a nicer crowd than the people you met in Ashfield. They were being controlled by the Triple King, of course, but you're not sure you can blame a spirit for the sullen and very human hostility you and Elton encountered there. When George Orwell was imagining his perfect bar, Nomi says, talking like they're reciting from a blog post, he included women and even children to keep the rougher element of the crowd in line. And look at those kids. Nomi points to the high schoolers in the under-18 zone. You wonder how Nomi escaped. Hogthrone used to have seriously bad reputation before I moved up here. Skinheads, fistfights, no valet parking. It cleared up recently, but I think some people wanted to go back to the way it was. Roscoe works in the curtains behind the stage, fiddling with a laptop and some kind of jury-rigged power system. The speakers switch over from canned music to the microphone. The horrible puppet that fronts Skirty Ligotti introduces the band. Then they get right into Dr. Locrian in Jerusalem. I don't know. Apparently one of their hits. But even as the crowd starts to get excited, a chill runs through the people immediately around you. You turn to ask Nomi what's up, but they're gone. Maybe they do have self-preservation instincts. You spot them a moment later following the other Hogthrone manager Fornham and trying to ask him questions. Something is wrong. It takes you another minute to spot the source of the disturbance. 3 men and 1 woman. The men all in hunter camo. The women in colourless streetwear. The crowd clears away like a fish avoiding the shark. You see that pattern before. Fear. Fear of rage. And you recognise the way one of them walks on 2 legs because you saw him slinking around outside on all 4. They're Garou. Not just any Garou. They're practically incandescent with rage. If they start anything, they're going to trigger a mass panic. A Squishy Ligotti plays obviously on, and most of the crowd ignore them. The Garou approach you. You? What did you do? You're that girl from upstate New York, the apparent leader says, bald with a brown goatee. Bright blue eyes, short, at least compared to the other men, and he's not quite 6 feet. When he stops in front of you, the stink of him keeps rolling like a poison cloud across the trenches. Everyone still near you retreats from the musk, leaving you alone with the other Garou as they ran out. The leader chews his lips and says, "You're on my land and you didn't introduce yourself to Fenris." Oh shit, he's got a fuck off tattoo? It's kind of cool, but also he's probably an asshole. We're in an abandoned barn in a field in the woods. This land belongs to the earth, not you. I don't see you on a throne, hog. Get out of my face before I make you bacon. Hello, I don't believe we've met, mister. It never hurts to be polite. You freaking the mundanes, you dumb hicks. Dial it down. I don't see you on a throne, hog. Get out of my face before I make you bacon. Or you're freaking the mundanes, you dumb hicks. Dial it down. They belong to us too, one of the other cultists says with a smirk. Now, Vind, listen, the leader says with a polite smile. Let's not get into a legal debate. The leader puts a touch of rage into his voice, and Vindlesen, 6.5 feet tall, 350 pounds or so of brutal functional muscle, flinches and steps back. Satisfied, the leader turns back to you and says, "My people know me as Henrik, though you can call me Mr. Boone, if you prefer, as I'm not the sort of man who boasts about his accomplishments. You're here with Elton, right? And Nin?" Somewhere you hear Roscoe shout, "Where the fuck is security?" Not much agitates the old man, but you can feel the tide turning against the cultist, and you can see why. Vinderson's jacket has a black sun patch and he's wearing a vegan right shirt. The woman in grey behind him wears a t-shirt that says "Not stolen, conquered" above a land of the continental United States. With security absent, sharps and anti-fascists are closing ranks, looking for improvised weapons. You might be able to keep the cultists talking to forestall the fight, but on the other hand, you doubt Elton or Melody would want you talking to them. Information for information. Introduce me to your companions and I'll tell you about mine. And you're here with Fenris, the Mad Wolf. I don't see him in your little pack. Maybe I can keep him talking with the insults. No, I really want to hear about your accomplishments. I bet they're really cool. I bet you're really cool. I want this jerk gone. Exactly why would I tell you devils anything? Piss off. Information for information. Of course, Heinrich says. His companions look like they're in agony, as if any amount of civility is torment. You've already met Vindlerson, and my hirsute friend is Roland. Even in his leafless form, Roland still had a bit of a beard. The brute squad looks around for the woman who was just with them. Red-headed witch always sneaking off. Vindlerson mutters, rolling his huge shoulders back and forth. We arrived to tame these lands when the Gara of Borbrook failed in their duty, but apparently a few pups survived. You and Elton, right? You did promise information for information. You nod. And Nin? She's here to play a show, you say truthfully, as Squitty Lagotti finishes Dr. Lacryan in Jerusalem and starts up brushed with shadow, dusted with with darkness. I don't know why I'm thinking about death. Mostly because I want to kill these fascists. You feel the crowd's mood. Oh, wait. I've been distracted again. Here we go. Let me change that. They've seized full bottles of Sprite from the juice bar, the closest thing they can find to weapons since there are no cans or glass bottles. If Heinrich notices, he doesn't seem to care. I manipulate him into revealing something interesting before the crowd turns. Actually, I think Roscoe is talking to Nin. I let him talk and try to get a feel for him, staying carefully neutral. How do you know about Nin, wits and awareness? These goons need to go, and while I'm on the subject, why don't you keep Nin's name out of your sloppy mouth? Greynell, back me up here as I punch Heinrich right in his stupid face. I'm not going to let the situation escalate. I back off and get out. Now they're fascists. I'll punch a fascist. Fuck yeah. There are times of negotiation, and then there are times for whammo. He never sees it coming. Heinrich stumbles back into his much larger companion, clutching at his bloody nose. You're not sure if you can hear Greynell's wild howl turn into a chuckle. When Roland reaches for you, he stumbles into the biggest of the cultists, Vindlerson, which gives you time to hit him across the bearded jaw with a left hook. He stumbles into the crowd, and people are pissed off now. They shove Roland away. Enough, Heinrich snarls as you plant your feet, and Vindlerson starts to change. Before Heinrich can issue more orders, one of Hogthrone's security personnel pushes through the crowd. Out, the man says. 2 more men in Hogthrone t-shirts are heading their way, while another tries to keep the furious crowd away from the cultists. This is seconds from developing into a riot, which won't get you any closer to Nin, your actual goal here. You let the bouncers manhandle you outside and remove your red bracelet. Though when one tries to throw you into the dirt, you shove him to the ground, then dare the others to keep fighting. You don't see what happened to the cultist. It looks like you messed up. Wait, not your thoughts. That's right, mine. I swish through the tall grass, tail curled in an eloquent question mark, not the exclamation point the cats use when they're happy to see someone, please note. The punch landed, didn't it? You say, wiping your hand as if it makes you look tough. The cult of Fenris is planning something here. You must know what it is. You manipulated me into coming out here. You've steered me around since we first met. I'm worried that these cultists are going to hurt people unless I stop them fast. I've been getting emails from Scarpa, and I'm worried about him. What do you know about the Gargaru who have permanently lost the wolf? Is there a cure? There is no sickness. Was that your thought or mine? Exactly what does that mean? Because the obvious solution seems to be getting Nin extremely mad, you say. But there are over 100 people here. Ignore her, Elton says, in the darkness of the field. He's visible as he strides towards you. Only as a white t-shirt with a black insect crawling across half its surface. The Falcon of Doors died when the cairn fell. But the Stormcat might as well have. She's mad. She can't help you. I don't think we should seriously consider the diagnosis of a man who keeps a giant oil painting of his dead wife above the fireplace, Celine. You will note how his tone holds a mix of scorn and pity, as if I were the mad one here, not him. But we'll talk later. The confusion of perspectives vanishes as suddenly as the Stormcat does. Useless creature. Anyway, what are the cultists planning? I don't know. The leader was cagey. What the hell are they planning? Elton mutters. We should probably protect Nin. Why would they be here except to hassle her? If the cult is moving in, they need money and territory. I bet they're going to make trouble at the show, maybe even hurt people. I bet they want to know more about the cairn too. Maybe they think Nin knows more. Maybe something Know something maybe she does. Yeah, they're looking to get money and territory. That makes sense, Elton says. I need to talk to Roscoe, see if he knows anything about Oliver Boone's financial entanglements out here. A lot of the is his name Oliver Boone? Fucking, and he calls himself a Heinrich. What a fucking loser. Oh, well, fascists are losers. Fucking hell. A lot of cultists just live out in the wilds, but this pack seems more organised. Mr. Boone might think he's a civilised monster, and that's even more dangerous. Yeah, I'll talk to Roscoe. While he talks, Elton walks back through the improvised parking lot, past the rusted trailers to Roscoe's van. He throws it open, rummages around them, and then tosses you a Celtics jersey, white plastic shutter shades, and a spare paper bracelet, also red. Change. Security here are worthless. Just walk back in. Before you can tell Elton how concerned Roscoe was with how Hogthorne security handled the cult of Fenris, the Theurge heads back inside to find him. After donning the jersey and an ugly knit beanie, you try the door and have no problem getting back inside. But the cultists are inside too. You can't actually see them, but part of the crowd is furious. Security is working to control the crowd's rather large anti-fascist contingent, but for some reason no one is throwing the cultists out. You're no show promoter, but that seems like a bad idea to you. That you don't think it's a mistake. Who is letting them stay? Where is Nin? I want to talk to her again. What happened to that woman in grey who was with the cultists? She just vanished. Is Elton already talking to Roscoe? Let's talk to Nin. We need to warn her. You wander around to the side of the farmhouse where you snuck in last time. Nin is outside listening to Trevor, the sent homunculus front man, as he explains some part of tonight's set. But then Nin's head snaps around and she looks directly at you. She relaxes when she recognizes you, but staring into those eyes is even more alarming than talking to the storm cat. Nin isn't human, even if she's lost the wolf. You're looking at the wolf right now, one wearing human skin. That poses some metaphysical questions and also some strategical difficulties. Any attempt to help her to remember the wolf or to get ready for the cultists or anything else can't rely on your usual persuasion skills with her. Human tricks won't work. I asked Nin about the Battle of Graves Farm, trying to learn something useful. Charisma survival. How is our charisma? It's dog shit! Okay. What happened to the woman in grey with the cultists? She just vanished. She took off before you punched her boss in the nose. You asked the smokers gathered around the exterior cigarette box, but they don't know her, so you check around the parking lot and you spot her smoking a cigarette. You get a good look at her when the headlights of a parked car slice across the field. Messy auburn hair, colourless eyes, a grey scarf around her neck. She's wrapped her grey cardigan around her t-shirt, probably to avoid getting her ass kicked now that she doesn't have her bodyguards. The woman's fingers gleam with occult rings, whose nature and provenance you don't recognize. This was the woman who had the, not stolen, conquered shirt on. Fuck this person. The woman's fingers with occult rings, whose nature and provenance you don't recognize. But you do recognize that they're silver. She's not Garu. The woman might know something, but she's definitely some kind of occultist. You would need to impress her with your occult lore to get anything. Is Elton already talking to Roscoe? He knows about this club. Might know what's wrong with security. You ask the smokers clustered around the exterior junction box if they've seen. The smokers are just getting hit the fuck up tonight for stuff. See if they've seen Roscoe. They know who he is, but they haven't, and he's not hanging around the farmhouse with the bands either, so you decide to try your luck and head back inside. The show is well underway at this point, and the door guard isn't even there. You walk in, keep your distance from security, and don't run into any trouble. And there's Roscoe. Looks like Elton is trying to calm him down. The old man is agitated, arguing with Elton like the Theurge is to blame for something. Looks like Elton told him about the cultists, and that has him terrified. Before you can approach, Roscoe yells at Elton, who bows out gracefully rather than inflict his rage upon the old man. Roscoe must know something about what the cult is planning, since he owns Hogthrone. But you'd have to calm him down and make him think straight in order to get anything useful. So composure and leadership. My composure is bad, I think. It's alright. I have no leadership. The chat. So I think this might be the best thing to do. I was considering it in the first place, getting Nin talking. To see if we can bring up... I know it's terrible, but we have to get her angry. We gotta get her mad, brother. You're already outside, so you push past a crowd of smokers in the exterior Johnson box to join Nin and Trevor. Trevor smiles, looking you up and down, as if you've returned to bask in the presence of his magnificent baritone. Oh, I'm so pissed. and flowing raven locks. He doesn't have really good hair, but you've got to respect the conditioning. She's here for me, Nin says. Trevor sighs when the band's drummer tries to get his attention. The front man uses that as an excuse to head back into the farmhouse. He flicks his long hair back to get one last look at you in case there's trouble. She regards you with an unknowable expression. An intelligent wolf is not a person. Technically, you're not either, but you grew up on two legs. And until you were 15, you'd never imagined the truth. Oh, so you were 15. We were 15 when we encountered Clay for the first time. Uncle Clay. Just undoing my hair very quickly. Take it out of the braid because it's kind of pulling a bit. Nin grew up with fangs, and it shows, even if they say she's lost the wolf. Elton wants to know more about the Battle of Graves Farm. Nin plucks a few jangling chords. He can go there himself, the musician says, her tone bitter. You actually can't, or at least that's what he says, but rather than argue details, you say, we want to know what happened to you during the battle. I'm told you were too young. Do you always rely on what you're told, Celine? Nin snaps. There's anger there, but no real rage. A mistreated animal blighted with human intelligence. Nin looks hurt and afraid. Before you can say anything else, Scritti Lagotti finishes on their set. We're on in 5, Trevor tells the Wolfborn. Nin rejoins her bandmates, and you head back inside. That was predictably frustrating. There's no time for canned music this time. A St. Homunculus doesn't have a puppet lead singer to hang from the rafters before their set begins. Trevor tests his mic and launches immediately into a cloud breezer. Cry Havoc. You heard this one when researching the band. Oh my god, Melody says. Beside you with a solo cup in each hand. These guys are all over me. Are you okay? You shrug. Guys haven't really bothered you here. I shouldn't have worn this dress, the Philodox mutters. Elton, am I irresistibly attractive in this dress? Not irresistibly, Elton says, but I am a master of self-control, and all the red does draw the eye. You study your wristband. So what have we learned? I'm hoping the others have uncovered more information. I don't know exactly what the cult of Fenris is planning, but if they try something here, they could hurt a lot of people. Which means we need to get our heads together and figure out what they're doing before they do it, Elton says. I don't know much, but I've learned that the cult of Fenris's chieftain, or whatever he wants to call himself, is Oliver Boone, and he works for a company called Hoovood Development, a real estate and brokerage firm. They've turned into glasswalkers like Anders Breivik avatars. Pathetic. Melody scoffs. The Shadow Lord turned from conventional to corporate raiding in the 19th century, Melody. It just took the cult of Fenris a little longer. Anyway, Hoovood Development is apparently in protracted legal disputes with every club in the valley, including Hogthrone. Is there something on this land that they want? Melody says, glancing up skeptically at the decaying rafters. They don't care about this old farm. They're trying to exert control over the clubs because clubs are a good source of revenue. And the cult of Fenris have cash flow problems. So it's just a dumb shakedown. These cultists are idiots. I'm wondering if maybe we can shake down the shakedowners. You can shake clubs down for money directly, but you can also use them as drug point. Should we be following the money or the drugs? I thought the Shadow Lords were supposed to play at being Mathiodons. Isn't that part of the litany? So you're not just here for the heavy metal and the horrible puppets. Do you think they're into nasty stuff too? Human trafficking? Oh, almost definitely. Shake down the shakedowners. Yeah. Most trafficking is handled at the level of families or boyfriends and girlfriends, Elton says. Not creeps snatching birds out of the parking lot and selling them, you know? It's possible that the cult would involve themselves in immigration schemes, but that requires cover of semi-legitimate employment, and also, I suspect, different beliefs about immigration than the local cult of Fenris seems to possess. But maybe that's all I've been able to figure out. Melody, what have you learned? If you wear big earrings, Melody says, guys will buy you drinks. Such a fucking mood. Outstanding. Is that earring drink what smells like a drowned rat? The Theurge asks. Probably. I think it's an old-fashioned with Miller Lite instead of whiskey. She joins her second solo cup, then says, also, that wolf with the ugly beard, Roland, keeps poking around backstage, looking at the wiring. I think. Do you think he's going to cut the power? And then what? Nick our wolfborn friend in the dark? Oh no. Do you think... Oh no. Wait, let me get my I'm a little bit eepy, so my voices aren't doing too good. Oh no, Melody says. Do you think they're going to start an electrical fire? Bloody hell, Elton says. Melody scowls, tugging angrily on one of her earrings. Her rage toward the cult of Fenris is strong enough to scare away the last of her suitors. Figures if they're moving in, they're probably planning to send a warning to the other club owners by torching Hogthrone. They don't care who gets hurt as long as they can threaten the other clubs into paying protection money. Fucking Nazi gangsters. Maybe the cult are only here to threaten the owners of Hogthrone, Elton says, as Nin strums her guitar and an expectant hush falls over the crowd. Maybe they don't want to nothing about Nin. If that's the case, why don't we? If you say what I think you're going to say, Elton, I will slap you like a rude chihuahua, Melody says. I'm just saying, the theurge says, still choosing words carefully, that if we let the cult of Fenris do what they want to do, Nin's rage might be enough to reawaken her wolf. That's the dumbest idea you've ever had, Melody says. We need her, Melody, Elton snaps. We need a child of Gaia to restore the forests around the Broadbrook and help the spirits there recover. You know that if you did anything except hide in your tomb. A lot of people think this is inspired by Scritti Ligotti, Trevor the homunculus frontman says. The Saint Homunculus frontman says on stage. Actually, we just misheard some Carly Simon lyrics. This is Clowns in My Coffee. The crowd howls with excitement and starts to thrash around. Melody regards the dancers with a raised eyebrow. Let's get away from the mosh pit so we can talk. Not much of a mosh, Melody says. More of a mish. Still, Elton says. When the crowd lacks in size, they make up for in, you duck a fist, not an attack, just kids having fun. But that sort of fun is dangerous for anyone around a werewolf. The three of you retreat to the relative safety of the juice bar where you say. So either the fire kills everyone or Nin transforms and she kills everyone. Good plan, Elton. Great idea. Among other problems, shape-shifting on stage violates the litany. We can't let Nin lift the veil in front of these people. Let's just kill these cultists before it's too late, or at least drive them off. If it's necessary to get her to talk about what happened, maybe it's worth it. If we heal Nin, she can restore the forest around Broadbrook. It's painful, but we need to consider the Lang's long-term spiritual health. Yeah, good fucking plan, Elton. First, Elton says, it's a rotten tobacco barn. There are 2 main doors plus the side door, and if that doesn't work, you can push through the walls. People can get out. Second, we need Nin to remember the wolf. There are other ways, Elton, Melody says. Long, complicated, expensive ways. Expensive in what way, you ask? There's a rite that will drain our land's spiritual resources. We can conduct the rite and hope it works. And that our damaged land can survive the drain. Or we can use the energy that these idiot cultists have already brought to Hogthrone and do something smart for once. Saint Homunculus switches to who smites the tiger. Oh. That very much feels like a sort of reference to the answering tiger, maybe? From Nin? A high-tempo song that throws the mosh pit into happy chaos. You spot Nomi dancing in a sea of glitter and neon, chrome and black leather as the scene kids collide with the metalheads on the dance floor. You also spot Mr. Gorski skulking through the crowd, his eyes cold, predatory like a professional assassin's. That guy's gross. You don't have time to worry about the hippie creeps, since Elton is still arguing. Just think about what you're proposing, the theurge says. We pick a fight with the cult of Fenris right here to stop them, which is probably worse than a fire. And then, if we survive, we hope that a 1,000-year-old ritual is enough to help Nin, because if it fails, the woods around the Khan will rot without a child of Gaia to defend them. That's your plan. My plan is to not trust a Shadow Lord's dumb idea of what a smart idea looks like, Melody says. This is why I think we need a mitigating influence in the form of Nin rather than another Arun. That's why I came here first. Neither of your companions is willing to escalate this argument, and it's not clear who is actually the elder here. It's certainly not you. But you might need to make a decision to help prove the deadlock. We can't let the cult burn down a concert, especially when the music is good. We're going to go kick their asses. Stay here if you want. Cult is going to hurt a lot of people at Elton. Maybe Elton is right. I want what Nin knows. We should let them start the fire. On second thought, I guess Elton is right about long-term planning. We can't waste our land's spiritual energy to protect a barn. We are, in terms of convictions, we've been humans must understand. I think that in this, we should try to protect the people here. Need to stop them before someone dies. Elton looks from you to Melody, then tells the Philodox, this is on you if it goes badly. Don't worry, Elton. You still might get your huge bloody mess. If we can't thwart the Crotal Fenris subtly, we'll have to fight. Saint Homunculus finishes Who Smites the Tiger and switches to an instrumental number. Speaking of, where'd the music go, though? Oh, we're so back. To an instrumental number. Oh, so it just flew past me. It was a moth. It's fine. Okay, it's good. We're good. No wasps. They're eeping. Synthwave was never good enough, which sounds like an entire soundtrack of Top Gun played in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. You have to move even farther from the stage to hear each other. Melody tries to keep her eyes on the electrical snarl next to the stage, but only succeeds in getting another guy to hand her a White Claw. Hey, so what are we all conspiring about in the shadows? Nomi asks, materializing out of nowhere like a cat. Nomi? Nomi? Yeah, it's a question. Nomi? Elton asks. You were at my bookstore last week. You own a bookstore? Nomi asks. Well, not my bookstore, Elton says. Are you enjoying my party? More than those creeps you've been watching. I know who they are. Your phone is all buzz. Nomi has sent you an email entitled Hivu Development with attachments. They probably sent it a few minutes ago, and the bad Wi-Fi means it took a while to reach you. Hivu Development is a family-owned, vertically integrated construction service. This company located in the Pioneer Valley. We work with clients on residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional projects of all sizes. Photos to follow. Roland Rothko, GRI Realtor. That's the guy, and the wolf with the long beard. They've tried to clean him up and stick him in a suit for this picture, but he still looks like a wolf in a suit. Alan Epson, license broker. The very wide gentleman, also wearing a suit in this pic. He looks like this sort of cartoonishly huge white goon the hero fights in a kung fu movie. From here, there's a link to a Boston Globe article on Irish American punk clubs pushing back against white nationalists. Nomi has identified Alan Epson as one of the latter, who calls himself Vindlesen. Oliver Boone III, marketing manager. Ugh, that's Heinrich. He's the only one you trust to wear a suit. You wouldn't trust him with anything else, but he cleans up fairly well. The woman in grey is on the next PDF, identified as Kansas City New Age Convention as Jazeel Dedekind. She looks like a corpse in the attached picture. She doesn't look great now, but the 2-year-old picture makes her look like she's got some Victorian wasting disease. Enjoy, Nomi says. They spot someone they know and hurry away, as Elton frowns and tracks his phone. This intel looks good. Just not sure we want a journalist hanging around. No, I don't like them. I don't want humans helping us. Letting a journalist get too close endangers our mission to protect Gaia. We need to keep Nomi at arm's length. We need new allies and new ideas. We shouldn't reveal anything, but I think we should work with Nomi. We need to learn what happened and what's happening. If Nomi can help us, let's give them little stories to help them. Give them at arm's length, but we can use them. Elton nods vaguely, more interested in what Nomi's files contain than anything else. You skim the attachments again, committing faces to memory. This sure is thorough, Elton says. It is, but let's look alive. We're on, Melody says. She slams her drink and shakes her head like a boxer who just caught an uppercut. When you look up, the Fenris cultist, Roland, is drifting toward the stage. So, Celine, hope you have a plan to stop them, because if it doesn't work, I'll be at the barn door. I'll open it if there's a fire so everyone can escape. Very humane of you, Elton says. He's untying his bootlaces, getting ready to change in case things go badly. I don't want to learn the names of a bunch of new ghosts, Melody says. She hands Elton an empty solo cup and heads for the north door, accumulating suitors as she walks. So now you need to stop Roland. He's probably going to spike the power, triggering an electrical surge that will start a fire. Someone with knowledge of mechanical engineering could stop him, if she didn't mind eating a few thousand volts if she messed up. But there's also a laptop beside the stage. At first you think it's tracking volume levels, but no, those are voltage levels. Could you use that system instead? You could also just beat Roland senseless. You can sneak up on him and hit him hard enough before he changes, you could knock him out. That would solve that problem. Wouldn't be easy though. Even in Homid form, Roland looks tough. Another concern, if the power is coming from the road and you only see one cultist, where are the other two? Maybe you could see what's going on outside. Resolving mechanics, I grab the nearest toolkit and steal my nerves so I can stabilize these live wires. What's in computers, I jump on the laptop and monitor the power to prevent an overload. Strength in combat, I sneak up on Roland before he causes too much trouble, and call on Grey now as I bash his head into a wall. I shift into Glabro form before I smash Roland into the barn wall, where are the other cultists? I look around outside for a second. Let's, we have very high rage, but let's get eyes on all of the cultists first. You hurry outside past the smokers, following the snarl electrical lines past the jury rig junction box and the boarded up farmhouse to the edge of parking lot. From there, you can look down the road. Henrik is on the utility pole, his face dimly illuminated by his phone as he texts. It looks like he has to coordinate this operation with Roland, which means that if you could distract him by, say, throwing knives at him and knocking him off the pole, you could ruin this whole plan. Toss a knife up into Henrik, that's so funny. I shift into my Glabro form, giving the strength and accuracy I need to knock Henrik off that utility pole. Yeah, I think we need to mitigate our rage somewhat, because we are angry as fuck. Your muscles bunch and swell as you gain heightened strength. Once the pain fades, you take out a throwing knife, move around so Heinrich is better outlined by the light of the barn, and throw. The blade hits Heinrich's stone, knocking it out of his hand and down to the asphalt below. You bitch! Heinrich shouts. That was a Samsung Galaxy! You aim your next knife at his eyes. He catches it in mid-throw, sneers at you. Realizes too late that he's off balance and falls with a startled scream to join his Samsung Galaxy on the asphalt. Oh no, did you kill him? It's illegal to throw knives at someone until they die. But no, you could still see him painfully shifting into Glabro form and starting to heal. Someone fell, one of the smokers outside shouts. Good Samaritans run for Heinrich. So you head back toward the barn. With the plan ruined, Roland shoves past you, almost knocking you to the ground to reach Heinrich. He doesn't recognize you. Are we still in Glabro? Yeah. Do we toast our victory? Melody says, once you get back inside, raising another red solo cup. How many have you had? Elton asks. Like 100, Melody says. She's pretty wasted. A quick shift into Glabro form would clear that up, though. It's possible that a 7-foot Melody with claws would encourage even more guys to buy her drinks. St. Homunculus finishes their interrupted song and switches over to one of their biggest hits, Dirty Planets. Enthusiasts pour into the mosh pit. Empty borgs fly, bouncing off the rafters. Roscoe sticks a security guy at the main entrance and another at the real bar to stop the underage kids scoring so many white claws. He keeps an eye on a healed but still rumpled-looking Heinrich, who is arguing with Roland, trying to blame the hirsute Garou for the failure. The witch Giselle watches the screaming match and she stalks away, moving with purpose. What's she up to, do you think? Alton asks, following her with his eyes. You want me to follow her? Melody says, sloshing her drink a little. Talk to her, you know, woman to woman. And where's the big bloke? Vindlesen. Celine, see what that witch is doing. I'm going to find Vindlesen. Melody, watch Heinrich and Roland. Don't do anything. Aye, Captain. Melody says, saluting with her cup and getting beer in her hair. I saluted in real life. God damn it. You step back outside. It's still warm out. The air is dry and the wind gusty. Giselle cuts through the lot. Watching the woods on the far side of the field, she stops, checks her phone, frowns, keeps moving. She's definitely not done here. Manipulation, intimidation. I'm sick of this witch. I confront her and demand she tell me what she's doing. I reason with her. I won't get too aggressive. Instead, I focus on how she can do better than the cultist. Charisma, persuasion. She's wearing a fucking, like, fascist shirt. Fuck her. I follow her stealthily, not interfering, curious about what she's, where she's going. Wit survival. Wit survival or manipulation, intimidation? I think. Wits, survival. So that's 5. Manipulation, intimidation. They're both 5. Maybe let's try to figure out what she's doing first. The witch cuts between 2 parked cars, slips around a minivan, and then heads toward the broken down shed, previously hidden in the darkness. Vindlesen is there, a hulking shadow against the black sky. He lights a cigarette and passes it to Giselle, who inhales deeply as the big Garou studies the barn. He's not looking your way, so you're able to creep toward them through the high grass. Not stolen, conquered. Ugh. Ew! Gross! Okay. Dumb plan, Vindlesen is saying. Too complicated. We should just move on to the can. The spirit that rules there, the answering tiger, would turn you inside out, Giselle says. Give me more time to... We've given you time, Vindlesen snarls, and you give us only names. Isn't that useful, though, when you face Eater of Names? Giselle says, her tone mocking, heedless of the rage that boils off the huge werewolf. Eater of Names? Sounds like a werewolf dude name. And another mentioning of the answering tiger. Vindlesen checks his phone. The police are moving, he says, gesturing into the woods. A stupid mistake. The story was supposed to be illegal club burns down, and now it's going to be cops hassle local kids. You failed. Why can't you admit it and change your plans? Vinlison seems ready to explode at the witch, and you have another problem, which you can see now that Vinlison has drawn your attention to it. A car's dome light is visible beneath the tree branches. That's a cop car. Count at least 2 cruisers and 2 vans, one of them a news van. No Wi-Fi means that your best hope is an old-fashioned call. Roscoe is the oldest. You hurry back towards the barn. He picks up on the first ring. What? His voice staticky over a kick drum. Cops and news crews outside, you say, part of Heinrich's plan. On it, Roscoe says, and hangs up. That's when the cops turn on their high beams and sirens and roll into the parking lot like they're storming the beaches at Normandy. You blink and shield your eyes from the glare. Party on. Stop the cult of Fenris from ruining the hog throne show. Yeah! So this is written permission from the property owners, Roscoe tells the sheriff, handling him a photocopy. It lists the dates and addresses, and this is permission from the town. He rummages through his backpack, then hands a municipal police officer another... Is that a wasp? 1 second. I don't think so. Okay. We might be okay. I don't know. Where was I? This is permission from the town for a music event on the estate. You'll see it's notarized. I've gone ahead and emailed you copies of all the relevant PDFs. The sheriff and the Hadley police officer stare at each other, then look back at the dozen cops and deputies they rounded up to shot Hog thrown down. Interesting that there aren't any EMTs or firefighters among them, Elton whispers to you from his spot on the grass. Just news crews. Crops are really excited to hurt people. That they would all know something like this tells us that the cult of Fenris has more political leverage than we do. Don't draw their attention. I don't want to catch a nightstick to the teeth. Sorry you didn't get to outsmart the cult of friendship your way. I hope we can still heal Nin. Don't draw their attention. I don't want to catch a nightstick to the teeth. Cops are really excited to hurt people. A shame to break their little piggy hearts. Yes, Elton! What a fucking Chad. I love him. The reporter looks miserable. She keeps staring at the barn as if it might still burst into flames and give her a good story. The cameraman is having fun filming the crowd. When you called Roscoe, he ordered security to slap drinks from the hands of the under-21s and move the more dangerous-looking elements outside in case the police attacked without cause. Tattooed, anti-fascists, and bright-eyed crust punks are staring the cops down. The bonny Prince Harley looks ready to charge in with his motorcycle costume, but the cops look defeated. So is everything in order, the old man asks. The sheriff shoves the wadded up paper into Roscoe's chest and storms off. I need someone to unlock my friends, Roscoe says. Elton and a black woman you haven't met before are sitting on the grass in handcuffs. A Hadley police officer pushes you away from Elton, then graciously frees both of them. The cameraman records every second of it. So does Nomi. When did they get handcuffed? You spot Heinrich and the other promoter, Fornham, talking with a plainclothes police officer beside the van. The detective, or whoever he is, shakes his head angrily and signals for the police to roll out. They don't even stay to watch out for trouble. Though the journalists keep recording. Nomi tries to cheer up the reporter, telling her that maybe something will burn down next week. A baseline starts up back inside. St. Homunculus isn't done. The cultists are gone, and so is the other promoter, Fornham. People are swarming back inside to catch the rest of the show, screaming with excitement after the adrenaline spike of the aborted raid. Wahoo! We did it! Fuck cops! Their little piggy hearts are broken. Let's go! St. Homunculus is only supposed to play an hour-long set, but they promise to stretch it out 1 minute longer for every t-shirt they sell. Roscoe empties the bin halfway through the next song. Though you thwarted the cult of Fenris, you and the other Guru remain on high alert. You watch Roland as he slinks around the edge of the barn, but Hog Throne security is watching the cultists now, and they're not allowed back inside. Elton monitors the electrical equipment around the stage, so no one can get close. Having downed enough porn star shooters and porch crawlers to kill a sorority, Melody waits until no guys are following her, then borrows a raincoat, heads outside, and changes into her glabro form. That will help her sober up, and also give her an excuse to look for the witch Giselle, who was last spotted in the parking lot. It's pretty boring because you can't pay attention to the music, but finally, you hear rumours about an after show. The farmer kids are already fading, getting ready to pack it up for the night. A few minutes later, St. Homunculus replies, "Who smites the tiger?" to stamping applause. But finally the show is over. The hard-packed earth in the barn rumbles beneath your feet as trucks roll out to the impromptu parking lot. An unplugged electrical guitar jangles behind you. It takes you a second to recognize the guitar riff from Firestarter. We haven't seen them since the police left, you tell Nin, turning to confront the wolfborn. Her eyes are bright with the exultation of her recent performance. Elton wants me to come with you. He does, and I think he's right. We need to restore the Broadbrook cairn. That was the plan, but can you help? Can you change? We need to start restoring the forest around the cairn, and we think you can help. Yeah. Elton kind of wanted you to let the cultists burn the show down so you get mad, but we convinced him not to. Maybe that'll piss her off enough? Probably not. We need to restore Broadbrook. So Elton wanted to let whole Crone burn, did he? Ooh. Nin says. Yes, but you'll notice that he didn't. That counts for something, right? It was a bad ordeal that could have gotten a lot of people killed, but Shadow Lords tried to take the long view, I guess. Melody is right. Our policy should be never to give the cult of Fenris what it wants, and it wanted to start the fire. And if you can't change, maybe he was right. We need your help, Nin, as a guru. Nin strums a few chords and says, good idea, but now I'm useless to you. I've seen things you can't imagine, Nin says. I don't want to be what I was. I don't want to be a monster. Neither do I, but Elton and I need your help. We need your help learning what happened to the cairn. There's more to being Garu than rage. How can you be a child of Gaia if you can't channel your spiritual half? It didn't come all the way just for you to go back to playing some backwards metal band. I mean it. But I also want to snap Nin out of her despair. Yeah, it's gotta be. I understand it's a horrible life. Elders lie to us and send us to die. We gotta snap her out of it. Even if it's mean. Do you really think you can yell at me now and get what you want? Nin says, lots of people yell at me. The Galliard watches the Theurge. She's as wary as a cornered fox. Again, you're astounded that no one in her band has realized that Nin is a wolf on two legs. Where is Melody? The Galliard asks. She had too many porch callers and retired to the woods. So when can we perform the rite to help Nin regain the wolf? Did anyone see what happened to the cultists? I don't want to get ambushed on the road home. I think that even without your rage, Nin, you'll be happy to see the woods around the cairn again. Speaking of porch crawlers, who wants something to drink to celebrate and not helping with arson? I can feel how badly damaged the land is, Nin says. But it can be healed, Elton says. A child of Gaia can start healing it. You're not stealing my guitarist, are you? Trevor asks. His rich baritone is a little quieter after all the singing, and he's lost the leather jacket in favour of a Sydney Loper t-shirt that depicts a girl with a new wave hairdo and a giant axe killing trolls. His easy smile doesn't quite conceal his suspicion. Elton is my friend, Nin says. He has a job for me. I won't interfere with your touring, Elton says. That's easy to promise, since St. Homunculus can't afford to leave the valley. Elton is awkward around new people. But when Melody appears in her Homid form wearing a Red Sox jersey that hangs down to her knees, Trevor is smitten. Melody chats him up for a few minutes until he forgets all about Nin, then gives him one of her many fake phone numbers and sends him on his way. Queen shit. So Nin is coming with you. Melody, I kind of feel bad for yelling at Nin now. Goddamn. Melody immediately falls asleep in the back of Roscoe's van. Let's see, we're at 4 again, probably because I yelled at her. That feels mean. So mean. Melody immediately falls asleep in the back of Roscoe's van. You have to work around her as you load extra stereo equipment into the van. Then everyone piles in. Roscoe is tired and worried about the other show organizer, Fornham, who has vanished. But he gets you underway, steering the van around ruts in the grassy parking lot and back onto Route 9. While Roscoe drives, Elton tells Nin about everything that happened in Ashfield, from the creepy B&B where the two of you stayed, in the investigations in town, to your flawless performance as the hero of the Magic Pumpkin ritual. Selena and Melody were even able to capture the Triune King himself. Melody snorts and rolls over. After less than a half hour, the van rolls to a halt in the turnaround between Elton's apartment and the parking garage. You can stay in my spare room until we get you set up. Elton, that's hardly appropriate, Melody says. Elton looks bewildered. He stares at Nin for a few seconds, until, like a magic eye picture, he seems to realise that she's a young woman and not a baby wolf. I was able to interact with Celine when she first arrived without anything untoward, Elton observes. Also, Melody, you live in a tomb. Nin can't stay there. It's not a tomb. I have hot and cold running water, Elton tells Nin. Is the burrito place still there? Nin asks. I will get you a burrito right now, Elton says. Sorry, Melody, Nin says, hopping out of the van with her guitar and a backpack. You can't just go home with strange men, Melody cries, but Nin is already waiting at Elton's back door for her burrito. Incredible. It takes another 10 minutes for Roscoe to reach your little cabin. You feel energized all the way home, but the exhaustion hits you the moment your waterproof boots hit the dirt road in front of your door. You spend a half hour searching online for any news of the show just to make sure no one snapped a picture of a weird dog because the cultists got sloppy. There's nothing. You've managed to find 2 survivors of Broadbrook Cairn. Well, 1.5. You and the others will have to perform Elton's rite to restore Nin, and the Theurge has repeatedly explained how hard it will be. You'll need Nin fully restored before you can find the last survivor, the Bone Gnawer Patrick Hodge. He's supposed to be down in Hollyoak, a decaying industrial city on the Kinetic River. All that is for tomorrow. Ears still ringing from the show, you sink into a deep sleep and dream of that horrible puppet that danced in the rafters of the barn. You see it behind you, shaping your every action, whispering in your ear that you're free to choose. Ew, gross, I hate it. 8 days of training, baby, let's fucking go. Will it say gifts? No, I don't know how much chiminage I have. Right. With Nin back, can I explore the deep woods around Broadbrook? I text out about the rite that will store the wolf to Nin. I need to know more about the cult of Fenris. I search for Henrik online. I need to buy more clothes. I go shopping. Let's check my phone and check my fucking bank account. I will look all of this in a minute. I check my bank statements. You're doing okay. You've kept your account over 800 for the past few days, and you have some 5s and 10s in your wallet. You might want to take a few days off and train with your human allies. That's good. Email from Scarpa. They took it. Told your little friend to fuck off when he emailed me. Pip pip cheerio. I'm a wizard Harry Potter ass Shadow Lord. Your email to Elton about Black Tom was months ago, you realise, and whatever Elton's faults are, he's punctual. Has Scarpa been fuming about the Theurge's email all this time? The garage is gone because of you, because you couldn't say Clay, and he had that work he did to make us money. He always hated your parents, and he was right. They shut everything down, so now what? Where the fuck are you? So our parents were paying Clay. Oh, that's fucking awful. That's fucking awful. Were they paying him to, like, take us away? And the only reason, like, they kept us around because of the money that they needed to... Oh, that's disgusting. That's so disgusting. I hate, like, foster parents who are only in it for, like, the foster money or anything just awful like that. Children deserve to have, like, a childhood. Ah! I'm angry. I'm filled with rage. There's nothing here. The Umber is just a hole. I know about that wolf girl. She's just a dumb animal. Black Tarn taught me not to trust the locals, you know. I tell Scarpa that he's not to insult my new friends, and if he does it again, I'll walk back to New York and step on his neck. I think it's time to warn my new packmates about Scarpa. I forward them the stuff he's been sending me just in case he shows up. How on earth am I supposed to respond to this ramblings? I ignore the email. That's all the emails from Scarpa I ever want to see. I block him. Yeah, I'm going to send it everything and warn everyone else. Fighting. Famous music menu. 3 arrested. By Increased Mather the 7th. Staff writer. You read the article with increasing bewilderment, as you don't remember any of this. Sure, there was some rough housing, but there weren't any arrests. One of the deputies even apologized to Roscoe for their bad information. You text the promoter. That'll happen at an after-party. Not an official sanctioned one or anything. Just the drummers from Scritti Lagotti and St. Homunculus got together. And the drummer from Psycho Pompadour. And I think Silent Zionist too. I know you're young and don't need an old man's advice, but my advice is never go to an old drummer after-party. So it's got nothing to do with us? No, you did great. Don't worry about it. Okay, the revised Green Correctional Consortium Sustainability Forecast. Uh-oh. As correctional and holding facilities become more important due to the growing instability caused by the climate change, the Green Correctional Consortium is dedicated to reducing the environmental impact of correctional operations across the northeastern United States. Oh, okay. This is less worrying than I thought it would be. Initial rollouts in Maine and Connecticut promise to revolutionize the design and management of correctional facilities, minimizing environmental harm and maximizing security in our increasingly uncertain era. Hampshire County and Middlesex County in Massachusetts are currently bidding on development opportunities under the revised Green Correctional Consortium Sustainability System, which plans for rapid rollout in case of environmental emergencies or civil unrest. Read more. Procter & Gamble's goals that inspire environmental stewardship. Email from Roscoe Thairn, COF Pointman. I ran this by the media lady, Daphne, and she said it was okay to talk about. A security guy I've used before, named Comrade Merritt, works for the Fenris, or the sort of nationalist groups who we regular folks use. We want to be hateful, I guess. I had no idea. He was an airman, and he knew sound systems, and could keep a crowd in line. Never had a problem with him, but now he's gone. The ghost can't find him anywhere. He CC'd Elton and Melody, and as you read, Elton pops up. Thank you, Roscoe. I discourage you from investigating this man on your own. So yeah, that was one of the promoters. That's how they got in. I want to track down Conrad Merritt, who led the cult of Fenris into Hawkthrone. I email Melody about scouting the corrupted region around the Broadbrook Khan. Let's go. I need to buy some more clothes. Oh, you're shopping. Yeah, we might as well. Let's do that. What are you looking for? Tactical clothes. I am a cyberwolf ninja. I need some nice prep school clothes so I look respectable. Black on black, classic goth. Something barbaric and intimidating that looks werewolf. Let's go for the no. We'll go tactical clothes. Yeah, let's go with tactical. Armed with the latest paycheck from Gorski Manor, you hit the thrift store, consignment shops, and clothes bagged up in dumpsters. Scarpa had his own clothes donation bins scattered around your part of New York. As you shop, you wonder if you could talk Elton about a similar scheme here. After a few minutes of scouting, you find some good-looking stuff in the goth section of a hippie store. The first thing you do is set aside all the pants that go zuff 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 when you move. How does anyone expect you to be tactical when you sound like you're a folding tarp? But after some mix and matching at the hippie place and the dumpster behind a gay culture store that dates back to the 70s, you assemble 2 complete outfits. You've got 2 shell jackets, a fleece, 5 complete pairs of military and police gloves, cold weather and mid-weight pants, and most importantly, a sock and underwear refresh. You only get 1 pair of boots, but they're authentic Jasper Heenies in gleaming Tom of Finland black leather. They'll outlive you. You also refresh your hunting gear with a new vest and some more duck boots. Excellent. You take a trip to the post office one morning before your Gorski Manor shift, and to your surprise, you have a letter. It's from Black Tarn. You tear it open and read the Jagger Penryn trip. I'm sorry for waiting for so long. While I suppose none of us are well, I am as well as I can be given the circumstances. Scarpa has disappeared, and I have been dealing with local concerns that I'm sure you're familiar with, so I will not bore you with the details. However, several of my local concerns point east just as yours did. Since none of our people remain here, I am considering a trip to Northampton. Once I deal with certain human upstarts and their tricks, I hope your new home has treated you better than your old one. More to follow, Black Tarn. Make sure to write back, carefully eluding any details that might identify as your werewolf, since physical letters are far from secure. Neither are fucking online shit. In back, can we explore? We're not going to explore just yet. I think maybe going for resolve and composure, because that involves a lot of the spiritual stuff is around that, and also a lot of the powers. Wait, what was that? Days of training 7. Oh shit. Let's go to Hob. Let's get our resolve up. Maybe we resolve again? No. Legacy of Honor. Restore the honor of the Broadbrook Cairn. Oh, okay. Roscoe is listening to a jam man at a local coffee shop. When he sees you, he clasps your hand. Wanted to thank you, Celine. You've done incredible work to restore the dignity and honor of the Broadbrook, Garu. I know I'm just a hanger-on in a way, and the spirits don't speak to me, but I can feel how impressed they are with you. This is how it is when I first came to the valley. Werewolves who respected each other, the land and the people within it. Thank you. Yay, we did it! We're so good at this. Stamina, wits, charisma, awareness, streetwise, leadership, clandestine. We get dropped off at home. You get a text as you eat lunch halfway through the double shift at Gorski Manor. Melody says we need to look at the brick rooms in Hadley and fix them. You remember those strange beehive tombs on the way to Hogthrone Show? So many things around Broadbrook require maintenance. There aren't enough werewolves to handle everything, but Elton seemed unsettled by these tombs. You make a mental note, do with them soon. You spend your lunch break texting with Nin, who is a bad speller but enthusiastic conversationalist, especially on the subject of music. It's only when you're back to scrubbing the grout in the staff bathroom that you realise you don't know how to repair haunted tombs, or even what those tombs really are. You have to ask one of the fellow Garu, probably Melody. She deals with the dead. We could get a laptop. Go to Lucinda really quick. Oh, legacy, restore the wisdom. Oh, shit. I'm restoring all the things. Lucinda is on the phone, shaking down a client for money she's owed. She smiles when she sees you. You've done amazing work, Celine. I've heard about all you've learned and what happened and what went wrong. I'm not Garu, and I don't claim any great insights into the spirit world, but you're cut through the lies and illusions to understand the true nature of reality. As an artist, I'm impressed and envious. Thank you. Oh, cool. We're gonna grab some persuasion. And some athletics. Dog agility course. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. Let's maybe have a look around that corrupted region with Melody. Melody's return email arrives after work. A terse. Tonight, midnight, meet me at my place. You stop at Forbes Library to print out physical maps, then take the last bus to where the main road meets the dirt path that leads into the barrows. When you arrive, Melody is waiting for you in her lupus form, a big grey wolf. Remembering Roland as a bearded wolf, you're a little surprised that Melody doesn't have a big mess of auburn hair. That's probably for the best. She waits for you you to change. Then the two of you race through the midnight woods until you reach the rivulet. When you look around for Melody, she's adjusting her maxi dress. You attend to your own change back into Homid form, getting faster at this kind of thing. In your first year as a Garu, a single change back and forth exhausted you and left you ravenous, like you just run a half marathon. But as you pull on your waterproof boots, you realize you feel fine. You don't turn down Melody's granola bar though. Our work is simple, Melody says, checking her map and flashlight. Itchy shoulder. Our old Khan is so Khan. The old Khan is so badly corrupted that you can see it with your human eyes because the trees look sick. The problem is that if you try to go in, you experience a kind of fugue, presumably caused by the answering tiger, the bane spirit that now squats in our territory, and you wander in the wrong direction. But if we don't get too close, we can learn the shape of the area controlled by the bane. You'll go counterclockwise, I'll go clockwise, and we'll draw an outline of the affected area. Isn't it dangerous to split up? We know something is lurking there. Any chance we can just push inside and deal with whatever is causing the corruption? No way. You know, if we can scout the corrupted area, we may be able to find a way toward the cairn. How spiritually dangerous is it getting close to the corrupted cairn? Will you be okay? Isn't it dangerous to split up? If you get attacked, Melody says, fighting to tie back her voluminous hair. Fuck my life. Howl and run away. Run away, you say? Why would you fight something unless it's on your terms? Melody says. It takes 2 hours to meet up with Melody on the far side of the territory. She's holding a frightening looking axe. No wonder her bag always looks so heavy. You came prepared, you say. Oh, this little thing, the Philodox says. My sister found this during her year abroad and thought I'd like to hit people with it when Krenos form is inappropriate. It's not a talisman or anything, but if you put it in a cop, he stops trying to shoot you. Incredible. Queen. It's a beautiful weapon. Exactly what your mind's eyes conjure when you say the words medieval axe. All dark wood and inlaid steel. It's heavy enough that even Elton might want 2 hands in his Homid form. Though in her Glabro form, Melody could whip it around like a Bowie knife. Speaking of carnage, neither of you has been attacked, but feel like you're being watched, Melody asks. Yeah, you say. You both stare deeper into the woods. There's no strict demarcation zone where the trees start to look wrong. Rather, there's a variable stretch of territory where plants look sick. Vegetation smells like rot and limbs twist into shapes, suggesting spirals or other glyphs. You force yourself to move into that no man's land, but once again you experience a brief fugue and find that you've wandered in the wrong direction. You separate to finish your cartographic research, and again nothing happens. The lightening sky still isn't bright enough to read by, so you compare mappings with your flashlights. Your outlines match. You crawl all over the hills, but as dawn approaches, you start to grow convinced that the area to cover is just too large. Even if you bought all the surviving werewolves and members of the free families out here, you're not sure if you could find anything, especially with how bad this place makes you feel. You're doing better than Melody, but you suddenly stumble over a rock and slide painfully down a slope covered in slimy, stinking grass. Shuddering with disgust, you rise and try to wipe the muck off your waterproof boots. That's still over 100 acres, Melody croaks. We're going to need more information, and I I can't go back in there, at least not without a clear direction. Still, we did well. You hear a vehicle crunching your way, and start to tense up until you recognize Hoblin's jeep. He rolls to a halt. What the hell did you two get into? He asks. He gets you both into his jeep and makes sure Melody eats the peach. You look like you saw a ghost, Melody, Hoblin says, and I ate it. The Philodox laughs, then tells Hoblin about your scouting expedition. He drops you off at your cabin, then rolls away to take Melody home. You crawl into bed just as the sun rises. No work today, so it's a long day of patrolling in Lupus form, homing your knowledge of your new territory, where the map ends and the quiet, forgotten, spirit-haunted places begin. You return home, warm up some oatmeal for dinner, and open Elton's copy of The Order of the Invisible World by Casimir Lubisic. Helped establish the three Casimir Lubisic, adventurer, scholar, defrocked priest, and a alleged necromancer. Incredible, I love him already. Casimir Lubisic helped establish the three families in the New World, and his book is supposed to be an invaluable guide to local spirits even centuries later. You can't make heads or tails of it. Elton wants you to read it anyway. Werewolf homework. Great. You're just settling into the useful stuff, spirit names, when you hear a thump outside your cabin door. Fuck. Fucking watch out. I listen in and try to hear what's going on. Is someone trying to steal my stuff? I prefer if they didn't. I get up and look around. No reason to take chances. I grab my dagger. Might be squatters. I can't really open a shelter, but if someone needs a space to spend the night, I can help. Nah, it's knife time. We're a young woman. You're sitting on the lumpy but serviceable sofa in your living room, but you're never far from a weapon. The throwing knives are upstairs, but your dagger is in your backpack, which is hanging between the kitchen and the living room. You silently unzip the backpack and draw the dagger. Then you freeze as your kitchen door topples inward. The door lands with a terrific slap, hard enough to crack the linoleum. Todd Gaultier, the younger of the two brothers, stares at you and your dagger with stupefied horror for a second, then gets up and runs out the door. He just keeps running, heading for the airfield. Oh shit. That's Dax, his older brother, staring from you to the ruined door. Drax wears a thin gold-lined Bitcoin shirt and track pads. Oh god, eat him. Eat him. His gloved hands are filthy with black dirt and his box fresh sneakers are ruined. Next to him, you see a blue plastic tub that's broken open, spilling what appears to be a mix of fake gold watches, silver coins and medals, and baggies labelled only with numbers across the dirt. Drac, what exactly are you doing with pirates, treasure, and drugs? Do you think your brother is okay? It's still cold at night, you know. You can either fix that or pay me to replace it. I'm not mad, but the door situation is disappointing. That's pirate treasure and drugs. Shut the fuck up and get this stuff inside, Drax hisses. He looks around as if the cops are going to scream up the dirt road at any moment, then hauls the broken tub up through the threshold into the kitchen, pushing it across the cracked linoleum until it bangs across the splintered door. Drax, what are you? I told you to shut the fuck up. Are you alone? You feel your rage threatening to spike. But then the tub breaks open completely, spilling tacky fake Rolexes across your socks, like you just won the jackpot at a carnival. It's a little funny. You nudge through with the junk with your dagger. Okay, looks like this will have to stay here, Drax says, wrestling the door back on in his position. Someone will pick it up in a few days. Might be a while, especially now that Terry ain't no good. Terry. I think Catherine mentioned him? The ghost of him? I'm assuming he's a drug dealer. He fumbles in his pocket, pulls out a vape pen, takes a long, shuddering drag. I don't want stolen... Okay. I don't want stolen goods in my house. Okay, enough. Get out, take your shit, or I'm throwing you out. This doesn't look like a professional operation, but maybe I could turn it into one. Nah, take your shit or I'm throwing you out. This is my house, fuckface, Drax says, unsuccessfully trying to threaten you with his vape pen like it's a lit cigarette. Just calm your shit down and watch this stuff for 2 nights. We'll just move some stuff through here, not a lot, it won't be a problem, it'll be chill. So it's gonna be a regular thing, or... Did I say you could fucking ask questions? Drax snaps. Get the shit cleaned up, now, or I'll send Todd back to fix the door. I'll send Todd back to fix the door, so no one notices how you live like a fucking animal. We're gonna move things through here every 3 weeks, whatever, and if you ever think of stealing any of it, you're fucking dead, do you hear me? He taps your chest. Has he even noticed that you're armed? Fine, but I will absolutely rat on Drax the moment there's a hint of police attention. Okay, fine, this isn't worth escalating the fight. How mad are we? We're pretty pissed. Cut me in on a percentage, that's the only way this is happening. Drax, if you don't get your shit out of my house right now, I'm gonna feed you those watches. Listen, bitch, you're gonna do what you bury the dagger, the blade of your dagger in the door frame and enter him his head. Okay, look, maybe I misspoke. Maybe we were both hasty. We got off on the wrong... Yeah, it talks fucking big against a a young woman alone in a house. Fucking coward. I see you around again, or any of your cronies. I'm cutting your head off and burying it in the hole you just made in my yard. Take your shit and don't come back. Fortunately for Drax, he came prepared with trash bags. He bags everything up, never looking at you, and heads for the doorway. You grab him by the back of his tracksuit and fix the door. You have 12 hours. He nods and scrambles back to his truck. Drax's younger brother Todd shows up the next morning and immediately falls to his knees, screaming, "I'm not a crony, Celine. You've got to believe me." You let him fix the door. He does good work. Fucking incredible. With Nimbak, can I explore the deep woods? Let's try to restore Nin's wolf, I guess. That seems like a... But it's probably going to require more spiritual stuff, so I probably need some more... I don't know, like persuasion or academics or something? I don't know. 3 days of training. Let's go to Lucinda. What stats do we have that are quite close? Athletics, intimidation, persuasion. Let's go with persuasion, I think. Because that will be, I imagine that will be interacting with spirits and stuff. We leave Lucinda. Oh, I can't buy a laptop. I assume that's because I don't have any days left. And that requires days to do. I text Elton about the right that will restore the Rolf to Nin. The Theurge texts you back with an address in Florence, a half-hour bus ride north of your cabin. 2 a.m. Bring a raincoat. You take the last bus north, then scout the woods around the town in lupus form for several hours. It's a beautiful summer day with a steady western wind that keeps off the worst of the heat and of New England's ravenous insects. And it's not until 1:45 that clouds spread across the night sky. You pull on a plastic poncho you found left on the beach, and approach the address Elton gave you. The house, it is not quite a mansion, rises in stately desolation above the overgrown box hedges. Under a crooked crescent moon, a light at the entrance to the porte cochere flickers intermittently. Hoblin's Jeep is parked out front, alongside a beaten-up sedan you don't recognise. You step under the porte cochere as the skies open up. Melody and Elton stand in the doorway, both wearing long raincoats. Nin waits behind them, dressed only in plain cotton gown, the colour of dirt. "This won't be easy, Celine," Elton says, "not quite meeting your gaze. I hope you're ready." Elton is calm, almost cold, but Melody burns with rage. She's barely in control, you realise. "Down straight and ready. We need another Garu, a warrior for Gaia, not a guitarist. I want to help Nin regain her spiritual balance and start healing the wood around Broadbrook. What's my role in all this? I understand how important the rite is, and I don't want to screw it up. Well, I'm disappointed that there's going to be another Garu who outranks me, but what's wrong, Melody? Look a little wound up. I want to help her regain her spiritual balance." "Yes, but we need to do something about those spirits," Elton says. He turns to Nin as if to reassure her, but the Galliard looks terrified and miserable. "Well, let's begin." The door behind you opens, bangs open, and you spin around. "Fuck all of you," Fornham screams as Hoblin and Roscoe manhandle him out through the side door and force him onto his knees in front of you. "Fucking psychos, you can't do this to me." Melody instantly changes into her Glabro form, grabs Thornham by the throat, and holds him up below the porch light. "Melody," Elton calls, "he's not yours. You bought the cult of Fenris. You halved Hogthorne's security and made sure they got inside. Mad walls in my territory." What the fuck? Thornham gasps. "Holy shit, Melody, put him down. This guy isn't Garu or one of the three families, Melody. Don't drop clues. I won't ask her to drop the guy, though. She obviously has beef. This can't be good for the right. Let him go." Kind of funny watching this collaborator try to breathe. I let it go on for a little longer. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" Melody snarls. "I suppose you don't. I suppose it doesn't matter what you know when you die. You're just meat." "Melody," Elton says, "this is not the right." That seems to get through to her. Melody drops the sobbing, screaming concert promoter onto the asphalt. Elton grabs Nin as she lingers in the doorway, yanking her forward as she stands shivering before the furious promoter. Oh, God. Roscoe and Hoblin back off as Melody reaches past the house's front door and grabs an axe. The weapon looks ancient, with 2 heads, each made of pitted and verdigreed bronze. Its edges That was a bit of a stutter. Its edges gleam like straight razors in the porch light. So that's how it's going to be, Fornham says, his voice cracking as he stares from Nin to the axe in Melody's hands. I wish it was that easy, Melody says. Then she tosses the axe to Fornham. It bounces off him and clatters to the asphalt. Lightning splits the sky and water flows around your waterproof boots as spirits gather around the ruined house. Ghost falcons soar unhindered through the driving rain, ancient symbols of the Silver Fangs, and no doubt Unicorn has taken notice of her maimed child. But it is my own master Vahan, the Thunderer, who shakes the earth as Fornham picks up the bronze axe. I materialize to bear witness, though Fornham will never see me. Guys, isn't this getting a little out of hand? I'd rather not see Fornham killed. I can't wait to watch this collaborator later try to fight a Garu. I move to make sure he can't get away. I just keep away from the axe. Fornham's fear is giving him strength, and no way I'm getting out of here. I know Melody and Elton don't want to interfere, but I need to protect Nin. She's just standing there, and she can't change. I need to... Yeah. You shift to hedge Fornham in as Nin pleads with Melody and Elton. We can't do this sort of thing, Nin tells the other Garu. Why can't... Only one of you is going to survive to see the dawn, Elton tells Fornham. Elton, please, Nin says. I don't want... Fine by me, Fornham shrieks. He grips the axe with both hands and brings it down on Nin. The Galliard barely even moves as the axe lands on her shoulder. Fornham isn't a strong man, but the axe is so sharp that the blade splits Nin from clavicle down the middle of the chest. The force of the blow drives her to one knee. The pain hits her a second later, and she gasps, then vomits blood and pink froth. Oh, fuck me! Her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Fornham wrenches the axe free, nearly severing her left arm, and tilts it sideways to strike off her head with a horizontal sweep. Nin transforms so quickly that the shockwave from her metamorphosis blasts Forman out from under the porte-cochere's roof into the black night's hammering rain. Only a momentarily stunned, he retrieves the axe from where it's stuck in the muddy grass, stumbling to his feet, and then sees Nin in her dreadful Crinos form. 9 feet and 500 pounds of fur and muscle, sporting the biggest claws you've ever seen on a Garu, like rusty propeller blades. Fornham shrieks like he's on fire and runs screaming into the woods. Melody's laugh turns into a howl of delight as Nin goes after him. Lightning bolts smash into the house, shattering blast fume-boarded windows. A room on the second floor smokes before the rain pours down through the ruined ceiling to douse the flames. Hammer blows rattle your teeth, the hoofprints of Unicorn as she rampages through the woods. Really, Elton? This is the ritual? We sacrifice a guy? Good riddance to cult rubbish. An acceptable sacrifice. Was this really the only way, Elton? Is this our law? Good riddance to... Yeah, good riddance to that fucker. Fuck him. This death is almost too good for him, Melody says. Her smile is full of sharp canines. Her green eyes move as if she can track Nin through the pitch-black forest. Maybe she can. The Shadow Lords make a habit of necessary solutions, Elton says. I think they sometimes make a habit of it, but this was the only way. He and Melody both wince as the immense spiritual drain of the rite hits them. It washes over you a moment later as bolts of lightning ignite the tops of pine trees. Nin howls long and low. She returns a minute later with axe in one hand and what remains of Fornham in the other. The scraps aren't even recognizable as human. Nin flings the corpse away. Lightning strikes it twice before it hits the ground. The rain stops like a plug to force it. Rivulets of blood and water flow around Nin's huge clawed feet. Then she shrinks back, turning not into the normal woman, but into a small red wolf. Melody retrieves the axe as Nin studies each of you, then races away into the night. She'll be back before dawn, Elton says. Mel, why don't you stay here and make sure she's okay when she returns? Melody flicks water off the axe, then heads inside. Probably to put out any remaining fires. The spiritual drain of the rite means you end up hitchhiking a ride with a pre-dawn commuter who works at a bakery in town. Elton lets you into his flat and pours you some coffee, which does nothing for your exhaustion and a slice of toast. The two of you field text from Roscoe, who's busy making sure no one will look for the dead Fornham in the right place until you both have to go to work. That was kind of fucked up. But fuck him. He's working with Nazis? Fuck him. Let's check our phone real quick. That's all good. We could into the... let's check on Nin, because that was a lot. You return to the house where Fornham died after a long day of trimming the ugly brown hedges around Gorski Manor. Its gothic grandeur is lessened by daylight. The bright blue sky makes the house look less like a ruined mansion and more like a condemned Queen Anne More like the condemned Queen Anne it clearly is. A sad pastel heap, paint peeling, windows boarded, vines crawling over the wraparound porch. The place has power. A light at the entrance to the porte cochere flickers intermittently, and another light shines in a high window covered in post-it notes. A small metal sign in the overgrown lawn visible in daylight reads, Benicki. This was once the estate of one of the Free families. Someone has hacked the vines and sedges away from the front door, beneath the porte cochere, which is unlocked. You enter and follow a path clear through the rubble and wreckage to an intact kitchen. From there, you can climb a steep staircase with a tattered carpet and newly polished banister to an uninhabited parlour full of old furniture. Following the sound of an elusive guitar, Nin sits at the top of the tower steps, wearing an oversized Romeo Void t-shirt, playing quietly. Let's check our relationship with Nin, because I don't think she's best pleased. Oh wait, no, she does like us, but Elton is kind of pissed at us. Okay. Would it be possible to push Nin to talk about the power of Gravesarm? We're not doing that after she just had to do a ritual murder. Fuck that. How does this place have power? I'm worried that an illegal hookup might draw attention to the building. Where did you learn to play? I'm generally impressed she's good. I like your shirt, at least partially because Nen looks cute wearing only a knee-length shirt. I'm sorry that Fornan had to die for you to regain the wolf. It was the only way the rite would work. Have you seen any of the cult offense? Let's go in a different direction. Let's go with something that she clearly loves and is good at, rather than bringing up anything intensely painful after what she just went through. I came here from Wolf Hollow in Ipswich, she says, rising and heading deeper into the old house with the guitar. I was still very young, and I could walk in human form, but I was clumsy. But Holds the Dawn was also a gibbous moon, and she taught me to play guitar. She took lots of notes. There was only one other wolf born with us, and he was old and had forgotten most of what he was. Holds the Dawn took notes and tried to... Nin strums a few chords, concentrating. Okay, maybe we not done the best at reminding her of her childhood. She wanted to know how I thought. She said that we all have a lot of noise inside us. She said we need to let it out one way or another. I don't know how she died. You follow her to her den. A sense of disassociation hits you, almost a spike of fear, probably not unlike the delirium when it afflicts regular people. The geometry of Nin's little room is wrong. Table with laptop, band posters, clothes rack, turntable. But not laid out like they should be. You momentarily feel like one of those snivelling cosmic horror protagonists, terrified by funny angles and off-kilter stares. You try not to look Nin directly in the eye as you flip through her record collection. It's partly organised by era, from Grandpa Boogie Woogie, the Misfits, B-52s, to Mum Rock, Smashing Pumpkins, the Cranberries, with a large and disorganised section of old, deep cuts from across the Atlantic. Elton's contributions, you expect, as it's mostly trip-hop and Eurodance from the last years of the 1900s, some with Jordan Day listed in the credits. This is the Wi-Fi password, she says. The child of Gaia smiles as she points to a scrap of paper, pleased to behave in a socially acceptable manner. There's no cell coverage around here, so you sign in. The feeling of disassociation fades once you have data access. While you work, Nim takes out her own phone tablet, which is twice the size of yours, with an attached physical keyboard. Maybe for typing in Hispo form? Tell me about the children of Gaia. They seem the most humane of tribes. Maybe I should consider joining them. Are you okay here? Do you have everything you need? That one speaks to me a lot. Tell me about the Wolfborn. Like, how did you get your name? I'm still worried about the cultists. We may be ready to a fight. So do you have enough clothes? I'm not trying to ingest Nin right away, but I am willing to watch her try on different outfits. Okay, let's not be fucking creepy. Are you okay here? Do you have everything you need? That's very kind of you. Thank you, Nin says in a careful and formulaic way. Then she seems to realise you aren't just making conversation. I can hunt now that I can regain my true shape, because the woods around here are full of small game. Is there a working kitchen, running water? Yes and yes, Nin says. And Melody brings me bread that she bakes. You hate to treat this like a social welfare check, but you scrutinise Nin and her environment. She's clean, freshly scrubbed from the shower actually, and so are the rooms she's reclaimed in the crumbling mansion. Someone shovelled all the ruined crap out of the way.
Turn this old estate into sort of vertical one-bedroom apartment. A little kitchen that you already saw, this den, and a bedroom 1 floor above. Maybe storage all the way up top? Tell me about the children of Gaia. Yeah. Nin strains, trying to formulate an expression you can understand. An explanation you can understand, not expression.
There was only one other child of Gaia in Broadbrook. Martha was very... Oh, we met Martha's, like, ghost in the graveyard. Martha was very old when I met her, and with my new awareness and growing understanding of my situation, I thought, how can I live a very long time like Martha? There are more children of Gaia than most other tribes because we do not throw our lives away. But Martha taught me more than that. I learned to control my rage, to focus on the spirit world, to heal more than I destroy, to try. Because we are destroyers, Celine. Martha said we were, and I don't know if she used those exact words, but she said we were failed experiments. Gaia had made us wrong, and it wasn't something a werewolf was supposed to believe, but it makes sense to me. We came out wrong and held humans in bondage and murdered the others, shapeshifters, and everything we did went wrong. To be Garou, she said. To be Garou was to feel like the lesser half of some animal cut in two, some animal that wasn't too great to begin with. She smiles, remembering the long ago conversation, then sighs. She died in the end, with all the others. She died gloriously. That's what people in spirits say. The Galliard shrugs. You consider what else she might know about her tribe, but then your reconnected phone starts buzzing. Dr. Landseer, patient in room 22 died. Pick it up whenever. Hello? Fuck, delete this immediately. Delete this immediately. Hello, sorry, I didn't have a connection. Delete this immediately. Come to Gorski Manor immediately. We need to talk. Who is this? You are in possession of sensitive information, and I will need to confiscate your phone. Vice. I apologize for the behavior of Dr. Landseer. This is this device at Gorski Manor. We have a room that needs cleaning up after the death of an elderly guest, and no one else is available. Please come immediately. Failure to comply will, I'm afraid, result in a termination, but there is a $50 service bonus for performing this task. Problem? Nin asks. I need to go to work, you say. It was very kind of you to visit me. Thank you. Nin says. She leads you politely back to the side door beneath the porte cochere. I hope I'm saying that right. Then, apparently unsure what is expected of her, hands you a candy bar. Incredible. Yes. Queen behavior. I love her so much. Ugh. We're just going to turn this down a bit so I can actually hear myself think a little. Mr. Vice is extremely cagey about what went on in room 22, or why Dr. Landseer, who we've seen on occasion, is no longer present at the facility. He hands you 3 20s the moment you arrive, then ushers you into a room so splattered with blood and shit that it looks like a vampire exploded at a G. Allen concert. You clean until midnight. At least you get to use the showers afterwards. You're combing your still wet hair when you spot me as I emerge from the coiling steam. Hello, Celine. How have you been? Keeping warm? Getting enough calories? I'm here to learn what happened to the Broadbrook Khan, and I'm getting closer. What do you know? Surviving as well as I can. Ate some raisins today. Can't complain. Spirit, I'm starting to think that you're manipulating events. That doesn't make me happy. I'm stiff with scraping by in the human world. Surviving as well as I can. Pride fills no bellies, Celine, but perhaps you do not trust me entirely. So let me offer you some insight. The spirits have come to a decision regarding the survivors of Broadbrook. You are a pack worthy of the name. As I glide through the shadows cast by Gorski Manor's high brick walls, you can almost see whatever is behind this body I wear. Whatever is so huge and so far away that my form can barely conceal it. But it remains concealed, mercifully. For if you saw it, you would know the same. Pitiful rat-souled fear you inflict upon mortals, little Garou. What do you think about your new companions? Be honest. The compulsion washes over you, calling upon you to ruthlessly scrutinize your packmates for weakness. Alton still mourns his dead wife. He ignored his duties to Gaia for years as his companion fought or suffered alone. Nin might have a wolf's wisdom, but restoring her required a human sacrifice. Is she worth all that? Melody has been exactly as arrogant and unstable as people said the Silverfangs were. Get out of my head, Stormcat. I don't do what you tell me. It's true, though. Alton has twisted his soul and imagines that he can live life as a mortal occultist, accruing all the benefits of his knowledge and power as a guru, while never offering the services Gaia asks in exchange for all she has given him. He knows that his situation is untenable, and that soon the great god Vahan, wearing my face, will force him to take up his duties again. He knows his obligations to the tribe of the Shadow Lords. In fact, I am here to speak about tribes and obligations, and the obligations they entail. You need a tribe, Selene. With the pack partially restored, I have regained some of my status, and I have spoken to the great spirits of the Garu nation. Some have expressed interest in you. The goddesses of the Black Earth and Red Roots have spoken highly of you. If you wish to join the Black Furies, seek out the kindly ones and offer your obeisance among the trees in the darkest woods. Stormcat's words also make you think of the Gale Stalkers. The spirits' blue eyes flash. When the moon is cold and the air is bitter, I sometimes speak to Ice Wind, whom the Europeans arrogantly named after one of those human myths in a doomed attempt to stay his wrath. Your deeds have impressed the patron of the Gale Stalkers, Selene. If you still wish to join that tribe, and I believe that you can survive his fury, you could seek out that cruel spirit. Find him in the wild places, not far from Gorgon's statue. A tribe of your own, if you can prove yourself worthy, of course. Before you can ask any more questions, though, I slip back into the Umbra, leaving you alone with your thoughts and a confused stray cat. You bag some leftover meatloaf. Let's go to the deep woods. I'm going to check my phone first, compulsively, because I'm a weird little guy. Let's go to the deep woods. You've never visited these woods before, but you feel the spiritual power. The hot summer wind carries a song, Nin's howling. You also notice mundane signs of her return, standing stones righted, statues cleared of lichen, paths widened and cleared of brush, and at the very edge of your perception, spirits dancing through the glades and among the treetops. Nonetheless, the forest has suffered greatly from spiritual neglect. Dark stains mark the stones, rotting vegetable matter fouls the air, and you find evidence of intrusion by dark spirits, stained water, dead animals, and occasional occult Fenris runes that Nith hasn't yet effaced. It will take a great deal of spiritual energy to heal this land. I scout the woods, noting the standing stones and other interesting features. Nin, visible only as a swishing red tail in the foliage, leads you to each of the major features of the deep woods. Ancient statues rise from the rocky soil, some so old that they're almost features of the landscape. 3 patron spirit statues stand in the circular glade facing each other. You have a hard time stepping into the center of the glade, where their gazes intersect. Despite the statue's great age, you think you can recognize the single horn of Unicorn, patron of the children of Gaia, the crown of Stag, patron of the Heart Wardens, and the serpents of Gorgon, patron of the Black Furies. Of course, those are just the names Bactan taught you. Who knows what the snake-tressed dear woman meant to the people who settled these lands during the last ice age. You also find a more recent statue, that of a falcon. Though it's been smashed to pieces, it lacks the grandeur of the patient spirit statues. It might have represented a lesser, but still mighty spirit. It once depicted a falcon with an open door for a head. I examined the statue of Unicorn. You cannot look into both of Unicorn's eyes at the same time, as its entire head is bisected by a huge horn of stone. It is, of course, not a unicorn at all. It's like a living sword to cut through illusions. What is Gaia? The statue seems to ask you. Is she one? Many? Has she even been born yet? Or is our world still chaos? Maybe the cosmos must be made, not found, as the souls of the Garu must be forged out of the 5 forms in an ever-shifting moon. Just checking. Sorry. There are messages. Heal. Mother Bear Woods. Shatter Bonds. Hummingbird Prince. The Urban Blight. Balance Rage. Copper Mirror. Barrows. Open Locks. Raccoon. The Urban Blight. Unicorn blesses her followers with clarity of spirit in the form of increased composure and awareness. Servants of truth and enemies of mindless rage, children of Gaia eschew deception and belligerence. A child of Gaia cannot advance her subterfuge, and a child of Gaia who escalates an argument to gain rage loses wisdom. Probably not for us. I call Nin, approach the statue and join the children of Gaia. No, we're not going to do that just yet. I inspect the statue of Gorgon to learn about the Black Furies. Did it move? Are the snakes moving? You circle the statues. Of course not. Just a shifting way the sunlight moves through the trees. Across the mirror suggestion of serpents. The whole statue is a suggestion of serpents, of leonine paws, of women's face twisted in wrath, yet somehow noble in its righteous fury. So once again you find yourself contemplating Black Tarn's tribe. What rage waits within your heart, ready to be unleashed against those who torment the weak? How would you know when to stop? Gorgon answers you with the movement of her serpents. You will never stop. Apollo and his children lied. No law ever came from on high to banish the Chthonian rage of the downtrodden. Kill and kill for 1,000 years and you will never turn the tide of injustice. But through wrath and ruin you might just save Gaia. Maybe then you can ask yourself if it's possible to go too far. Gifts. Instant retaliation. Porcupine, the woods. Track the wounded. Kali, the urban blight. Superior aim. Hu Yi, the urban blight. City secrets. Pankiller, the barrows. Gorgon is a spirit of swift and terrible justice. She hones her servants into living night instruments of her wrath by increasing their dexterity and intimidation. Gorgon's rage can be blind and uncompromising. First, a fury cannot advance her awareness. Second, a fury who loses rage because she backed down from a confrontation also loses glory. I rarely if ever back down. I'm at 4 again. I'm always so high on the heckin' rage. Inspect the statue. Can I do it again? I think it's just... yeah, it's just the same information. I look at the statue of Stag. This is the most representation of the statues in the glade. Though the antlers sweep out behind Stag like twin labyrinths, spiraling across his flank and trailing off into the branches of nearby trees. From certain angles, the antlers seem to go on forever. Joy, beauty, friendship, weakness. Joy, beauty, friendship, weakness, many Garu would say. Yet the Heart Wardens are one of the strongest tribes, guardians of the living earth and its wild beauty, and protectors of the intricate network of ghost-host relationships that define civilization, human or Garu. Wow, how far did Clay fall if he was a Heart Warden? The oldest stories are about the hunt, but the second oldest are about strangers. What do we owe each other? Who is this stranger at the door? Who is this figure who promises shelter? Who are we to each other? Zeus Senios, patron of foreigners, guide my words, or else harsh words turn to bloodshed, vendetta, and the false rage of kinslaying. Gifts. Song of War, Holds the Dawn, Barrows, Banish Sorcery and Evil Power, the Wardstone Barrows, Blessed Brew, Turfside Diner in the Urban Blight, Speak to Animals, the Falcon with Many Faces, the Woods. Stag blesses different wardens in different ways, but this statue offers joy, understanding, and elegant speech, which manifests as increased persuasion and wits. Heart Wardens are sworn to protect those under their charge. If a warden's fellow Garus suffer harm because of her choice, she loses honor. Stag is associated with the glory of the hunt, and more importantly, the return, and you have earned his respect from your deeds and words. Furthermore, the wardens emphasize two great and somewhat paradoxical virtues, joy and tradition. Joy at friends made and oaths of fellowship sworn. The tradition of the litany to make those fellowships real and lasting. While you're more sober-minded than many, you respect the traditions of the Garu and the ancient ways of guest and host. Okay. I seek out the spirits of the woods to learn their natures. Following Nin's song, you wind through hidden paths and over cold brooks, including a river that hums with umbral power. Seeking. Umbral power, seeking. Seeking the spirits behind the animals you see. Squirrel is everywhere, of course, leaping from tree to tree, eternally hunted by fox and owl whose eyes gleam with hidden secrets. Trout dances in the brooks, leaping into the sunlight before plunging back into the depths, though you don't see him. Wildcat's claws have scored the trees. Porcupine bumbles and bristles. Crow studies you for weakness or treats. Deeper in the shadows of the oldest woods, you hear whippoorwill, calling the spirits of the dead. Butterfly is here, shivering in the pale sunlight, proud as a jeweled empress. And of course, I am too. Maybe I've become a bit of a city cat lately, but my power is in the wild places, and in the sky, following the storm pass, you will find me. Follow the cold wind and the killing Atlantic gale, and you might find something worse. Then you feel the earth move beneath your feet. Massive, implacable, older than stones, the bear spirits. Oh, okay. God, there's a lot going on. Let's do the cold wind first. A twisting ribbon of cold air snakes through the forest, uncomfortably cold even in summer. You follow the cold wind and imagine ships encased in ice. Climbing, then scrambling up a rocky cliff takes you so far above the tree line that you can see Northampton City Hall and the spire of the Edwards Church. Oh, there goes the music again. It stops every so often, so I have to turn it back on. Let's see. You follow the cold wind, encased in ice, climbing, then scrambling. No. Here the wind is bitterly cold and clear, as if it's blowing directly off the North Atlantic. So this is what you were promised. This is the nor'easter, the ice wind of New England. You're 100 miles inland, but the gods roam where they will, and the ice wind is a mighty god. That's what Black Tarn named him, when you ask her about the tribes, declining to offer greater details. She feared this patron spirit for his cruelty and wrath, and black furies fear little. Marks in the bare stones here. English, Armenian, Greek, Hebrew, or Yiddish? Maybe a palace climbed up here and practiced some of the magic that Melody doesn't believe they ever really had. The marks are effaced beyond legibility, decades or centuries old. Garu glyphs encircle some, while others might have been the work of human occultists trying to tame this spirit. Solomonic seals and apotropaic signs cover the rocks. You can read appeasing prayers to the spirit, whom the European settlers passively educated in the classics called Kaikaias, Anemos of the northeastern wind, patron of the gale stalkers. For a moment you perceive the gods, as those terrified settlers might have glimpsed him, a blue-black man with a wild beard and a cape of hailstones raging in the heavens. Then you see only the stars. Gifts: superior stealth, Madam Mouse, the urban blight; banish sorcery and evil power, the Wardstone's barrows; Icewind, Grandfather Bear, woods; ignore environmental harm, tardigrade, the barrows. The Gale-stalkers learn to endure. Kaikias blesses them with superior resolve and hones their survival skills. Gale-stalkers are sworn to hunt even more so than other werewolves. Compelled by their patron spirit, they must hunt and kill every day, which carries you far from the pack, both physically and emotionally. Gale-stalkers find it harder to form bonds with their fellows. Okay. We'll go do this one in a minute, because that was like one of the big sort of... I watched the crow spirit. Crow flies higher than the other winged spirits. There are many crow spirits, of course, but this one is unusually powerful and cunning. Almost strong enough to be a pack's guardian. Strong and clever, fond of humanity and its trickery. And its trinkets. Crow is nonetheless dangerous and must be approached with care, using Crow's gift. Crow lets you steal the supernatural power of other creatures, an enemy werewolf's gifts, a spirit's charms, even a warlock's magic. You can't take power from a packmate or another ally, it must be an act of theft. While you possess the stolen magic, your enemy cannot use it, and you can. Stealing a power requires rage, while using it relies on your resolve. Crow loses the stolen power if you frenzy and can only claim one power at a time. Crow only reveals his trick to Ragabash of Peerless Honor or similarly respected members of the Ghost Council if you swore yourself to Vishap. Crow is impressed enough by your love of humanity that he would show you his trick. I can do crime! 6 nights of honorable chiminage. And from what you can ascertain, a certain amount of property crime to earn the gift. I love him. I love Crow. I follow the cry of the whippoorwill. Local folklore says that the whippoorwill carry away the souls of the dead, gathering in huge numbers around the houses of witches as they lie in their final agonies, eager to drag their spirits off to hell. The whippoorwill also has a dire reputation among the Garou, as some werewolves associate the birds with the black spiral dancers, werewolves who serve the worm. You follow the distinctive call into woods so thick that the sky is entirely hidden. Then, spot the little brown bird perched on a log. Using whippoorwill teaches the song of the moon path, which allows for safe travel through dangerous physical or spiritual terrain. Whippoorwill only offers his gift to wolf-born galliards. He's quite insistent on this. Garou born of humanity have mistreated his children by using them to call up the dead. And though he is courteous to you, he would not teach you even if you were a galliard. It's interesting that Scarpa knew a similar gift, but he learned it from Goose. You've seen plenty of geese, but no goose around Broadbrook, so you're not sure you have any way to learn this gift. Okay. So Whippoorwill's just like, hey, yo, fuck you. I follow the fox spirit to learn more about him. The fox spirit spins and dances, twisting, breaking apart, reassembling with 9 tails or 7 faces, then vanishes behind the wind, only to emerge again, spread across a dozen impossible angles. Confusion, misdirection, and the clean scent of running water. A spirit of trickery to hide your tracks from cops, journalists, and the more serious pursuit of professional hunters. Fox hides your tracks, both literally and metaphorically, so you can escape pursuit. He's especially good at hiding you from Le Flic. Oh, what's that, Sherry? You are surprised that Fox is not merely Fox, but Reynard. C'est vrai. C'est vrai? My French is bad. Reynard came down to Nouveau-Angleterre with the first trappers, but do not worry. Even here he knows how to escape the pigs, the swine, those who would hunt you down. Even better, Reynard has your tracks, even if your rage is exhausted. Magnifique, no? Earning Reynard's gift. Reynard only grants his sneaky gifts to Les Nouvelles Lunaires and the wolves of the Silent Strider and Red Talon tribes. But if you swore yourself to Simmer, or Cheetah, he might aid you. If only you could rid yourself of your serious ways. The fox teaches his tricks and bestows his gifts across 5 nights of chiminage in the form of sacred laughter and celebration, a blessing of wisdom. I love the fox. He's just like, yeah, fuck them pigs. I watched trout in the brook. Both predator and prey, trout is always moving, always shifting, always leaping to seek advantage. Trout grants a heightened sense of danger, allowing you to react instinctively to threats and avoid harm. Trout acts automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf to warn you of danger. It relies on composure. As a particularly wiser rune, you have Trout's interests, but he thinks you're too focused on abstractions and not focused enough on survival. Trout requires 3 nights of chiminage, most of it spent in lupus form, learning to hunt and be hunted, and to accept the wisdom of this. What could Porcupine teach? Porcupine tells you a story as you follow him. Once, he says, the gods played a trick on mankind and took from him the secret art to see how he would perish. The secret of art. God, I'm getting very tired, so I probably won't go for too much longer. To see how he would perish. But mankind still had his old cunning, and he spoke to the clever spirits. He spoke to thunder and raven, and the cleverest of the rivers, and learned the great secrets of bringing out about his will. He learned about ritual and sacrifice, and secret means that the gods kept for themselves. And so horrified were the gods by the cleverness of man that they begged man to take back his arts. So the gods ran about and one by one returned to man his arts. Fire making they returned to him, and basket weaving, and how to make and use medicine. And then the gods realized they couldn't find 2 arts, clothing and weapons. They looked everywhere, but in time it took the gods to gather up all the other arts. Clothing and weapons had run off together and fallen in love. This, of course, forbidden, and moreover the gods had promised mankind his arts back. knowing that without clothing and weapons, mankind would start working rituals of regalia and destruction. The gods sent their most eloquent speakers to plead. Raven and fox and Bright Rain all spoke, without success. But then a humble creature appeared, of the retinue of rat, and lesser even than mouse, and said, "Let me reason with them." And he convinced clothing and weapons to return to mankind. The gods, who had promised everything to whoever would restore the last of the arts, immediately forgot the little animal, since gods are forgetful. The animal went to clothing and weapons and reminded them of the deal, but clothing and weapons just laughed. But the animal knew what he was doing, and he took the love child of clothing and weapons and raised it as his own. And since he had witnessed the cleverness of man in turning to ritual and sacrifice, he sacrificed that child when it came of age, and draped the child's skin over his body, stealing the power of clothing and weapons. That humble animal, of the retinue of rat, but lesser even than mouse, had clothing and weapons and became Porcupine. Oh, you better not mess with Porcupine. Using Porcupine's gift, the justice of the Black Fury yearns for instantaneous retaliation, so no one gets confused about the power of vengeance. When someone hurts you, they instantly suffer the pain of Porcupine's quills. This effect usually manifests as coincidental disasters such as bad falls or bullet ricochets. The effect is automatically and relies on your stamina. Okay. Porcupine offers his gift to half-moon werewolves and Garou, who swear themselves to Gorgon, the patron of the Black Fury tribe. If you want his gift, you must first impress the goddess of vengeance with glory earned in battle, and then understand Porcupine's origin in the arts and practices of humanity. You've proven your glory, and you've also shown a decent understanding of humanity. Porcupine asks for 3 nights of glorious chiminage, and so he can tell more stories. He loves them stories, though. I follow the path of Wildcat's claws. You don't see Wildcat, but her claw marks shimmer in your vision. Umbral slashes against physical trees. You follow the trail and catch only the slightest glimpse of you're guessing a bobcat, since those are the only big cats regularly found in the area. And then she's gone. Leaving only her claw marks, of course. It's obvious what she can teach you, how to hone your claws to a razor's edge and tear your enemies to pieces. Wildcat enhances your combat skills as long as you're using your claws. Even better, all you need to do is sharpen your claws on a convenient surface. This trick relies on your dexterity. Wildcat only treats with full moon werewolves or red talons, and a rune of considerable glory. You would be worthy of Wildcat's blessing, if only you appreciated how much humanity has hurt the wild places and how they deserve to pay for their crimes. Wildcat requires 4 nights of glorious chiminage. Each night you must destroy an object from the human world that has intruded upon the wild places. Interesting, you also find what appear to be larger claw marks, a bear spirit on the move. You're not sure. I follow the butterfly spirit to learn about the gift that she can give Agaru. Isn't she beautiful? She's no butterfly spirit you've ever seen before. Butterfly species you've ever seen before. And every time you look at her, she changes, and she's dazzling every time. And you make sure she can, and you think she can make. Oh God, I need a second to just recalibrate. And you think she can make you like her. With Butterfly's blessing, you can dazzle, delight, and charm. Since it's superficial delight and it only works on humans, but it's awfully hard to look away. Butterfly enhances your social skills, but only with humans. Butterfly's gifts works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf, and relies on your composure. Earning Butterfly's gift. Butterfly only offers her fittical attention to galliards or glasswalkers, but if you swore yourself to Spider, your honour is sufficient to earn her respect and her gift. She requires 3 nights of honourable chiminage. Each night you must make and then forget a new friend among the human world. Okay. I study the squirrels. Excuse me. Least and humblest of the local spirits. Squirrel is ubiquitous, hard-working and forward-thinking. You gotta be able to bury enough nuts that you can survive the winter. Squirrel is burying spirit nuts right now, but the principle is the same. But sometimes, something has agitated the numerous squirrel spirits of the woods, and every time we approach they leap away. That's not surprising, since that's the gift a squirrel spirit offers. Leaping, running, balancing, and a hasty escape. But they're really upset about something. You might have to sort that out. Using Squirrel's gift. Squirrel's gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf. Improves your ability to leap, climb, and balance. It relies on composure. Ancient pacts between Squirrel and Saladi, spirit of the moon, permit Garu of any auspice to receive Squirrel's gift with 3 nights of chiminage, as long as they have earned sufficient glory and are capable of thinking about the future. You qualify in both counts. Okay. I follow Owl. This is the one that could see into the spirit world. Owl swoops and waits, Owl watches, and seeing all, Owl knows when to strike. I know some owls. When the time is right, she kills. You don't need Owl to teach you how to kill. You're a werewolf. But her eyes pierce darkness and mist. Her ears hear the rustling of mice under grass and leaves. She can open your senses, letting you experience everything around you. Owl hones and expands your senses in this world and in the Umbra. While you can usually perceive your own spirits, Owl will let you see clearly into the spirit world. Her gift works automatically as long as you haven't lost the wolf and relies on composure. Wolf and Owl were close friends once, and Owl permits any Garu to share in their gift, as long as they show sufficient wisdom and dignity and are willing to perform 3 nights of chiminage. You pass both tests. Yay! Where are these bear spirits? I cautiously approach them. Finding the bears is the first challenge. They are so vast, their spirits so all-encompassing, that they seem to be all around you, but finally you realize that they're beneath you. It takes hours to find the cave of bears. These spirits are ancient. Picking your way over the bones, you study the shadows of the great bear spirits, as it seems imprudent to look at them directly. There's a full family here, but only 3 acknowledge you in any way. Itchy ear. 1 second, taking my headset off a little bit. The younger bears must not have any spiritual connection to Saladi, the local moon goddess, or the Garu. Mother bear and father bear both look your way, their movements slow, immense, geological. Father bear enhances a Garu's berserk fury when in Krynos form. After the Battle of Graves Farm, Father Bear no longer contracts with Garu, except for Wolfborn Arun. He must spend the next geological age attending to shapeshifters of his own type. However, an ancestral spirit has taken over his duties. He must mean Clay. Mother Bear lets you expend rage to heal your allies. The effectiveness of her gift relies on your composure. That's kind of cool. Mother Bear offers her gift only to Theurges and Children of Gaia, who have earned enough glory in battle to be worthy of healing her warriors. Even if you swore yourself to Unicorn, Mother Bear is skeptical of your wrathful nature. You would need to cultivate your spiritual side to impress her. Mother Bear requires 3 nights of glorious chiminage. There's a third bear down here that calls to you, but you struggle to perceive it. Picking your way over bones and through pillars of stone, you feel the old air grow bitterly cold. The other spirits watch as you approach Grandfather Bear, ancient spirit of the freezing wind. You know enough to stop before you get too close. You feel the cold radiating off Grandfather Bear. Even as you feel the heat of the other spirits, this is a power of mountain winds and icy death. Using Grandfather Bear's gifts, the ancient spirit of deadly wind hurls blasts of ice wind at your enemies, at anyone and anything really. Better be careful. The gift burns rage and is focused through your resolve. Grandfather Bear is a grim spirit of suffering. The more injured you are, the colder he is, as if he has power to convert your lost blood into frozen death. Greynail can enhance Grandfather Bear's attacks. We already have Greynail stuff. A Grandfather Bear offers his gift of icy death only to Gale Stalkers, but you have shown yourself to be honourable, and you share this spirit's grim and stoical nature. If you swore yourself to Kaikias, he would be willing to grant you this gift. It requires 5 nights of honourable chiminage. Did that go up? Oh no, that one was 6. It's so hard. Numbers are hard. Okay, so let's look at the falcon statue before it gets sort of like, it's very lost in this list. Wait, I follow the larger and more terrible claw marks I examine. What are the larger and more terrible claw marks? The trail of destruction is easy to follow at first, but you abruptly find yourself without any clear direction to go. You retrace your steps, lose your way again, try again, once again wander deep into the woods without any physical or spiritual evidence of your quarry. You're missing something, some map, some clue, you're not sure what it might be. Okay. Let's look at the falcon statue. Even after several years, signs of fighting mar the woods around the shattered falcon statue. You pick up bullet cases and notice claw marks on nearby birch trees. A battle that sprawls across several acres and ends with your sad find of human phalanges held together by grisly scraps of skin. A werewolf died here, and in dying reverted to his human form. You take the fragment to Melody, who is thankful. That was the Falcon of Doors, a waypoint for the werewolves of the Heartwarden tribe who sometimes visited Broadbrook, the Philodox explains, while trying to read the instructions off of a tea sachet in the dim light of her barrow. So not the Silverfangs, you ask? Not technically, but he's a Philodox spirit, and the Silverfangs here have traditionally been Philodox heavy, ever since Malachi Palace. Greynell was an exception. So he helped us as well. The spirit died during the battle, or when his statue toppled, or his death caused the statue to fall, or he perished when the cairn was corrupted. Who can tell? Cause and effect in the Umbra. Can he be restored, you ask, watching Melody squeeze your sachet with all her strength? Not in this configuration of the world, but a new spirit can be called. The falcon with many faces would let you speak the language of the birds and command the beasts. Even as the Philodox speak, you can feel the egg tooth of the falcon with many faces chipping at the membrane of reality, ready to be born. Oh, I have caught myself on my wheelchair. Ouchies. Ready to be born. You see the spirit that would make him real. You see the statue that would make him real, that would make him always have been real, integral part of your spiritual reality. Talk to Lucinda about getting a statue made, Melody says. Okay. Something about the spirit tells you it's not actually a follower of Falcon. Nonetheless, a Silver Fang might be able to help here. You need to find a Silver Fang or to learn more about crafts to do anything about the ruined statue. Broadbrook's Falcon Spirit grants you the power to communicate with and command birds and beasts. Employing this gift requires rage and relies on your composure. Though called a falcon like the Silver Fang's patron spirit, this falcon is actually closer to the Heartwardens and Silent Strider tribes. The only way this new spirit would agree to teach you is if you swore yourself to stag or simmer. But if you join the Wardens or the Striders, you're confident that your honour and your commitment to the litany would earn the spirit's respect. After an initial outlay to rebuild this physical statue, you need to spend 4 nights in honourable chiminage to earn the gift. However, in exchange for this work, the spirit promises to tell the blackbirds and starlings about your honourable deeds in addition to granting you his gift. Interesting. So that's the statue. I don't think we've done anything else. I follow the river here looking for spirits or powers. It's not much of a river, or at least compared to the mighty Connecticut, but you can feel its spiritual power and authority. Not everything that appears small in the physical world is inconsequential in the Umbra. The humans of this land learned that lesson 150 years ago, when the Mill River shattered its dam and tore through the surrounding towns, killing over 100 people in minutes. Oh my god, okay. As the spirits churn in the night sky like a dragon of black water, it sings its rage. The humans bound it without ceremony, and so it killed them without regret. Even for a spirit that despises humans and has no particular love of goooooo, one can approach them in the right or wrong way. Mill River was approached in the wrong way. Its rage still burns. And yet, quite suddenly, the dragon becomes a man-dragon, like Scamander in the Iliad, a helmeted and armoured figure with a spear and a golden serpent's tail, his hair and beard red gold. Classical illusions swirl around him like some classical illusions you don't know. Anyway, human culture, not just human industry, has shaped the Mill River, giving him a godly form, which he seems to enjoy, at least with its destructive power. Ancient treaties forbid Mill River from materializing in all his terrible powers, but he is still an invaluable ally to the Garou. The god of shattered dams and rising waters, Mill River can pin your enemies down in mud, giving you time to escape or kill them at your leisure. His influence is limited to natural earth, mud and sand. He can't liquefy rock or asphalt. Invoking the spirit uses rage and is focused around your resolve. Mill River offers its gift. His gift? It's just the swirling dragon again. To Red Talons and Garou of the Ghost Council. Even if you joined one of these tribes, the river god is displeased that you think so highly of humanity, that your wisdom has impressed him. Okay. How are you doing, Stormcat? Stormcat was definitely at the barrow, but searching around there gets you nothing, and you don't really want to plunge into that pit of bones. Instead, you circle some of the low mounds. Where did she go? To answer your question, I am nothing but doing, Celine. I'm nothing but doing, Celine. Of course, I understand that fact while you other spirits do not. We are the books that write themselves. Some of us are a mere ink splashed on parchment, of course, slaved to a greater hand. But any spirit that matters knows how to pull herself out of non-existence, and then, when the time is right, hide again, in metaphor and potential, abandoning the crass awkwardness of the real. But since I command the Shadow Lords, I suppose we must speak about something you consider very close to the real: power. What power can I offer an ambitious young Garou? One sec. Big sippies. You wonder as you behold me grooming my elegant ears atop this old statue of Vahan. This is what you're wondering, right? Of course it is. I've made it so. And let me answer as you follow me through the dappled shade of the wildwoods. I offer wrath. I offer the right hand of Vahan the Thunderer. There is a place and time for subtlety, Celine, but that's not what's for sale here. Stormcat's gift lets you translate your occult knowledge into devastating blasts of arcane lightning. Using this gift requires rage, relies on your academic knowledge, so yeah, we can't really do that. As you might imagine, I only bestow my gift upon Shadow Lords who have reached the height of glory, and since I brought you here to learn, Celine, you must show considerable interest in the future, even especially if it puts you in danger. Finally, on a practical level, some level of education is required to employ thunder properly in the context. You have several problems here. First, you're barely literate. Second, you lack forward-thinking personality that would require. Even if you join the Shadow Lords, you'd have a long way to go. The fee is 7 nights of glorious chiminage. So yeah, we've had a look in the woods. Let's leave for a second. You're cutting through the woods where they abut the barrow when Nim bursts out of the foliage in her lupus form, followed by Whippoorwill. The spirit is a ripple in the branches moving fast. Nin sees you and howls. The Galliard is rarely verbal in her lupus or hippo forms, but she conveys her intent well enough in the primal tongue of the Garou. A thorn of some kind is stuck in Whippoorwill's territory, and Nin must find and remove it as her chiminage. In exchange, the Death Spirit will teach Nin the Song of the Moon Path and ensure her safe travels. And she wants your help finding the thorn. Hell yeah, let's go. Hope he doesn't want to crush the air. We need to heal more of this land. I follow Whippoorwill. You jog to keep up with Nin, who lopes through the summer woods, following the trilling tweet of Whippoorwill. The Galliard edges around Melody's barrows, back into the woods to a dense copse of trees like where you first met Whippoorwill. Nin hesitates at the edge of the copse. She retreats, prancing like a nervous pony, and circles around the slope. Something set her off, and Whippoorwill has stopped calling. You set around a tree and see the defiled deer. You again, the deer says. The skin of its face and neck is peeling back, its flanks marked with spiral runes. Small flayed arms, child-sized, dangle from its neck, forming a kind of beard. The little red fists open and close. You recognize the voice, because the horse spoke in that voice after you killed the rider back in New York. You're the one who did all this, who ruined David Benicki's great project, who has angered the answering tiger. You must be very proud, but I cannot die, fool. Destroy my host's body and I return to the Umbra stronger. I draw my dagger and throwing knife, then it's time to send you back again. You defiled this land as you sought to defile my home. I can't allow that. Great, another fight. I back off a little. Where the hell is Nin? Do you work for the answering tiger? I still know more info about the Bane. It's time to send you back. Come and try, the deer says. I cannot be, and that's when Nin smashes through the dry branches over the deer in her colossal hispo form. The Fomor is dead the moment Nin lands on it, but Nin still picks the thing up by its neck and flings it across the clearing in a broken heap that crushes the tall grass. The little hands pull up clumps of weeds, but the deer is dead, its skull and spine crushed, blood and brains leaking from what's left of its face. Fool, the Bane says, manifesting as a stain in the air over the corpse, like a gas leak ripping in front of the trees. You cannot kill me in any way that... Who is that? Whippoorwill's song carries across the copse. The Bane turns to flee deeper into the umbra. But suddenly, something darkly radiant opens around and beneath it, and with a scream, the Bane tumbles down into the land of the dead and fades into nothingness. Woo! Fuck yeah, Whippoorwill! Further investigation reveals a maple sapling warped into the shape of a spike, driven deep into the earth. It reminds you unmistakably of the lance the rider carried back in New York, but it's not clear what it was for. Nin has no trouble uprooting and destroying it with huge claws, and once it's gone, pattern spiders immediately get to work healing the ripped open walls between this world and the Umbra. You can hear them working for a few minutes, even if they work so quickly that soon you can't see them. The Fomor isn't a superating pile of meat this time. Like with most possessed spirits, it returns to its natural shape in death. The horrible hand tendrils vanish, leaving only a deer that looks like it got hit by a train. Entirely pleased with Nin's chiminage, Whippoorwill explains that he must discuss what he saw with Simmer, the patron spirit of the mysterious, silent Strider tribe, and he will return to bestow his gift on Nin and teach her the song of the moon path. Wahoo! We did it! Okay. Let's look into the cult of Fenris a bit more. Unlike mortal occultists, Garu can be cavalier about the need for secrecy, trusting that the delirium will fog memories and confuse searches enough to keep them safe. Oliver Boone III is particularly sloppy with his Heinrich alter ego, though which a non-computer person like you can connect to his professional identity at Hood Development. Despite several false starts at one, Heinrich doesn't really have a manifesto, so you have to assemble his position and beliefs from a dozen forum posts and website comments. To sum up, inspired by the Northwest Territorial Imperative, which says white nationalists flock to the Northwest United States in an attempt to establish a white ethno-state, Heinrich has spent years looking for an ideal place to organize the cult of Fenris alongside an ideologically compatible human population that will settle a sparsely inhabited, politically vulnerable, and ecologically lush territory. From what you can gather from the clues scattered across a dozen websites, after a failed attempt in Maine, he settled on western Massachusetts. Heinrich's plan is to establish what he calls a clean population of humans brought in from all over the United States, placing them in a position of power, especially among the police and emergency service. What about Gaia? I thought the cult claimed to be the true defenders of the earth. Is there anything like that in here? Ugh, yeah, no. Of course there's not. He's just a hateful little man using, like, Gaia's mission as, like, using the power he has been gifted. Not for Gaia's mission, but for his own hateful little ideologies and for power. If they're settling here and there are no records, what more can I learn about this company, Hood Development? Is this fool really just talking Garu business out in the open? I want to gather enough rules violations that a Glasswalker could shut him up. I'm worried they're going to hurt regular people. What can I learn of their human collaborators? Let's learn more about Hood Development. The old website still includes some email addresses, so you make up some fake business addresses and send them building inquiries. Then you call around to local construction outfits, temp firms, and some other real estate companies. No one has heard of Hood Development, let alone work with them. And it's not like Hood is two programmers writing apps. It's real estate. You can't hide real estate development. You need dump trucks and cement mixers, so either Hood only exists on paper as an LLC to shield Oliver Boone's assets, or someone in the cult has the power to veil their activities, as well as any bone gnawer or glasswalker. You search more foreign records. On a few occasions, Heinrich offers visions of sustainable development that sound like something out of Daphne Clear's GRC Media. Other times, he shifts to an apocalyptic vision that pits good and simple people willing to defend their land on one side, and then machinations of industrialists. He's using like anti-capitalist like sentiment to be good and simple people like willing to defend that. I've heard that like a million fucking times. That will lead to a world of healing where small self-sufficient communities thrive. Yeah, I imagine all of those communities look startlingly white. But that doesn't lead you to anyone or anything operating in the valley. There has to be something supernatural at work here to hide a good development so thoroughly. You do find one interesting concrete fact. A forum poster, who is almost certainly another cultist, asks why Western Massachusetts? And Heinrich answers in a straightforward and bewildering fashion, because of how the locals failed at Vermont Yankee. Vermont Yankee was a nuclear power plant just over the northern border within the Broadbrook, Cairns territory. It was shut down in 2014. Clay told you that the Great Khan to the east destroyed it, and the Vectory encouraged him in his prac to bring down the pipeline. So what the hell is Heinrich talking about? You can set heading up there. But that sounds like the sort of place that calls for a whole pack of werewolves, so not yet. So we could talk to Melody about repairing the brick prisons. We could track down Comrade Merritt for more stuff with the we'll call it Fenris. Let's check our phone first. Obsessive. I'm obsessive about it. Is there anything new at the Barrows? What did Clay say again? When you use your Crenus War form, Clay heals your lesser wounds and grants you additional ferocity in combat. Secret of Primal Rage is only for runes. Your pack leader requests units and a significant investment in pain and dedication before he will bestow his gift. We will consider that one. For now, let's have a look into this Comrade Merritt. You know how to conduct investigation, and you get to work with around shifts at Gorski Manor and visits to the remaining Garu spiritual sites. Hoblin comes back with an interesting rumor about someone or something called Astor. He's not sure he heard right, but someone was talking about both Comrade and Astor. Maybe you could follow that up. Oh, that reminds me. Let's go to Lucinda. Can we have you... Oh, no. Okay. So we can't have her repair the statue. I just don't want to... Let's maybe delay looking more into the Cult of Fenris until we find our other Arun. But what we can do for now is look into the brick prisons we saw in Hadley. You check through at work, but Melody's Wi-Fi is spotty, and she spends much of her time fixing up the Barrows. So it's a bit of a surprise when Melody, Elton and Nin all show up while you're having dinner in your cabin. So I figured it out, Elton says, helping himself to your soup. No, I figured it out, Melody says. You call this a soup? The 3 Bs, Nin says, after sticking her fingers in the pot and sucking on it. Bacons, beans, and barley? More like botulism, Melody says, dipping a bowl into the pot. Anyway, it's really interesting story. Wait, this is Falcon, right? Facon, right? Or Vacon, or Tofacon. She nudges the chunks around. Those are onions, you say a bit forlornly. You waited so long for them to caramelize, but they never did. Disgraceful. So this fight was back in the 60s, and it really put Broadbrook on the map. And like how their spiritual battles in the 2000s led to the downfall of the Vermont Yankee nuclear plant. Elton thinks their fights here led to the founding of the EPA. The EPA fought the Ghostbusters, Nin adds, and the Department of Education fought the Blues Brothers. She filled a mug with your soup and is sipping thoughtfully. I said it was possible, Melody. The point is that the thing the Broadbrook Garu killed back in the 60s was so spiritually huge that not even the Ascendant Worm could break it down into its component parts and recycle it. But what was it? Names, people. Give me something to work with. Is it still a threat? Now I'm not sure I want to go near those prisons again. Weird to think that the worm's real function, the cosmic recycler, the spirit world used to function. That's hard to imagine now. Do we have to beat it up again or something? But what is it? It hit the New England Garu so hard that no one is even sure. This is very worrying. Doggos. Okay. Elton says, reports are gibberish. The thing took out an entire can on Khan. Let's go with Khan for now. I don't know. I'll just say words when it comes to this word. Big spiritually powerful place. Garu love it. Out an entire Khan on Cape Cod. Tore a hole through Boston. In his writings, Chains the Lie says it was Cockroach, the old patron spirit of the Glasswalkers, when it became poisoned by radiation. The Garu had to put it down, and the Glasswalkers subsequently became the Spiders tribe. But Grey Owl says it was the mother of all Nexus crawlers, a living rip in the Umbra. Okay. But bigger than anyone had ever seen before. And Jane said it was something alternatively called Oblivion, the mouth of Yomi, or the Black Sun. The point is that Melody says, is that not even the dead know what died here in the 60s. But they're all afraid of it. Apparently my sister even explored whatever realm of reality this thing comes from. Could this be an alchemy thing? Maybe we could talk to some human occultists. I'm worried this thing might draw more human occultists that are always tugging on the veil, causing trouble. Is this above our prey grade? It sounds like messing with it could get us oblivioned or yomied or whatever happens to foolish young Garu. Is there any way to get inside and explore? Yeah, look at this being an alchemist thing. The only human I would have trusted with this is Harmony, Elton says. But I have Harmony's notes, Melody says. And everything Chains the Lie wrote about it. I can seal it up again and maybe even learn something. Sorry, Melody, but you should not be messing around with unfamiliar rites. I have a rite that will let us seal this kind of umbral rift on our own, and it won't draw the attention of Giselle or the cult of Fenris. Just spackle it over? Really? We'll have a much better time with the stuff Harmony and Chains the Lie wrote. We might even be able to get in see inside. Clumsy monkey magic, Nin says. Haven't finished her mug of soup. Our job is to heal the spirit world. Let's get the help of the local spirits. They are not diminished by action, but strengthened. Our goal is to heal this land. They start to argue, and worse, they've eaten all of your soup and they're starting to open up the cabinets. You need to decide what you're taking with you to the site before they find. Too late, they found the Girl Scout cookies you were saving. So you need to decide before they find the frozen waffles. Just the idea of your werewolf friends all coming into your house and immediately being like, snackies. I desire the snackies. Alright, another sip. Hydration is hella important. I don't like the idea of looking inside because Thing may look back. It's kind of spooky. But I do... Spackling it over isn't going to work, but I think we need the forest, not just the wards. We need to heal the forest, not just the wards. Nin and I will go. Nin is so engrossed by eating Ghost Scout cookies that she barely acknowledges you. Nonetheless, she's there again tomorrow night in her lupus form. Leaping with excitement, you wrap the chains around your body, change, and follow her across the Connecticut River to the site. She grabs the chains with her teeth and suddenly leaps and disappears. Into the night woods? Into the Umbra? You've lost her. You range back and forth using your enhanced sense of smell, and then have the good sense to duck under a fallen log as Nin leads a stampede of pony-sized umbral spiders over the brick surface structures. The chains swirl up into the sky and remain reformed, then descend with a bright spiritual radiance above the structure. You look away, and when your eyes are no longer dazzled, you re-examine the site. The bricks are totally restored, each one marked with a Garu sign. You instinctively reach out with your hand and your paw touches the brick that's hard as steel. Fuck yeah, let's go. But I think at this point I should commit to a tribe. And I think that tribe is going to be the Black Furies. The Furies were held to antedate the gods, Zeus included. Vengeance before divinity. This is the major intuition of ancient mythology. Emily Kieran, History in Utopia. Broadbrook held no Black Furies at the time of its downfall, though you saw their names deep in the barrows where Old Man Palace had been laid to rest. This means that you have to confront Gorgon alone, but you can hear your packmates in the woods nearby as you approach the lichen-coated statue of Gorgon, patron spirit of the Black Furies, beneath a huge yellow full moon. You study Gorgon. The world, she seems to tell you, is unjust. The goddesses of the ancient world promise vengeance. The gods of the new cities, Apollo and Osiris, and the faceless monotheistic storm gods, promised law, justice, order, but they lied. Then the soft child gods promised kindness, enlightenment, transcendence, but they failed. No, there is only vengeance. Instantaneous, white hot, terrible, until they fucking learn. That is the Gorgon's lesson. Those who murder the earth, who hunt the weak, who prey on the helpless, must pay. And not later, not when the wheel of karma turns. Immediately. You must be the instrument of that clear and unambiguous vengeance, so no one is confused. You must be as much of a machine as digital spiders brood. When the time between crime and punishment is reduced as much as possible. When the punishment fits the crime as unambiguously as possible. When the punishment and the crime are the same thing. When that happens, the world can start to heal. But this is neither mindless nor cruel. You must let Gorgon hone you, shape you, until the law within you is the law of Gaia. You must understand so that you can act without doubt, without error, and without sentiment. This is the litany as it is meant to be, a system of justice that works with divine authority and swiftness. But this isn't the old law to me. It is the road to the future, where humans can live in harmony with Gaia. This law predates the litany, surpasses the litany, and offers dignity, hope, and honor that way. The old dignity and honor that the old Garu laws cannot. This is the old way. The litany, the Garu can survive by returning to the ancient ways of clarity and justice. I think this is the road to the future. The old law will come again, transformed by its exile and by failures of the fussy legalism and witless kindness that sought to replace it. Gorgon promises a new world, a new law. This is the path of falling arrows, Gorgon tells you. Oh, I have dropped. Oh, it's just my blister plasters, that's fine. Gorgon tells you, this is the path of falling arrows, Gorgon tells you. And you realize that you're deep in the Umbra, far below the earth and the spirit worlds, among the old chthonic gods. This is the path of lightning. You feel the blinding speed of the wild, the smooth functioning of the weaver, the swift death authored by the worm. This, Gorgon tells you, is the triad as it should have been. Not the sick mess of bribes and backroom deals that the spirit world has become. Cut through it all, Gorgon tells you. Banish the false law. Become an instrument of vengeance, of clarity, of justice. The rest of the night is a blur that reminds you of the day after your first change, with triumph for replacing shame. Nin plays acoustic covers of cliché werewolf songs. Elton cooks brats over an open fire. And Melody is frantically sketching Garu glyphs in a notebook, preparatory work for the runes she'll add to the stones to inform the ancestors and spirits of your new status. Meanwhile, all you can do is try to understand your new senses. Like with your first change, nothing and everything is different. You eat and drink until you can understand what things taste and smell like again. Then walk while you feel your legs under you. Gaia moves beneath you, impossibly massive, impossibly wounded, dying but not dead yet. You're sure of it. When you awaken, you find that Elton has left you with an absolutely terrifying egg-sized idol of Mamiwata, an African snake goddess among whose many forms is a vengeful aspect you now hold. He's also included one of his mother's books, Eyes of the Lower. Mathilda Day is an occult scholar who is apparently pretty famous in England. Her book devotes a chapter to the serpent goddesses in Africa and African and Afro-Caribbean belief, serpents in their wrathful aspect. Seems to be the part you need to read. The point of this statue is to offer your devotions when you fail Gorgon. You pocket the snake idol and hope you won't have to use it too often. Restore Nin's woods! The morning sun rises on a forest transformed into a spiritual marvel. You've already healed the land of its lingering corruption, and now it shines like a beacon of life. The summer air is warm and clean, promising a long, hot afternoon. And you can almost feel the trees grow taller, the ferns spreading in their shadows. Nin appears on a high promontory and howls long and low to greet the rising sun. Yay, we did it! Okay. Why did I press that? I meant to press this. So we are a black fury. Yeah! Excellent. I just want to check. Is there a way to see? Spirits and gifts. Here we go. Okay. I abandon my awareness training and focus my experience elsewhere. What does that mean? Oh yeah, I've got another dot for dexterity now from the Black Fury, from Gorgon. We could do far seeing. Leaping and balancing. Instantaneous. Let's check out the Falcon with many faces real quick. Can we fix it? No, we still can't. Let's get Owl's. Seeing into the spirit world, I think, is going to be useful for, like, healing the land. Owl's request is apparently simple. Restore the Ellen locks of Broadbrook. Okay, first, what's an Ellen lock? You go online and wait for an agonizingly slow connection feed. It's Pinot Noir. No, that can't be right. A wise and far-seeing owl. Do you want a Pinot Noir? No, that's not it. More slow searching. Okay, here we go. It's a hole with a perch in a barn. Literally an owl hole. They used to be all over Broadbrook, but most farmers don't use them anymore and have boarded them up. You look up to Owl and seem to see through her to 7 locations scattered around the borderlands where Broadbrook gives way to farms. Then over the next few nights, you sneak into barns at night and remove boards sealing up the Yulin locks. You work fast so you don't get shot, then disappear into the night. At the end of 3 nights, you're tired but triumphant, and Owl grants you her gift. Okay. I leave the woods. Now let's go to the barrows. Oh, I can't. I don't have enough glory. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's wait for now. But yeah, let's... Oh, God. I'm so confused. Okay. So now we have superior perception from Owl, combat mastery from Grey Nail. Check my phone. We're all Gucci. It's time to find Podge. I text the others. Maybe we do this first. Yeah, let's do this first. Fuck it. You run through Google searches for the local area, and then local bars without much luck. But then you're not much of a computer person. You hit the streets one morning before your shift starts. There aren't any Astor's bars or restaurants, nor Astoria, which is your second thought. You get your hopes up when you find an attorney named Astor and you arrange for 2 meetings. You don't want to boast, but you do a fantastic job investigating the place, rifling through papers when the secretary isn't looking, asking leading questions, trying to make a link between this place and Hood development, the cult friend restaurant, but after a week of bugging the guy, you're sure there's no connection. A false lead, then. It happens. You text Elton and tell him what happened so he doesn't duplicate the effort. Okay. It's time to find Podge. I text the others. Are you sure you're ready? This journey to Hollyoak may prove as dangerous and complicated as your last 2 major outings. Let's freaking go. Okay, first, did everyone read the news links I sent? Yes, Elton, we read the little information packet. Hollyoak is called the Paper City. Did you attach a quiz too? Please quiz us, teacher. It appears to be made of bricks. I love Nin. We'll leave on Friday. I'm playing on Pearl Street on Friday, and I have work. Saturday? Washing my hair. You're joking, right? It takes time to be beautiful. And so it goes for about an hour. Okay, fine. Wednesday, 6 a.m. at the skate park. Nin, if you forget your clothes this time, I will tear my own face off and make you wear it. I will really do it this time. Celine, you're on water bottle duty. Her water bottle smells like old people lotions because of her job. I'll bring water. It goes on like this for another hour before it's all settled. They're our family, guys. They're the family. Oh, so cute. Yeah, Nin fucking loves us. Incredible. I love her too. She's great. Although I think we need to go about helping Elton a bit more.
Melody, Nin, and Elton are already waiting at the skate park, though it is still before sunrise. Hollyoak is less than an hour from Northampton by bus. But your companions will want to scout the woods around Mount Tom, which lies between the two towns. You arrive an hour before dawn. The others have already taken on their lupus form, and several 100 pounds of canine fury are running around on the grass, grey and red and eye-searing indigo. Elton spots you first and gets everyone to look serious. The latecomer, you're tasked with helping Elton and Melody into their backpacks. Nin has apparently forgotten her clothes. Elton manages to express his frustration even in lupus form. Then you head into the public bathroom and transform. You're ready. It feels like you're running with a pack. There are only 4 of you, and of course you bring up the rear, though you're a true Garou and Black Fury now. Elton and Melody have spent more time as werewolves, and Nin was born a wolf, but the experience represents a strange, exhilarating communion, like nothing you knew back home. As Nin ranges ahead so fast and far you can't even smell her, and Elton and Melody search the autumn woods around Mount Tom for spirits or signs of other habitation. You watch their backs, panting as you struggle to keep up. I help guard Elton as he looks for spirits or signs of other Garou. I try to catch up to Nin. I can't, but I ought to try. I follow Melody and try to learn from her what it is to be a leader of the Garou. Let's guard Elton. Let's spend some time with our boy. You climb up onto a jagged promontory between the slopes of Mount Tom and an ancient stone wall as Elton explores the ruin. Heedless of subtlety, he crunches through fallen leaves, pursuing scents that you can detect but can't interpret. You follow him, watching for threats or signs he might have missed, until Melody races back and yips for him to join. Oh yeah, the music. I was like, why is noise? Ah, jeez, I'm getting very EP. We're good. You follow him, watching for threats or signs he might have missed, until Melody races back and yips for him to join Nin. They're getting close to the southern slope of Mount Tom, and it's time to approach the city as a pack. Elton gives you a nod, thankful for your vigilance, then the rest of you race south. The 4 of you enter Hollyoak from the west, first loping across the highway in the early afternoon, then regaining your homid forms at Dog Park. I hate using Dog Park, Melody says as she fluffs her hair in the public bathroom's cracked mirror. My ancestors weren't dogs. They were the most ferocious of northern grey wolves. And cabinet nakers, I think. Since Hollyoak is a mid-sized city, you're dressed as well as you can manage, which means black tactical gear. Maybe you can pass yourself off as private security. Once everyone is back on 2 legs, Elton tosses Nin a dress and sandals he bought in case she forgot her clothes, which she did. Everyone adjusts their clothes and climbs onto the bus heading downtown. The bus deposits you on a barren, treeless street surrounded on all sides by brick and concrete buildings, the heart of decaying industrial town alongside the Connecticut River. The city looks hollowed out, and so do its inhabitants, who seem to scurry for cover like they fear sniper fire. The air smells bad, old coal, old toxins, 19th century industry lingering on, invisible to poison the young. I'm going to talk to Patrick, Elton says. Why you? Melody says. He never liked you. He liked me. He wanted to shag you, Elton says. And no, I want you to secure the armory while we reacquaint ourselves. Celine, I want you to see what you can learn about Director Sullivan. And there are rumours that his company, Everlight, captured something. So if you can learn anything about that, text me for emergencies. Otherwise, we'll meet Melody at 6. Any ideas where to start? It's a big city. Wandering around a place I don't know sounds like a good way to get myself captured and dissected. What's up with the air in this town? It smells bad and feels bad. Why can't I go with you to talk to Podge? Doesn't he know what's going on with Sullivan? What's up with the air in this town? It smells bad and feels bad. The old coal plant, Elton says. The humans probably don't feel its presence anymore. But we do. We took it down years ago, but shadows linger. The Theurge turns to Nin, and I want you to get up somewhere high and say hello. The fall of the Broadbrook cairn means other werewolves might be moving in, not just the cult of Fenris. If they're here, find them.
Nin turns. Elton grabs her elbow and puts the location of your meeting point, the Hollyoak Armory in her phone, and then sends her on her way. Melody makes for the armory and Elton heads deeper into the industrial districts. In moments, you're alone in an unfamiliar city. Chapter 5. The Year Made of Glass. Shall I repeat that there are no locked doors? Shall I add that there are no locks? I think it's Jorge Luis Borges? Borges? I don't know. The House of Asterion. Okay. We've been going for about 6 hours now. So I think what I am going to do, it is 1:30 in the morning. I am going to say farewell to you, chat, now and in the future. Thank you so much for hanging out today, especially Maddie, who was here earlier. I hope she is having a good sleep and is sleeping well. But yeah, I will take this opportunity to say good night, my sweet peas, and I hope that you will join us next time for more Werewolf the Apocalypse, the Book of Hungry Names.